Young lord, the carriage is ready. Time to go annul the engagement. That was the first sentence I ever heard in this world, shouted through a door by a servant who sounded way too happy about it. I was lying on a bed roughly the size of a studio apartment, staring at a ceiling carved with dragons. And I had exactly one thought. Oh no. Not, oh no, like a headache. Oh no, like I recognized the room. See, in my old life, I wrote web novels, cultivation stuff, 900 chapters of a peasant kid finding a magic scroll in a cave and slapping arrogant young masters until the entire continent learned his name. I wrote that book, I wrote it badly, I wrote it fast, and it paid my rent. So I know exactly what time to go annul the engagement means, because I typed that line myself about 400 times. It means, I am the villain, not a villain, the villain. Chapter 3. The rich heir who rides out in a fancy carriage to dump the crippled fiancée in front of a crowd, laughs at her, throws the betrothal token on the floor, and then spends the next 900 chapters getting more and more humiliated until the author gets bored and kills him off screen. What I did not know that morning, and would not find out for another 2 months, was the number. 9. There were 9 of those stories running at the same time on this continent, and I was the villain in every single one of them. I checked the memories. They loaded in like a badly buffered video. Ling Feng, 16 years old, Spirit Sea Peak, second sequence of the Wei family. The Wei family is one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, which sounds incredible right up until you find out there are 5 sequences. The first one is a red-headed kid named Li Yuan with a 9-dragon divine body and 2 realms on me. In 3 months, the 5 sequences compete for the title of Young Lord. I know who wins that in the book. It is not the guy on this bed. Young Lord, coming, I said. My voice came out calm, which was nice, because inside I was doing arithmetic. Here is the arithmetic. Every single time a story opens with a jilted fiancé, she comes back. Always. 300 chapters later, she is standing over your city holding a sword the size of a bridge, and the man who dumped her is a stain on a wall with his name spelled wrong. That is not a risk. That is a delivery date. My father, Lin Bao, caught me on the way out. Big man, kind eyes, absolutely no idea he was talking to a dead novelist. The Jin girl is not worthy of you anymore, he said. But Shufan saved my life once. Go in person. Do it with dignity. Dignity? Sure, I could do dignity. So, I rode 3 days across the continent to the Zhuantian sect, walked into a hall packed with people who had come specifically to watch me be a monster and did not annul the engagement. They had rolled out a red carpet for it. That is the part that still gets me. Somebody in that sect made a decision out loud to a committee that a public humiliation deserved a carpet. The whole sect turned out. Every disciple, every elder, all of them lining the walls with that particular shine in the eyes people get when someone else is about to have the worst day of their life. My ship came down over the courtyard, 300 feet of black hole with a gold way on the flag, and half of them forgot to breathe. Then they brought her in. Shu Ling, 16, thin, back straight in a way that cost something. At 14, she had been a spirit-nourishing prodigy, the pride of the sect, the girl they were going to build the next 50 years around. 3 years ago, her cultivation collapsed all the way down to body-tempering 3rd stage. Nobody knew why. A 12-year-old outer disciple could have knocked her over with a broom. The whispering started before she was halfway across the floor. Cripple, waste, should have hanged herself and saved everyone the trouble. Lei kept walking. I watched her hands. Lei had her nails in her own palms hard enough to draw blood, and she kept her face perfectly still, and she did not look at the floor once. 3 years of that, every day. Her father, Sectmaster Shufan, came down off his seat and started apologizing before I even opened my mouth. That is how sure everyone was. So I stood up. I came here to say one thing, I said, and the hall went so quiet I could hear the banners moving. Shu Ling is my fiancée. Her talent is her business. The engagement stands. Somebody dropped a teacup. I heard it hit and break and roll. Zhufan made a noise like a man being resuscitated. Young Master Wei, you. Perhaps you misheard the situation. My daughter's cultivation has... I heard the situation. I looked around the hall then, slowly, at all the faces that had come for the carpet. And since I have your attention, anyone who insults her from today onward is insulting me. Think carefully about whether you can survive this young master's anger. Nobody in that room had ever seen a betrothal not get broken. I could see them rebooting. Then I made it worse for them. I walked over and handed her a storage ring, and I had packed that thing like a man moving out of a house. Cultivation resources, spirit stones, pills, the works. On top of it all sat a dragon and phoenix source fruit, which is the kind of item entire sects go to war over, and I dropped it in her hand like it was a snack. For your problem, I said. Whatever your problem is, try it. And that was when Shu Ling finally broke. and it was awful because she did not cry the way people cry when they are hurt. Lei cried the way people cry when somebody is nice to them for the first time in 3 years and their whole body does not know the procedure. Was I being a good man? Partly. Mostly I was making an investment. Chosen ones are chosen. If this girl was going to be standing over a city with a bridge-sized sword in 300 chapters, I wanted to be the guy holding her coat. That night, alone in my room, something spoke inside my skull. It did not chime, and it did not announce itself. There was just suddenly a voice in there that had not been in there before, extremely pleased with itself. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the luck of a child of destiny. Reward issued. Chaos body. Merge now? Chaos body. I sat down. I had to. In this world, there are 3,000 divine bodies ranked in order, and Chaos body is number 1, and it has appeared exactly twice in recorded history. And both times the owner became a great emperor. Both times, 2 for 2. The whole continent had been waiting 10,000 years for the third one, and it had just been handed to a guy for being mildly decent to his fiancée. I decided to merge it at home. Blowing up somebody else's sect on the first night felt rude, which is when the pendant around Ling's neck started talking. I got summoned to her courtyard at some ugly hour and found her standing frozen in the middle of the room while a ghost floated out of her jade pendant. Old woman, silver hair, semi-transparent, not aggressive, just extremely tired. Your soul fed me for 3 years, child, the ghost said. Thank you. Ling's face did a thing I will remember for a while, because that was it. That was the answer. That was why a prodigy fell off a cliff at 14, and nobody could find a cause. There had been a passenger. You, Ling said, and her voice cracked in half. You did this to me. Yes. The ghost did not flinch. And now I am going to pay for it. Boy, that fruit you gave her. I know how to forge it into a dragon phoenix divine body. Number 2 on the list. Number 2 out of 3,000. Who are you? I said. I was called the Azure Emperor. I have had a lot of strange moments in this world. That one still ranks. Because the Azure Emperor is not a rumor. She is a line in the history books. The last great emperor this continent ever produced. 10,000 years dead. And there was maybe 1% of her left, and it was hiding in a teenage girl's necklace. Lei took Ling as a disciple on the spot and started the forging that night. The sky over the Zhuantian sect turned black and threw lightning at one courtyard for 2 hours. When it cleared, the girl who had been body tempering 3rd stage was standing up at chi condensation with a body ranked 2nd in the world. Ling immediately tried to shake down her brand new master for imperial scriptures. Just 3 or 5? 3 or 5, said the last great emperor of the continent, deeply offended, and gave her one. Her father tried to be subtle about pushing us out the door together the next morning, which was funny because 2 days earlier he had been apologizing for her existence. We walked the market. I bought everything she looked at longer than a second. Lei got very quiet about it, and later I found out what she had been thinking, which was 10 times over. I will pay this back 10 times over. When my ship lifted, the Azure Emperor was already needling her about following me home. Ling told her no. I will go, she said, but not as luggage. I will go when I can prove he was right. I did not know she had said that. If I had, I would have flown home a lot less pleased with myself. Home, I merged the chaos body. I want to be clear that I did this in the middle of the family estate at noon, because I am an idiot who did not think about what a number 1 divine body does to local weather. The sky over the Wei family went the color of a bruise. Lightning came down in bolts as thick as my arm. Every single person in the compound ran outside to watch, my father among them, and I stood in the middle of it, climbing from Spirit Sea straight through into Dharma form, while my clan watched a thunderstorm try to kill me and fail. When the sky cleared, the voice in my head came back with an update, and the update ruined my afternoon. Keep altering luck, host, otherwise you will still become the final villain. Excuse me. Still? There are 9 children of destiny in this world. You are the common villain of all 9. Suppressing or killing one plunders their luck and pays a reward. 9. I sat with that. 9 separate protagonists, 9 separate books, 9 separate rise to power montages, and in every single one of them, the guy they climb over on the way up is me. Not a shared antagonist across one story, a shared antagonist across 9 stories. I am the recurring nightmare. I am the crossover event. I asked the system for names. It gave me nothing. Of course it gave me nothing. Meanwhile, the courtyard outside was filling up with everyone who mattered in the Wei family, and my grandfather Ling Tao was pushing through them like a man late to a wedding. Chaos body, he kept saying. In our family. Chaos body. Every resource of the main branch got signed over to me before dinner. They handed me a squad of hidden guards on top of it. 1 life and death expert, 10 nirvana, 100 dharma form, the kind of escort you assign to a national treasure. My father found me afterward and apologized for the engagement thing, which he had spent 3 days quietly panicking about. You were right, he said. Somehow. I was not right. I was scared. Those look identical from the outside, and I have never corrected anybody. Then I went hunting. Because here is the thing about being the villain of 9 books. I have read those books. I wrote a knockoff of those books. And the one advantage a villain has is that he knows what the first chapter looks like. Nobody from nowhere, sudden inexplicable rise, found a thing in a cave, suspiciously good at one specific skill. I put Uncle Lee on it, my bodyguard, a half step into life and death, and about as talkative as a wall. Search the continent for outcasts who came up out of nothing in the last year. Check the surnames the genre likes, Guan, Jin, Wang, Tang. It took him a month. Dongli City, he said. A stable boy, surname Wang. 3 months ago he was mucking out stalls. Now he is at chi condensation and he is an alchemist. The Zhou family has him refining pills that are better than anything they can buy. 3 months, stable to alchemist. Get the ship, I said. At that exact moment, 3 provinces away, the Zhou family was holding a meeting about how wonderful Zhao Ming was. I have reconstructed this meeting from what I was told later, and I enjoy it enormously. Picture a room of elders in nice robes taking turns complimenting a former stable boy. His pills are better than what we buy from the guilds. The city magistrate placed an order. The city magistrate placed a second order. And Zhao Ming at the end of the table, with his chin up, doing that thing young men do where they are visibly imagining their own future. The future involved being chief alchemist of the Zhou family and marrying the head's daughter. Her name is Li Lei, and he was looking at her the whole meeting with the subtlety of a brick. Third elder. Qin Feng actually raised it out loud. Perhaps a match could be arranged. Everyone nodded. Zhao Ming tried to look humble and failed. And then the sky over the estate went dark and the thunder started. That was me arriving. 300 feet of warship coming down over a provincial family compound. Black hull, gold character on the flag, and the strongest man the Zhou family had was Wang Lei at Spirit Sea, which meant the strongest man they had could not have stopped a single one of my guards from walking through him. The elders came out into the yard and their legs did a thing. I strolled in and said the one sentence guaranteed to break their brains. I heard the Zhou family has a talented daughter named Li Lei. I came to see her. You could watch the calculation happen. It took 4 seconds. 4 seconds for an entire room of grown adults to decide what an immortal emperor clan heir wanted from a provincial house, and then they were falling over each other offering me things. An alliance. Their whole alchemy output. Their pill halls. Their trade contracts. Their mines. Their ore rights. Terms so bad that a merchant would have been embarrassed to write them down. Zhao Ming stood in the back and watched 3 months of work walk out the door. Because that was his whole plan, you understand. Rise through the Zhou family, become indispensable, get the daughter, get the seat. It is a good plan. It is the plan the book uses. And it does not survive somebody with a bigger flag walking in the front gate and getting handed the entire estate for free, out of pure terror, without asking. You have undermined a child of destiny's luck, said the voice in my head, sounding delighted. Reward, 10. Azure profound pills. I did not touch the girl, and I did not want the girl. I want to say that plainly because I know how this looks. Li Lei mattered for exactly one reason, which is that she was the female lead of somebody's story, and in this world, the people standing next to a child of destiny are never randomly chosen. That night, Zhao Ming tried to salvage it. He got a note to her and met her behind the pill hall and told her to run away with him. Young Master Wei invited me to look at the moon, she said. Do not write to me again. I did not invite her to look at the moon. I said maybe 11 words to her that whole day, but I have thought about it since, and I think she just wanted a clean exit line, and she picked mine. Zhao Ming went back to his room and unrolled the scroll. He had found it 3 months earlier in a cave, which is exactly the sentence I have written in my own book, and it was a yellow scroll called the Huangquan diagram, and it was the reason a stable boy could refine pills. He forced it to the 2nd level that night. It gave him the great yellow imprisoning heaven finger and the blood god spirit burst technique, which lets you burn your own blood to fight above your rank. And then something came out of the scroll and stood in his room. An old man made of yellow light, arms folded. Boy, it said, that child has serious protection. Do not. He did anyway. They always do. He came into the feast hall the next evening while I was eating, pointed at me across a room of terrified elders, and said the line, Ling Feng, fight me. And I said no. I want to explain the no because it is the single most important decision I made in my first month in this world. In every book I ever read, the villain says yes. The villain always says yes. The arrogant young master gets called out in public, his face goes red, he shouts about how dare you, and he agrees to a duel in front of witnesses, and he loses, and that loss is chapter 1 of his personal decline. Every time. It is practically a law of nature. But I read those books, and I noticed something the villains never notice, which is that the duel is a trade where one side has nothing to gain. If I win, I have beaten a stable boy. Congratulations to me. If I lose everything I have, publicly, to a stable boy. No, I said, and went back to my food. I am not fighting you. There is nothing in it for me. He stood there with his whole speech loaded and no target. Are you afraid? Yes, I said. Terrified. Please leave. Something rippled quietly in the back of my head and issued another reward. I have never been sure whether the system was paying me for the tactical outcome or just enjoying itself. Zhao Ming burned. His blood went up like somebody had opened a furnace. His aura jumped a full realm to Spirit Sea, and the Zhou elders sitting nearest to him got picked up and thrown across the hall by the pressure alone. Then he pointed one finger at me, and the great yellow imprisoning heaven finger came down the length of the room like a falling column. I put my palm out, and it stopped. Then I stood up, swept my sleeve, and put him into the far wall. Above the estate, a green lotus opened in the sky. It was maybe 100 feet across, and it turned very slowly, and every cultivator in that province felt their heart stutter at the same time. That is not a profound fire body, an elder whispered, and his voice had gone completely flat with horror. That is the chaos body. Zhao Ming got up. Of course he got up. The scroll spirit was pouring something into him. Yellow Spring's power, dragging him 2 full realms past me into nirvana. And it was screaming at him the whole time. One strike, and then you run. Then Uncle Lee stepped out from behind me. He did not do anything. That is the part I want you to appreciate. My bodyguard, who had been standing in that hall all evening without a single person noticing him, took one step forward and let his aura off the leash. And a man who had just been elevated to nirvana went down on his knees on the flagstones and could not get back up. Zhao Ming looked up at me with his teeth clenched and played the last card in the deck. Send your guards away. Fight me alone. Or does the Great Wei family only win with hired help? I honestly considered explaining it to him. I did explain it, a little, because I was in a good mood. I have a powerful family, I said. Why would I not use it? That is what it is for. And you are not worthy of fighting me anyway. Then I gave the order, and that was the end of Zhao Ming. Something small and golden came out of him and shot for the ceiling. Old Wang, I said. The other old man appeared, not Uncle Lee. The other one, the captain of the hidden guard, who was considerably worse, and who caught a fleeing soul out of the air like a man catching a moth. So, then I had a conversation with a scroll. Imperial weapon, I said, turning it over. I have read about you. Imperial weapons only ever accept one master. That is the whole point of you. Then you understand, the yellow old man said coldly, that I am not yours. Sure, unless the master is dead. And I crushed what was left of Zhao Ming's soul while the spirit watched. Child of destiny suppressed, said the voice. Reward. Ancient double pupils. The spirit still would not bend. Pride. These old artifact spirits have nothing but pride. They are 10,000 years of dignity in a piece of paper, and it folded its arms and told me it would rather be sealed forever. Fine, I said. Then I will donate you. There is a nice outhouse behind the west wing. I will nail you to the wall in there and instruct the servants to stand on you. Fing paused. The Huangquan diagram, it said, in the voice of a man dying inside, greets the young master. Welcome aboard, old Han. That is a dog's name. You will grow into it. That is recruit number 1, by the way. I want you to keep account, because I certainly did. 1 dead protagonist's imperial weapon, acquired, renamed, and put to work. The number goes up from here. I merged the ancient double pupils on the ship home and came out the other side at Dharma Form 3rd layer with 4 pupils in my eyes. And I brought Li Lei with me, and my father met me at the dock to complain about it. The tournament is in weeks, he said, and you flew across the continent for a girl. I did not argue. I just looked at him and let the pupils open. He stopped talking. Then he said, Are those double pupils? Then he took me to a room under the house, and the mood of this entire story changed. There is a girl in our branch, he said, and he was excited. He was genuinely happy about this. He thought he was giving me a gift. Born with a supreme bone. It is the one divine constitution in the world that can be transplanted. Your grandfather and 3 elders already have her. We were waiting for you. We cut it out, and we put it in you. I have written this scene. I have written this exact scene. This is where the villain says yes, and the girl gets thrown in a mass grave. And 300 chapters later, she comes back as something with an army. No, I said. The whole room turned around. I had to sell it, so I sold it arrogantly, because arrogance was the only language available. I have the chaos body and the ancient double pupils. My path is already the strongest in the world. Why would I want to walk on someone else's bone? 3rd Elder Zhang Li took that in and offered a compromise. Then we kill her and give the bone to another child of the family. I will go and see her first, I said. They had her in a stone cell under a suppression array, 16 years old, chains, the whole picture. Lei heard the door and did not flinch and did not look up. Her face had nothing on it at all, because Shu Rui had already done this. Lei had lived this exact day before. Last time they cut it out of her and threw what was left into a mass grave outside the wall, and a passing master found her still breathing. And she spent a lifetime climbing, and she came back as an empress, and she killed Ling Feng, who was only Dharma form at the time, and died from a single strike, and then she killed everyone else in the room too. And then she died, reaching for the next realm, and woke up in these chains again at 16. Lei was not scared. Lei was waiting for it to start so it could be over, so she could get out and do it all again. I broke the suppression array. Lei looked up for the first time. "The Wei family owes you an apology," I said. "You have mine. I do not speak for the rest of them." I put 2 Dharma aspect pills and a resource ring on the floor, within reach of her hands. "Nobody touches your bone. Ever. You are my cousin, not livestock. If anyone in this clan tells you otherwise, use my name." Lei did not say a word. "You have avoided the wrath of a child of destiny," the system reported. "Reward. Kunpeng's supreme art, which, and I need you to understand this, is one of the 10 ancient supreme arts, and its ceiling is not Great Emperor. Its ceiling is somewhere above that, somewhere the current world does not have a word for. I got that for unchaining a girl." Rui waited until the door shut before she moved. Lei had a theory by then, and the theory was correct, which is that whoever this was, it was not the Ling Feng she had killed. Lei decided not to run. Lei decided to watch me instead, which was worse, and which I did not find out about for a very long time. My grandfather Ling Tao came down the next morning to apologize to her personally in front of witnesses, which for a man of his generation is roughly equivalent to open heart surgery. He got through it. He was sweating. And then immediately having barely finished saying sorry for planning to harvest her skeleton, he pivoted without a pause into suggesting that she and I would make a lovely couple. Lei pulled her hand back and went red and said nothing, and my grandfather took that as encouragement, because he takes everything as encouragement. 2 months went by. I hit Dharma form 4th layer. Then they came to tell me the Divine Child competition had been called. The Divine Child competition works like this. All 5 sequences of the Wei family go into a sealed secret realm. They kill vicious beasts. The beasts are worth points, and whoever comes out with the most points becomes Young Lord and eventually runs one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans. Simple. The part that is not simple is the retinue rule. Every sequence brings 7 retainers, and everything the retainers kill counts for their master. So, it is not 5 people competing. It is 5 teams of 8, and the whole thing is decided before anyone walks through the gate, by which cousin recruited the better cousins. Li Yuan stood at the front of the arena with his 7 already picked. First sequence. Red hair like something on fire, red eyes to match, 9 dragon divine body, Dharma form, 2nd layer, son of Wei Ren who runs the heaven lineage. He had been born to win this, and everybody in the family had been quietly agreeing with him about it since he was 9. The steward asked me to name my 7. "None," I said. "Young master, the rule permits 7. I heard the rule. I do not need 7. For a place like this, I am enough on my own." There was a silence in that arena of a very particular flavor. Somewhere behind me, my grandfather made a small, strangled noise. Across the floor, Li Yuan smiled at me the way you smile at a man who has just announced he will be attempting the mountain in sandals. 3rd sequence was Lin Bao, cold, precise, a woman who counted everything. 5th was Li Shan. Both of them looked at me and then looked at each other, and I watched them silently agree that I could be ignored. I went in last. On purpose. If you go in last, everyone else has already committed to a direction. Outside, the clan watched the whole thing on a supreme artifact that hangs a sheet of light in the sky and splits it into 5 panels, 1 per sequence, like the world's most expensive sports broadcast. My father was there. My grandfather was there, in the 2nd row, telling everyone within reach that the boy in panel 2 was his grandson. For the first hour, it was Li Yuan's show. He found a flame giant bear at Dharma form, 20 feet of muscle and fire, and he broke it apart with his bare hands while 9 dragon shadows coiled around him, and the hall actually applauded. It was a great fight. I will give him that. In panel 2, I met a snarling flying tiger, also Dharma form, and I raised one hand and put a palm seal through it and kept walking without turning my head. The applause stopped. "Did he?" somebody said. "Did he break through?" By the end of the first day, I was in 3rd place on points, alone, against teams of 8. And the whole hall had gone from laughing at me to doing arithmetic, which is a much worse sound. Then on the 2nd day, I sat down on a rock in the middle of a monster-infested wilderness and started meditating. This nearly gave my grandfather a stroke. 200 relatives watched me close my eyes in the most dangerous place any of them had ever seen and stay closed for 6 straight hours. 3rd elder said the word wasted out loud. My father defended me and did not sound like he believed himself. I came out of it at Dharma form 5th layer. Then I stood up, took out a bundle of yin soul grass, walked to the top of a cliff, and planted it. If you have never heard of yin soul grass, it is a lure, not a strong lure, an overwhelming one. Every beast within an enormous radius smells it and comes, and they do not come politely. They come at a dead run, and they do not stop coming. Within an hour, the forest below me had started to move like water. Li Yuan saw it from 2 valleys over, and drew exactly the conclusion I wanted, which is that a heavenly treasure was being born, and the beasts were reacting to it. He gathered his 7 and went. Lin Bao saw him going and went. Li Shan saw both of them going and went. In under 2 hours, every remaining competitor in that secret realm was standing on the same slope, at the base of the same cliff, in the middle of a stampede. It was Lin Bao who worked it out. Lei got a look at the cliff top, and her face changed. "That is yin soul grass," she said. "There is no treasure. Ling Feng planted it." Li Yuan's jaw moved. "He wants to bury us in beasts and take the points while we are pinned." "Then we leave," said Li Shan. "Right now." Sensible, correct even. They had the right read on the trap. They had simply misidentified who the trap was for. They turned to go, and I stepped out of the rock face above them and walked down onto the air. Here is the thing about walking on air in front of your family. My aura went up as I came down. First layer, second, third, fourth, fifth. 1 step per layer, all the way down, in front of the man who was Dharma form 3rd, and had been told his whole life he was the ceiling of his generation. Outside, in the hall, nobody was sitting. Then I opened the ancient double pupils, and the sky over that secret realm filled with eyes. Source. Heavenly God's eye. The light came down in a sheet. Hundreds of beasts at the front of the stampede simply stopped existing in the order they arrived, and the slope behind them kept coming because they could not see far enough ahead to know. Then the chaos green lotus opened above me, and I used what the memory of the technique calls chaos, annihilation, thunder. And a sphere of blue-black light went down the hill and unmade the middle of the herd. And then I said the words for Kunpeng Supreme Art, and a shadow with wings covered that entire secret realm, and the 7th grade beasts at the back that had been holding position. The smart ones, the ones nothing had touched yet, went with everything else. When it cleared, the slope was empty. All of it. Nothing was moving anywhere. Li Yuan and the others had run partway up the far ridge and stopped there. They were filthy, they were unhurt, and none of them said anything at all. The clan's standing record for a divine child competition was 97 beasts in a single trial, set 400 years ago by a man who later became an emperor. The elders keep it carved on a wall. I came out with more than 1,000. Wei Ren stopped the competition on the spot. He did not wait for the final day. He came down onto the floor and named me divine son of the Wei family with authority equal to a clan head. And then he did something I did not expect. He turned around and addressed the elders, and his voice went flat. "The Kunpeng Supreme Art is not spoken of. Not in this hall, not in your homes, not in your sleep. Any man who lets that name out of the Wei family is a traitor to the Wei family and will be handled as one." I looked at the elders while he said it, and I understood immediately because half of them had a light in their eyes that had nothing to do with pride in a grandson. There is an old line in this world. A man is innocent, but holding a treasure is a crime. Wei Ren was not protecting a secret. He was protecting me from my own relatives. 3 provinces away, in a tavern in the Silver Moon capital, a girl in a hood was listening to the same news arrive by rumor. "I underestimated him," said the Azure Emperor from the pendant. "I admit it, although they also say he brought a young lady home from the Zhou family. Is your fiancé a womanizer? If she is better than me," Shu Ling said, "then I will step aside. But he is not like that." Lei did not elaborate. Lei had one goal at that point, and it was simple. Her Dragon Phoenix divine body was half forged. To finish it, she needed a second dragon and Phoenix source fruit, and she was not going to ask me for it. Back home, the patriarch of the entire Wei family sent for me. Wei Li is not a warm man. He has the face of somebody who stopped being surprised 4 centuries ago. He gave me 3 full squads of hidden guards, put a man called Gu Xuan Supreme at the head of them, and opened every resource vault the family owns to me, with no limit and no accounting. In 1 month, he said, Taichu Holy Land is gathering the young talents of every great power in the primordial holy city. You will go. Show them what the Wei family is. Gu Xuan Supreme was waiting in my courtyard with several hundred men behind him, old, narrow, unimpressive, with 3 gold threads stitched into his sleeve. 3 threads means Supreme 3rd level. To put that in perspective, most of the men who run entire branches of my clan are Supreme 1st. He handed me a storage ring the size of a small warehouse. 100,000 caddies of spirit stones, 3 divine sources. If it is insufficient, young master, say so. The patriarch opened everything. I said it was probably enough. Then Uncle Li came in with 2 pieces of news, and the second one made me leave that night. There is a young man called Mo Jun, he said. Langhuan Cave Heaven. a nobody 8 months ago. He has come into a Source Master legacy out of nowhere, and he has made himself very close to the Saintess of Taichu Holy Land. He will be at the gathering. Number 3. Fine, I would meet him at the party. And the Jin girl has left her sect. Lei is cultivating in the Xuanming secret realm, outside the Silver Moon capital. Lei has reached Spirit Sea Peak. I did the math on that, and did not like the answer. Lei had gone from body tempering to Spirit Sea Peak in a handful of months, alone, in a place full of other people's disciples, with the Azure Emperor riding in her necklace and no family behind her at all. That is not a training arc. That is a target painted on a girl. I was already walking. Get the ship. Lei had, of course, found something. That is what people like her do. Lei had come out of a cave in that secret realm holding true fire essence, which raises your odds of a successful breakthrough by about 30%, which in this world is worth more than a city. Some young masters of the Silver Moon establishment told her to hand it over. Lei hit first. That is the part that made me proud and made everything worse. Lei did not argue, and she did not negotiate. Lei went through them. Over the next 10 days, she went through a great many other people's celebrated geniuses as well. And by the end, there was a queue of furious sects camped outside the exit, waiting for a 16-year-old girl to come out. The Azure Emperor took over her body when the fighting got real. It is the only thing left she can do. Lei poured what was left of herself into Ling's limbs and pushed her to Dharma form 3rd layer for a few minutes at a time, and each time it cost her. Then 3 Grand Elders arrived, all Dharma form 7th layer, Lin Bo and Zhang Yong and Wu Ming, and they surrounded her. They were not there to kill her. They were there to take her apart carefully and find out how a cripple had become this in half a year, because they all wanted the recipe. The Azure Emperor fought them anyway. 10,000 years of glory, 1% of a soul, throwing punches on borrowed legs. Foolish girl, she said when it was clearly over. You did nothing wrong. Understand that. I have no regrets about taking a disciple at the end. A sword came down. I caught it with my palm. There is a specific quiet that happens when a Dharma form 7th layer strike gets stopped by a bare hand, and I am not too proud to say that I enjoyed it. 3 old dogs, I said. How many dog lives do you actually have? 8 of them closed in around me. Robes, seals, a great deal of talk about who I thought I was and what would happen to me. You are threatening this divine sun, I said, and it was not a question. And then the sky went dark because a warship the size of a district was coming down over that valley with a gold way on a black flag, and 2 full squads of hidden guards came off it. Over 200 at Dharma form, 8th and 9th, 20 at Nirvana, and 2 more that nobody could read at all, standing at the front, not bothering to hide. The 8 of them stopped talking. You did not merely insult me, I said. You raised your hand against my fiancé. They tried money first. Young Master Wei. Linbo had gotten his voice back and was using it very carefully. This was a misunderstanding between juniors. Our 3 sects will offer half of our holdings in compensation. Half. Mines, halls, spirit fields, all of it. Half, I said. 60%. You are offering the Wei family your pocket change and calling it a settlement. I let that sit. Do you think my clan needs your mines? Do you understand what my family spends on a single banquet? Zhang Yong tried a different door. Then take our lives. The 3 of us will end ourselves here, in front of you, and the matter closes with us. That is a real move in this world, an old man trading his own death for his sect's survival, and it usually works, because it lets the winner be merciful in public and look enormous doing it. All right, I said. Their heads came up. Here's the arrangement. I stepped off the deck onto the air and stood there where all 8 of them could see me at once. All of you together. Every technique you have, every treasure, everything you have been saving. Take 1 strike from me. If any of you are still standing afterward, your families are untouched, and you go home. Wu Ming actually laughed. There were 8 of them, 3 at Dharma form, 7th layer. They took the deal, and to their credit, they took it seriously. They set formations. They drew out artifacts I could see had been in vaults for centuries. They stacked their auras until the valley floor cracked in rings underneath them, and Linbo shouted something about how a child would learn the weight of the old world today. I used Kunpeng's supreme art. There is nothing to describe. That is the honest answer. A shadow came over the valley, and their combined defense went the way ice goes when you drop it into molten iron, which is to say quickly and quietly, and without any part of it working. Then I gave the order to my guards. Pull out the power standing behind them. All of them, root and branch. I want to be straightforward about this, because I have noticed that I am not the hero of this story, and I would rather say the ugly parts myself than have you find them later. 6 sects went that day. In the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, they were still holding a celebration, still dividing up the girl's true fire essence in advance, when the sky over their mountain went dark and a hand came down out of it. Their protective array was rated to hold against a Nirvana expert for 3 days. It broke like a window. A wandering cultivator named Lin Qisheng passed the Iron Sword sect 2 days later, and reported that where the gates had been, there was a crater several miles across with nothing in it. That is what I did. I am not going to dress it up. 8 men put their hands on my fiancée, and I removed 6 institutions from the map, and the continent noticed, and the continent drew the correct conclusion, which is that the Wei family's divine son does not scale his response to the offense. On the ship afterward, I gave Ling half of everything the family had just awarded me. Not a gift, not a gesture, half. Lei stared at the ring for a long time. This is too much. You are 3 months behind where you should be, and it is not your fault. Catch up. We spent 2 days in the city before I had to leave for the gathering. I bought her everything she looked at for more than a second, which she found first funny and then slightly alarming. And at one point, a local young master decided to put a hand on her arm in the street, and his family had a very bad afternoon. Lei was quiet after that. What? I said. Nothing. It was not nothing. Lei told me a year later what she had been thinking, and what she had been thinking was that she had spent this entire trip being defended, and that she was done with it. Master, she said to the pendant that night, be honest with me. How far do these resources take me? Dharma form, comfortably, said the Azure Emperor. For the divine body to finish, you need the second fruit. There is no way around it. Then, I need to find one. You could ask him. No. I flew to the primordial holy city the next morning and broke through to Dharma form's 6th layer, somewhere over the middle of the continent, while looking out a window, thinking about nothing in particular. Gu Xuan Supreme was standing behind me when it happened. Young master. It took me 7 years to go from the 5th layer to the 6th, he said. At the time, people called me a genius. Sorry. Do not apologize, he said. That makes it worse. The primordial holy city is where Taichu Holy Land invites the young talents of every great power to be sized up once a generation. Before the arena opens, everyone drifts to the Originium Market, which is the local version of a casino. You buy a sealed stone and you cut it, and inside there is either divine source or there is gravel, mostly gravel. Mo Jun was at the middle table when I got there, running a bet with a young man from Taichu Holy Land called Jin Jin, who has yin-yang eyes and is supposed to be able to see through the stone. 50,000 caddies of spirit stones on the table, half the market watching. Jin Jin cut his and pulled 100 caddies of source. Respectable. Mo Jun cut his and pulled 400 and change, and the market made noise, and he stood there taking it in with his chin up. I bought 1 stone, the cheapest one on the table, because the double pupils see straight through the shell, and I did not need to be clever about it. And I did not open the phenomenon, because a man with eyes glowing in a casino gets thrown out of the casino. Then I cut it, and several thousand caddies of divine source came out. The market went completely silent. Somebody behind me actually sat down on the floor. The standing record at that market is 800 years old, and it is 4,500 caddies, and it was set by a man who later became a great emperor. They keep it on a plaque. They had to get a ladder. I collected Mo Jun's 50,000 caddies, which I later learned was every spirit stone he had accumulated since coming into his legacy. Months of scraping, the entire war chest of a rising protagonist, and I put it in my ring without counting it. He watched me do it. He did not say anything. He was saving it. He spent it the next day in the arena on Jin Jin, who had done nothing to him except lose a bet in public. He broke the man's dragon elephant divine body in front of the entire gathering, put him down on the stones, and then he leaned over and spat on him. So, I walked out onto the floor. That is the point of it, isn't it? I said. You get stronger so you can push down on people who are weaker. Marvelous. Truly a philosophy. Ling Feng. Mo Jun. I fought him with a folding fan in my hand. Not as an insult, although yes, obviously as an insult. He came in fast and hard, and everything he threw, I caught with one palm, and he could not understand it. And I watched the exact moment his confidence turned into panic, because it happens behind the eyes about 2 seconds before it reaches the face. Then he opened up the thing he had been keeping. Ancient divine body, somebody in the stands said, and it went around the arena like a dropped glass. That is a real body. That is top tier, genuinely comparable to mine in raw quality. And now I understood exactly why he had glued himself to the saintess of Taichu Holy Land the second he got his legacy, because an ancient divine body eats resources at a rate that would bankrupt a province, and a boy from nowhere cannot feed it alone. He hit me with the ancient Fantian seal, a mountain of light coming straight down. I put up one hand, caught it, and threw it sideways into an empty part of the arena. Then he burned himself. Secret technique, 10 times output, all the way up to Dharma form 8th layer for a handful of breaths. And he brought out the ancient myriad manifestations wheel and drove it into my chest with everything he had left. The chaos body took it and gave it back. He went across the arena and into the wall and made a crater in it, and I walked over and finished it with Kunpeng Supreme Art, because I had learned my lesson about letting protagonists get up. That was when the saintess started shouting. Jin Rui, up in the Holy Land's box, on her feet. Seal your cultivation and fight him honestly. You are 2 realms above him. Where is your shame? Madam, I said, I have a chaos body, ancient double pupils, an imperial weapon, and a family with a warship. I do not have the reduced intelligence aura. Those are sold separately. Child of destiny suppressed, said the system in the pleased voice. Reward, 9 heavens sword. Jin Rui called for her bodyguard. A man called Jin Wei, Supreme Realm, the sort of person a holy land sends to make a point. He did not move. He stood there and did not move, because somewhere in that crowd, Gu Xuan Supreme was looking at the back of his head, and Jin Wei had done the same arithmetic I would have done. So she changed tactics, and 3 days later, at the closing feast, she stood up and gave a speech. In the Purple Mountain, Jin Rui announced, a treasure is emerging, the source energy of all things, and a bell of unknown origin, sealed since the ancient era. The Purple Mountain is one of the 7 forbidden zones. Nobody comes back from it with anything except a body count. Taichu Holy Land opens this opportunity to all young talents present. Lei looked directly at me. Especially the divine son of the Wave family, whose strength we all witnessed. Every single person in that hall knew what that was. It was not even a good trap. It was a trap with a sign on it. I went anyway, but before I went, I sent Uncle Lee home with a message, and I was very specific about the wording because I wanted the family to understand the size of what I was asking for. Tell them I may have to kill the Saintess of Taichu Holy Land. My grandfather was on a ship inside the hour with 3 grand elders at Supreme 5th level, and then Wei Li did something that I did not find out about until much later. He took the Patriarch's token off his own belt, handed it to Zhang Li, who is a quasi-emperor, and sent him after me with an imperial weapon. For a 16-year-old going into a mountain. I am not sentimental about my family. They planned to cut a bone out of a girl, but when I asked, they came, and they came heavy, and they did not ask me to justify it first. The inside of the Purple Mountain starts with fog, not weather. A layered illusion array old enough that the man who built it has been dead since before there were sex, and it puts every person who walks in on a separate path through the same room. Mo Jun took charge immediately. He announced to about 60 of the continent's finest young talents that he had studied under a Master Wang, that formations were his family art, and that everyone should stand still while he broke it. He worked on it for a quarter of an hour. He drew things in the air. He sweated. The fog did not move at all. Then I opened the double pupils and used what they call insight into the origin, and the array's foundation lit up in front of me like somebody had drawn the wiring diagram in chalk, and I walked to the anchor and put my hand on it, and the fog rolled off the whole cavern at once. Nobody said anything to Mo Jun about it. That is the cruelty of a crowd. They just quietly stopped looking at him. The second room was a plaza ringed with black stone pillars, and the pillars opened and things came out of them. Not beasts, the kind of thing that used to be a person and then spent 9,000 years underground being something else. Mo Jun got his formation up in seconds this time, a proper shield dome, and shouted for everyone to get inside. To his credit, it held. To his credit, it was fast and it was correct, and it saved several lives. Then he ruined it. Ling Feng may enter, he called out, loud enough for everyone. After he apologizes for what he did in the arena. I did not answer him. I opened the ancient double pupils and the chaos green lotus at once, and walked out into the plaza and started cutting a road through it. The dome held for about 40 seconds. Then one person slipped out and ran after me, and then 4, and then all of them. And by the time I reached the far archway, there was a line of the continent's finest young talents jogging along behind me in single file through a corridor of things that were no longer trying to stop us. Mo Jun and Jin Rui came out last, walking at the back, and they did not look at each other. Child of destiny suppressed. Reward. 6 paths, reincarnation. Fist. Beyond the archway were the giants, 4 of them, bronze, roughly 30 feet, Dharma form 8th layer each, and they were joined underneath the floor by roots you could not see. Somebody's holy son broke one apart in a very impressive display, and then the pieces slid back together and stood up again, and he sat down on the ground. They share one root, I said. There are 4 cores. You have to break all 4 in the same breath, or you are just doing exercise. Then we combine, the holy son said. He was being genuine about it. 4 of us, 1 each, on a count. 4 puppets, I said. Why would I want somebody else's hands on this? I did it with the 6 paths reincarnation fist, all 4 at once, and I did it without the chaos body, because I wanted to know if I could. The bronze gates behind them opened onto something none of us had a category for. A hall with no ceiling, 999 steps going up, and at the top of the steps, hanging in nothing, an ancient bell. The steps were not empty. There were bodies on them, old ones, hundreds. Robes that had rotted into outlines, sect insignia nobody alive would recognize. And further up, ones that were recognizable. And one of those was the 17th holy son of Taichu Holy Land, and another was Jin Wang, who went missing 1,000 years ago and has a shrine. The bodies stopped about 2/3 of the way up. Above that line, the steps were clean. The bell, Jinrui said quietly. The bell suppresses them. They could not get close. We fought our way up. I will not pretend that part was elegant. At the top, there was a stone stele, and the stele had names on it, and beside each name, a number. Floors. The highest number on that stone was 6, and it had been 6 for a very long time. I touched it first. A voice came out of the mountain, and it was not the system. It was something much older and much less interested in me. He who passes the 9th floor receives the imperial weapon, the beginningless bell. The first floor was 10 beasts at Dharma form, first layer. Insulting. The second was 20 at second. By the 5th floor, it was 20 at Dharma form 5th, and I stopped being polite and opened the pupils. By the 7th, I was using the 6 paths reincarnation, fist as a broom, 5 at a stroke, and kunpeng for the ones behind those, and cutting the rest with a blade of chaos light I made out of nothing, because it was faster than reaching for a weapon. The 9th floor was 20 beasts at the 9th layer of Dharma form. Any one of them could have eaten a sect. Outside on the stele, in front of everyone still standing in that hall, my name climbed. 10th place. Then it was next to the number 6, tying a 1,000-year record. Then 7. The hall started making noise. Then 8. Then 9, and the noise stopped. Mo Jun was on the 6th floor at that moment, and he was doing well, and the moment my name hit 9, the trial ended for everybody, and the mountain spat him out with a beast's jaws already open above his head. He landed on the stone on his hands and knees, alive, with the expression of a man who has had something taken out of his chest. The bell came down out of the air and shrank as it came, until it was the size of my palm, and then it was in my hand and it was warm. Every dead thing in that mountain came apart into dust at the same moment. Then I turned around and led 60 terrified young talents out through the corridors, and none of them said a single word the entire way. And every one of them walked out of that mountain alive because of a man they had spent 3 days deciding they hated. On the ship, Old Hand finally spoke to me, and his tone had changed. You told me you would raise me above imperial rank, he said. I assumed you were bragging. I was bragging. You have a second one now, in your hand. I know. I would like to state, for the record, that the Huangquan diagram is older. That is when the ambush hit us. The first strike came out of the clouds as a crescent of light about 80 feet across, and it was aimed at the middle of my deck, and it did not get there because Gu Xuan's Supreme stepped up off the rail and hit it edge on. A Supreme called Kun Feng came down through the hole in the clouds. Behind him, from 3 directions at once, the rest of it. 3 life and death experts. 17 at Nirvana, 35 at Dharma form, and at the back, floating, Jinrui in white, and Mo Jun beside her. I stood on the deck and counted them out loud, 1 section at a time, and I made sure my voice carried. 3, 17, 35, and a Supreme. I looked up at her. Saintess, I am touched, genuinely. Nobody has ever thought this highly of me. Somebody clapped twice, and a second Supreme walked out of the air. Lay. Kneel, Kun Feng said. I am Ling Feng, I said. I kneel to heaven, to earth, and to my parents. Who exactly are you? Then I burned. Ancient double pupils open, chaos green lotus over my head, and the blood god spirit burst technique running underneath all of it, which cooks your own vitality to buy rank you have not earned. It took me from Dharma form 6th layer to Nirvana 3rd. It also felt like being turned inside out, and I would be paying for it in a few minutes, and I did not have a few minutes to spare. I brought up both imperial weapons at once. The beginningless bell rang, and Kunfeng's strike came apart in the air. The Huangquan diagram opened, and a river of Yellow Springs water came off my deck, and pushed a Supreme backward half a step, which is not much, except that he was Supreme 3rd level, and I was a teenager. And that is when I learned something important about this world, which is that greed makes people stupid at every rank. Those weapons, Lei said, and he was not even fighting anymore. He was staring. I will hold them for you, child. I will return them in your next life. 2 Supremes, 1 of me. I was holding, but I was holding the way a man holds his breath, and the arithmetic was very simple and very short. I reached for the pendant Wei Li had given me, the one that calls the clan. I did not get it out of my robe. How dare an old dog put his hand on my grandson? The sky over that stretch of the continent turned black, and out of the black came an armored figure 400 feet tall with a face like a judge. And that was Ling To, my grandfather. Supreme 7th level, heavenly punishment underworld, god body, and I had spent 2 months watching this man try to matchmake me at breakfast. 4 Wei Supremes came in behind him. Kun Feng got about 6 seconds. The 2nd and 3rd elders, Supreme 5th level each, took Lei between them, and they were working on him carefully, taking their time, when one of our grand elders got bored and reached past both of his own brothers and finished Lei with a soul-chasing ghost hand. The 2 of them turned on him, outraged. You were being slow, he said. I helped. Then Tai Chu's reinforcements arrived, and they were not small. Zhou Yu and his 3 brothers, Supreme 4th through 6th, who go around the continent calling themselves invincible under heaven, and who have a joint formation called the Great Formation Purgatory that has a real reputation. Zhou Yu tried to settle it before it started. That is the correct move, and I respect it. Lei is dead, he said. Let his death stand as the Holy Land's apology. There is no need for either side to go further. My grandfather looked at him for a while. Hand over all three, he said. Zhou Yu gave up Jin Rui. He gave up Mo Jun. He would not give up Kun Feng because Kun Feng was Holy Land born, and Jin Rui apparently was expendable. And it would have ended there. It genuinely would have. Both sides had a face-saving exit, and both sides were reaching for it. Then Mo Jun opened his mouth. Senior Xiao, he shouted. He has 2 imperial weapons. 2, on him right now. I have thought about that moment a great deal, because up until then, the Holy Land's position was that I was an arrogant young man who had embarrassed their saintess. After that sentence, the Holy Land's position was that there was a boy in front of them carrying 2 imperial weapons and no quasi-emperor standing over him, and that he could not be allowed to grow up. The talking ended. 4 supremes against 5, and my grandfather chased Zhou Yu personally for something like 300 miles. Then Zhang Li arrived. He came down out of the sky with the Arhat Fantian seal, which is an imperial weapon, and he was a quasi-emperor, and the entire Taichu Holy Land contingent stopped moving like somebody had unplugged them. Zhang Li did not even fight. He looked at the 5 of them and told them what they owed. 100 caddies of divine source, each. He waited. And we are keeping Kun Feng. They paid. I stood on my deck and watched 5 supremes of a Holy Land count out tribute to my family's 3rd elder. And I had a genuinely unpleasant realization, which I am going to state plainly because it explains everything I did afterward. I had been thinking of the Wei family as the powerful clan the villain comes from. I was wrong. The Wei family is not the villain of somebody's chapter 40. The Wei family is what is waiting at the end of the book. We are the thing a Holy Land pays tribute to in the open air, so that it can leave. And I was standing inside it, holding the key, with 9 protagonists scheduled to come for my head. That was the day I stopped planning to survive and started planning to win. Taichu Holy Land left Jin Rui and Mo Jun on the deck when they went. Mo Jun did not wait 10 seconds. It was her! He was pointing at her before the Holy Land ships were out of sight. This woman put me up to all of it. The arena, the mountain, everything. I am a nobody from Langhuan. What would I know about heaven loves life, I said. So here is my offer. The 2 of you settle it between yourselves. Whoever is left walks off this ship, and I will not touch him. Lei looked at him. Lei actually said his name once, with a question in it. He struck first, and the conversation ended. Then he straightened up, wiped his hands, and bowed to me with a smile that had come back very fast. It is done. I killed her. I am free to go, yes? I said I would not touch you, I said. Myself. Gu Xuan Supreme closed his fist. Afterward, I went and knelt to my grandfather and the elders on the open deck, in front of everyone, and thanked them for coming. Ling Tao got embarrassed and pulled me up by the elbow and told me to stop it, and then spent the entire flight home telling all 4 Supremes, repeatedly, that the boy who beat 2 Supremes to a standstill was his grandson. Specifically his, not the family's, his. In Taichu Holy Land, the Holy Lord Jin Ren broke his own table when he got the report, and then he sat back down and swallowed it. Let it go, he told the hall. Those 2 old devils in the Wei family are not something we can chew. The story was on the continent inside a week, and it grew as it traveled. A boy at Dharma Form's 6th layer, 9 floors of the Purple Mountain, where a sitting Holy Lord had failed at 6. 2 imperial weapons. A Holy Land paying tribute on a ship deck. In the Zhuangji Holy Land, the Holy Lord backhanded his own son across a hall for calling him father instead of Holy Lord in front of guests. And then somebody told him about the 9th floor, and he went quiet and sat down. In the Flame Holy Land, they issued a standing instruction. Under all circumstances, remain on good terms with the Wei family. And in the Zhang family, which is an imperial clan, and which has hated my clan for 300 years, they came to a different conclusion. And the conclusion was that Ling Feng had to die before he grew any further, at any cost, by any means. I did not hear about that one for a while. I was busy because the system had paid me for Mo Jun, reward, ancient sacred body, and then, immediately after, chaos body and ancient sacred body both detected. Merge? I said yes in my own courtyard, which was the second time I made that particular mistake. 2 phenomena came up over the Wei family at once and fought each other in the sky for the better part of an hour. The chaos green lotus turning one way, a vast figure with an immortal aura turning the other. The courtyard did not survive, neither did 2 of the walls. What came out the other side was the ancient chaos body, which is not on the list of 3,000 because the list does not have a slot for it, and I went from Dharma form 6th layer to Dharma form 9th in a single sitting. Boy, said Old Han, and for once he sounded serious. That is not the potential of an emperor, that is the potential of an immortal. Wei Li came to see me himself the next morning. He assigned Zhang Li to me, permanently, a quasi-emperor, as a bodyguard for a teenager, which no clan on this continent does for anybody. And then he took a key off his own belt and put it in my hand. The ancestral treasury. 10,000 years of a great immortal emperor clan piling things up. Historically, exactly one person holds that key, and it is the patriarch. Do not embarrass me, he said, and left. 2,000 miles north, in the Frost Holy Land, a girl woke up screaming. Li Min, Saintess, 19, the pride of an entire region. Her attendants came running and found her sitting up in the dark with both hands over her mouth. Lei had seen the end of the world, not a nightmare, the other kind. The kind you get when you have already lived it once and something sends you back. Lei had seen the Frost Holy Land burning. Lei had seen her own master's head on a pole outside a gate. Lei had seen the continent broken into pieces and everything she loved gone under, and in the middle of it, the only thing still standing, still whole, still growing, was the Wei family. And at the front of the Wei family, a young man she had never met. Lei sat in the dark for a long time. Then she got up and started packing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, my fiancé was committing a series of crimes. Shuling had been in a tavern when the story about the ambush came through, and the version she heard was the accurate one, which included the part where a saintess brought 56 people to kill an 18-year-old on his own ship. Lei did not come to find me. Lei did not send a letter. Lei went to Taichu Holy Land's territory and started hunting, not the Holy Land. Lei was not stupid, and neither was the Azure Emperor riding along in her pendant. Lei hunted their disciples, one's traveling alone, one's on errands, one's out for the routine humiliation of a small sect. Lei took them one at a time, and after every single one, she left a handkerchief. 47 of them, over about a month. 47 bodies and 47 pieces of embroidered cloth. By the end of it, Taichu Holy Land had a holy lord standing in his own hall shouting about a ghost. They put Nirvana and life and death experts on permanent rotation. Hunting a killer, everyone agreed was at least Nirvana realm, and probably over 50. Enough, the Azure Emperor said one night. You have made your point. If we stay another week, the point will be made on you. Ling left. Lei did not tell me any of this. I found out about the handkerchiefs about 8 months later from a Taichu prisoner, and I had to leave the room. Li Min arrived at my family's gates with 3 Frost Holy Land elders behind her, and a formal proposal of marriage in her hands. That is not a small thing. A Holy Land does not send its saintess to an imperial clan to ask. A Holy Land sends its saintess to be asked for. There were elders in my own family who went pale looking at the paperwork. We met in the main hall. Lei was every bit as impressive as advertised. Lei was also visibly terrified, which nobody else in that room could see, and I could, because she had come here to buy her Holy Land's survival with her own life, and she did not know if I would take the price. I am honored, I said, and I am refusing. The hall made a noise. I have a fiancée, I said. Her name is Shu Ling. Her family is not important, and she is weaker than you, and none of that is relevant, because I am not trading her. I like her. That is the whole reason. Li Min did not accept it. Lei had a vision to stop. Lei stood up straight in front of 3 of her own elders and every noble of my clan and asked me to take her on any terms at all, any position, any arrangement, whatever the Wei family found acceptable, and she got the words out without her voice moving. No, I said, as gently as I could make it. Go home, Saintess. Her elders walked her out with their heads down, and I sat there feeling like something I had stepped on. The story reached the continent in about 9 days, and it did not travel as I expected. I thought I would be called arrogant. Instead, somewhere between the 3rd and 4th retelling, it turned into a romance. The divine son of the Wei family turned down the Frost Saintess for a girl from a third-rate sect. Storytellers picked it up. There were versions with poetry in them. There is a tea house in the south where a man does the whole thing with hand puppets. My grandfather was insufferable about it for a month. I was stuck at that point. Dharma form 9th layer, nothing left to squeeze, and Nirvana would not open for me no matter what I threw at it. Old Han solved it in one sentence. In Juan province, he said, there is a thunder pool, 7 descending levels, heavenly lightning, concentrated, standing in one place since the ancient era. Cultivators temper their bodies in it. Your body is the strongest thing about you. Go stand in the lightning. Zhuan province is Zhang family territory. Yes, the Zhang family has wanted my clan dead for 300 years. Also yes, I went with Gu Xuan Supreme and nobody else, in plain clothes, under a false name. A carriage picked us up on the road 2 days out. 2 sisters, traveling with an escort that was frankly not adequate for the region. The elder was called Lin Yue, silver hair, and there was lightning crawling under her skin in thin lines, which is a rare constitution, and explained why she was headed the same direction we were. The younger was Lin Su, about 15, and she talked without stopping for 200 miles. Her favorite subject, it turned out, was me. The divine son of the Wei family, she said, to her sister, to the driver, to the escort, and eventually to me. 9 floors of the Purple Mountain. He refused the Frost Saintess. Do you know what he said? He said he liked his fiancée, out loud, in front of everyone. He sounds remarkable, I said. He is the finest young man on the continent. Lei looked at me then with the pure, cheerful cruelty of a 15-year-old. No offense, but you are not fit to carry his shoes. None taken, I said. I have heard he is extremely handsome as well. Extremely? Modest too. They say so. Gushuan Supreme looked out the window for a long time. The Valley of 10,000 Snakes has bandits in it, which everybody knows, and the escort had been hired specifically to deal with them, which the escort could not do. The chief came out onto the road with about 40 men. Li Hu, Spirit Sea Peak, a large man with an unpleasant grin, and he looked into the carriage and made a suggestion about the 2 young ladies being his guests for a while. I stepped down and let my aura off the leash. Not much of it. Dharma form 9th. I did not open the pupils, and I did not touch the lotus, and I did not draw anything. 40 men went down on the road at once like a wave going out, and Li Hu's grin came off his face in pieces. Get out, I said. They got out. Lin Su was staring at me with her mouth open, and I decided I did not want the conversation that was coming, so I stepped up onto the air and went, and I called back over my shoulder as I did. Ladies, try not to pick up strangers on the road. I have been told that Lin Su worked it out about 4 seconds later, and then did not speak for the rest of the day. The Thunder Pool is a bowl of black stone in the mountains with 7 concentric levels going down, and the lightning gets worse at every step. There were perhaps 200 people around the rim when I got there, watching, because the local celebrities were making attempts. The provincial record was the 4th level. It was held by Jin Shu, daughter of the Zhang family head, and it had held for 6 years. A young man called Fang Lei, who had a lot of supporters in the crowd, made it to the 2nd and had to be pulled out. I walked down to the 4th without noticing it happening, which caused some noise. At the 5th, the pressure finally arrived, and I let the ancient chaos body out, and a green lotus opened over the thunder pool, and 200 people saw it, and every single one of them knew what it was. Chaos body, somebody said, and then, half a second later, in a completely different voice, chaos body. At the 6th level, I started bleeding from my eyes and my nose and my ears, and I opened the double pupils and kept going. At the 7th, I sat down. You are not supposed to be able to sit down on the 7th level. You are supposed to touch it and leave. I sat down cross-legged in the bottom of the bowl, with lightning coming down on my head at a steady rate, and I began to cultivate. Up on the rim, one of the local geniuses said, out loud, we called ourselves talents. Standing next to that, we are a joke. And then another one of them tried to jump straight from the 1st level to the 3rd to prove something, and did not come back up. 10 days. The tribulation, when it finally came, arrived in the standard escalation. 1 bolt, then 3 at once. Then 9 together, which is not standard, and which the Kunpeng Supreme Art ate for me. Nirvana Realm. 18 years old. I stood up in the bottom of the pool feeling like the inside of a bell. And that is when the ambush started, because I had been sitting still in enemy territory for 10 days, and the Zhang family are not idiots. They just were not brave. Jin Hing runs that city. Supreme 4th level, and a cousin of the Zhang family head, and he did not want his name on this, so he had hired it out. The man he hired was called Han Yang, head of the Wei family, and he was the 9th layer of life and death, and I knew what he was in the first 10 seconds because of one word. He came out of the sky with a technique called 9 Heavens Infernal Flame, and he said, conversationally, mid-strike, sorry kid, nothing personal, business is business, and I have a lot of mouths to feed. Then Jin Heng came in from the other side with a sword, and Gushuan Supreme caught him in the air, and the 2 of them went up and out of the picture. Hein Yang and I hit each other 4 times in about 2 seconds. You have got to be joking, he said, and shook out his hand. What are you? A mummy? What is that body? Mummy. That is not a word people use here. That is not a phrase that exists in this language. That is a man from a world with movies making a joke he has not been able to make out loud in 20 years. So, I made one back. I will not repeat it. It was a stupid thing from a stupid decade, and it would mean nothing to anyone in this world, and it landed on him like a brick. He actually stopped. In the middle of a fight. He hovered there with his fists still burning and stared at me. You, he said. Me. How long? Not long. I have been here, he said. For 31 years, and my system pays me by the size of my household, and I have 400 descendants, and I am still at life and death. And you are, what, 19? I felt genuinely bad for about a second and a half. Then he came at me anyway, because Jin Heng had paid him in advance and had also promised to start removing one of those 400 descendants per day until the job was done. And I understood that too, and it did not change anything. We went at it properly. 6 paths, reincarnation, fist against explosive flame fist, Kunpeng supreme art against blazing armor. He was better than me at fighting, and I had better things to fight with, and that is a fight with only one ending, but it took a while. I finished it with both imperial weapons. The beginningless bell came around behind him and rang once against the back of his skull, and while he was still ringing, the Huangquan diagram opened and the Yellow Springs water took him. Child of destiny suppressed. Reward. Gluttonous devouring heaven technique. That is the 6th one. I want to say that I felt nothing. I did not feel nothing. He was the only person in this world who had ever known what I meant. Gu Xuan Supreme came down out of the clouds, holding Jin Heng's head, and dropped it on the stone. He divided his attention, he said. He looked to see how you were doing. If you split your attention in a fight, you were already dead. Noted. We should run now, young master. We ran for 6 days. Killing a city lord who is also a cousin of the patriarch is the kind of thing that makes a clan put everything on the road. And the Zhang family put everything on the road. Every supreme they had. 2 quasi-emperors. Roadblocks on every route out of the province. Gu Xuan tore one of their supremes apart on the 2nd night, and it cost us 4 hours we did not have. On the 5th day, hiding in an abandoned house at the edge of a dead village, half conscious, I heard footsteps and looked up, and a beautiful young woman was crouching next to me with a bowl of water. Drink, she said. Slowly, you are safe here. Jin Shu, daughter of the head of the Zhang family, their goddess. Holder of the Thunderpool record I had just erased. Trained since childhood by a master of charm techniques, which are exactly what they sound like, and which are extremely effective, and which do not work on the ancient double pupils at all. So I watched a beautiful girl perform tender concern at me, with the technical precision of a swordsman, and I drank the water, and I said thank you. Her father arrived that evening with 4 supremes. There you are, he said, and she was already moving. Take me hostage, she whispered, fast, urgent, perfect. Quickly, put your hand on my throat, he will not risk me. I put my hand on her throat. Shoo! Her father roared, at exactly the right volume, with exactly the right amount of grief. You worthless girl! He backed off. They all did. So then I traveled through the heart of Zhang family territory, with the head's daughter at my side, and nobody stopped us anywhere. And it was the most comfortable 4 days of the entire journey. Lei played the maid, Lei washed my clothes, Lei cooked. And I have to be fair. She cooked genuinely well, better than the kitchen at home. And she never once broke character. At the provincial border, I let go of her and stepped back and bowed. Thank you, goddess. This is far enough. You should go back to your family. Lei had a whole face prepared for this moment, and it did not survive. I have a fiancé, by the way, I said. Please do not write to me. And then I turned to Gu Xuan, not quietly, and said, that is 4 days of free passage. Best shield I have ever had. Lei came at me. I put a palm out of the air the size of a house and knocked her flat on the road, unhurt, and left her sitting in the dust of her own province. 19 years of being the most calculating person in every room she walked into. That was the first time anybody had ever run the play on her. I am told she thought about it for a long time afterward. I am told the conclusions she reached were not the ones I would have predicted. They caught us at the border. Jin Chao came down on the road in front of us, Supreme 9th level, which is the last stop before quasi-emperor, and he did not bother saying anything. The first strike opened Gu Xuan Supreme from shoulder to hip. The second one was for me. I got the beginningless bell in front of it, and it rang, and I came off the road and rolled about 90 feet and got up with my mouth full of copper. Boy, Jin Chao said, walking, do you know how long my family has waited? Then the sky went black again, and my grandfather arrived for the 2nd time in 3 months. Ling Tao and 3 grand elders, and behind them, a beat later, a quasi-emperor of my clan called Wei Qi. The road became a war. I sat in the dirt at the edge of it, holding my own ribs together, and watched Supremes throw each other through mountains. And then the Zhang family's progenitor arrived, and everything got quiet. Jin Wang. Nobody outside their clan had seen him in 2 centuries. He came down slowly, with a spear in his hand that was an imperial weapon, the mountain-splitting spear, and he swung it once, and Wei Qi's sword, which was itself a treasure of my clan, came apart in the air like wet paper. The spear kept going. It was going to take a quasi-emperor of my family off the board in the first exchange. I did not think about it. I want to be honest, because I have replayed it enough times to know. I did not calculate anything. I threw the beginningless bell. It got there first. The spear hit the bell, and the bell rang, and the sound put me on my back and took most of what I had left, and Wei Qi was still alive. He looked down at me. He did not say anything for a second. Then the second Wei quasi-emperor came over the horizon, Wei Jian, and the Zhang family withdrew in good order because 2 against 1 is a fight and 2 against 2 is a bill nobody wanted to pay yet. I do not remember the flight home. What I remember is waking up in my own bed with the patriarch standing over me holding a jade box. Heavenly Gang life-sustaining pill, Wei Li said. Refined by the pill emperor. It brings back the dead, and there are 4 of them left in the world, and this is one. I took it. It felt like drinking a sunrise. Then he sat down on the edge of my bed, which he has never done before or since, and told me things that only 3 people in the clan knew. You saved Qi, he said, so you have earned the truth. The Wei family has a progenitor. He has been in seclusion for 300 years. He is a 9th layer quasi-emperor, and he carries the Universe 1 Qi bag. 9th layer, not 1st. The gap between a 1st layer quasi-emperor and a 9th is not a gap. It is a different species. That is one. There is another? Me, he said. I looked at him. Wei Li has read as supreme for as long as anyone alive can remember. He runs the clan, and everyone assumes he runs it because of politics rather than power. And there are elders who think of him as an administrator. He took a jade amulet off his own neck. 100 years, he said. This masks a cultivator's realm in either direction, up or down. It has hidden me since before your father was born. He put it in my hand. Take it. I sat there holding 100 years of a patriarch's deception. Why? Because you throw imperial weapons in front of quasi-emperors, he said, and I would prefer you live long enough to stop. The first thing I did when he left was put it on and drop my aura all the way down to Spirit Sea. There is an old phrase for this in my first world, and I have never had a better use for it. Play the pig to eat the tiger. Let them see a fat, harmless, slightly stupid animal, then be a tiger. The progenitor came out of seclusion 2 days later, and I want to describe him properly because the entire continent has a mental image of this man, and the entire continent is wrong. He is short. He is round. He has a belly that arrives before he does, and 2 very small, bright eyes buried in a face like a happy dumpling, and he came through the door of the main hall at speed, shouting, "How many centuries has it been since I had a proper fight?" He was actually rubbing his hands. "The Zhang brats! I will put them in the bag, one at a time. I will shake it." This is Wei Dong, the Qiankun quasi-emperor. Wild Wei. 300 years underground, and he came up looking for a brawl like a man late to a party. We went to the Zhang family the next morning with everything the clan had, and they brought me along to watch. They were waiting. They had called in every marker they owned, and what met us in the sky over Juan province was 6 quasi-emperors. Jin Wang with the mountain-splitting spear. 2 sworn brothers he had made in some previous century, Sun Tao, who they call the Blood Sea quasi-emperor, and Lin Ren, and 3 old men of the Zhang family who had not been outside in living memory, Zhou Yu and 2 others, 6, against Wei Dong and Wei Li. Wei Dong took 3 of them by himself and looked delighted about it. "Jin Wang!" he shouted across the sky, while holding off 2 men and blocking a 3rd with a bag. "You have your grandfather's chin. Did you know I killed him? And your father? Same bag. Should have kept the family name off it, boy. It is a poor advertisement." And I watched a 200-year-old quasi-emperor lose his temper in front of his entire clan. Then Wei Li took off the disguise. I was watching for it, and it still did something to my stomach. The pressure of a supreme peeled off him like a coat, and what was underneath was 9th layer quasi-emperor, and every single member of the Zhang family in that sky felt their own war end in their chest. He drew the shattered cloud life-saving banner, which is an imperial weapon, and which unrolls into tens of thousands of screaming shapes, and he went through Jin Wang without a conversation, body and soul in one pass. Then he turned and did the same to both sworn brothers before the shape of the fight could reorganize around the whole. Wei Dong got 2 of the 3 old men into the Universe 1 Qi bag, and I watched a man stuff quasi-emperors into a sack like laundry while laughing. It took under an hour to end 3 centuries. Then Wei Dong turned toward the estate, and Wei Li put a hand on his arm. "Leave it. Leave it." "The rest of the Zhang family is a whetstone," the patriarch said. "Our juniors have never fought anything that could fight back. Let them have this." He raised his voice so the whole broken clan below could hear it. "Put up your fighters. Anyone who wins, lives." I stepped forward before anyone else in my family could. "This started with me," I said. "So it comes through me. Anybody in the Zhang family below Supreme Realm, all of you at once if you like." They sent out Jin Hai, who is Supreme 2nd layer, which was not below Supreme, which was the point. I took 3 steps toward him. On the first, the ancient chaos body came out. On the second, the double pupils opened. On the third, both imperial weapons came up. 6 paths. Reincarnation fist tore the air between us open. The beginningless bell came around behind him and rang against the back of his head. The yellow springs water was already there when he fell into it. Nirvana Realm killed a supreme in front of 2 clans. Nobody else volunteered. Jin Chao came out instead and offered terms. And the terms were himself. My life, he said, and my daughter, Jin Shu. Lei is the finest woman of her generation. You have met her, take me, and let the rest of the Zhang family live. I want you to notice what he did there. He put his daughter into the offer to make his own death worth more. We did not come here for a woman, I said. We came here to end the Zhang family. I am not trading my clan's purpose for a person you clearly do not value. And then I went into the crowd. I am not going to describe that. The other sequences came in behind me, all of them, the cousins who had laughed at me in the arena, and it did not take long, and at the end of it, there was nobody standing. Wei Dong flattened the main residence with one palm from the air, with Jin Chao still in it. One member of the Zhang family walked out of Xuan province alive, and it was Jin Shu, and that was not an accident either. Afterward, the patriarch opened the vaults and told the clan to take whatever they found. Every cousin I have went for weapons and pills. I went straight to the main residence cellar and came out with a jade slip. Weak willow supporting the wind. The Zhang family's ancestral sword art, 300 years of refinement, plus a bundle of preserved sword intents. I did not need it. I do not fight with a sword. Zhu Ling does, and she had been fighting with nothing but instinct and a borrowed scripture for a year. Wei Dong, going past with a bag full of loot and a bag full of quasi-emperors, jerked his thumb at the Zhang girl standing alone in the rubble. That one is still breathing. Yours, if you want her. Fine, I said. Lei stays in the Wei family under watch. Lei has nowhere else to be, and she knows too much to wander. Ha, villain. Yes, I said. Obviously. The continent lost its mind. Not because of the deaths. This world has a high tolerance for deaths. It lost its mind because in 10,000 years of recorded history, no imperial clan had ever erased another imperial clan, alone, without a coalition, without a Holy Land's blessing, in a single day. 6 imperial clans became 5 in an afternoon. In Taichu Holy Land, the Holy Lord put Jin Rui's entire branch under guard in their own compound, because he had just realized that if the Wei family decided to come and collect, no amount of apologizing was going to matter. And in a tavern 600 miles south, my fiancée was drinking, which she does not do. Nirvana, Ling said to nobody, and he took the Zhang girl home. Under watch, they say, said the Azure Emperor. Under watch. You do not sound like a woman who believes it. I believe it. Lei turned the cup around. That is not the problem. The problem is that I am Dharma Form 6th layer, and every single thing I own came out of his ring. Lei put the cup down. Master, the Blue Mountain Secret Realm opens in 4 months. The Azure Emperor was quiet for a second, which for her is a shout. People die in there, regularly, in numbers. Then I will die there, Ling said, instead of living the rest of my life under his wing. I want my own wings. I am going. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan Supreme came to me with the next name. The Shu family has a vassal clan called Lin, he said. Small, poor. 3 months ago, the neighboring families tried to force the youngest Lin daughter into a marriage. The eldest son objected. And that night he went from Dharma Form 1st layer to 5th. He killed everyone involved, including an elder at Dharma Form 8th. Within a month, he had taken over every family on that side of the province. The Shu family is now offering him a marriage into their main line. Overnight, 4 realms and a body count. That is not talent. That is a legacy or a rebirth. And either way, it is a child of destiny. His name? Dongming. Get me plain clothes, I said. Just you and me, nobody else. Wuji City has one tavern worth sitting in, and everybody in it was talking about Dongming. He was a decent boy, an old man was saying. That is what gets me, polite, carried things for people. Then, in 1 month, he wiped out 3 families and put his boot on this whole province. 4 families. 4 then. I bought their table around and got invited into the conversation, which is the cheapest intelligence work there is. Li Lin, I said. Small vassal clan under the Wei family, nobody. Under the Wei family. The old man was delighted. Then you have heard about their divine son. A little. They told me about myself for 20 minutes. I have to say the version circulating in Wuji City was extremely flattering and included at least 2 things I never did. Then they pointed me at the Lin residence, and when I got there, the front gate was blocked. There was a fat young man in silk with a folding fan, 8 servants at Spirit Sea behind him, and a girl of about 17 backed against the gatepost. Lan Xin, Dongming's little sister. Your brother is not here, the fat one was explaining reasonably. Your brother is never here, and my family owns this city, girl. Owns the magistrate, owns the guard, owns the water. There is nobody in Wuji you can go to who does not answer to my father. So it is going to be today, or it is going to be tomorrow, and tomorrow I will be less patient. Lei pulled a knife and put it against her own throat. A servant knocked it out of her hand almost casually, the way you would swat at a fly, and the fat young man laughed. 8 grown men, I said from the street. On one girl. Does this city not have a word for shame, or did your father buy that too? The 8 of them turned around and drew. I broke all 8 blades with one gesture, which cost me about as much effort as clearing my throat. And then I put Li Lin Lun through the gate he had been blocking. His father came out at the noise. Then his father was on the ground. Then the Lai family progenitor came, a genuinely dangerous old man at Nirvana 5th or 6th layer, the strongest person in that province by a wide margin. And he had time to get one technique out. By evening, the entire city had adjusted its opinion of me, and I had 11 dinner invitations. I turned all of them down and went and knocked on the Lin family door. Lan Xin had already put out tea. Lei was steady, which I liked, and she was thanking me in complete sentences, which after the afternoon she had was more than most people manage. Then her brother came home and found a crowd outside his house. Dongming is a good-looking man of about 20 with the eyes of somebody much older, and I knew what he was before he opened his mouth, because he looked at his own sister the way you look at a photograph of someone dead. He is a reborn great emperor. He got all the way to the top of this world and died reaching for the next rung, and he woke up at 20 years old in a poor vassal family, and the first thing he did was find a secret technique, jump 4 realms in a night, and go and remove the Lai family. Because in the life he remembered, the Li family had gotten to Lan Xin, and she had not survived it, and he had carried that for several centuries as the thing that ate him from inside. He thanked me. He was careful about it. Then he took out a jade pendant worth about a year of a merchant's income, and offered it to me as a token of the Lin family's gratitude, which in the language of this world means please leave. Brother, Lan Xin said, in the flat tone of a younger sister who has had enough. He saved my life this afternoon, and you are trying to pay him off at the door. Sit down. Master Li, please stay for dinner. Dong Ming sat down. Over dinner, I mentioned idly that I had heard the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm was opening soon. 2 months, he said without a flicker. Roughly, these things are imprecise. Outside afterward, Gu Xuan Supreme said, he is lying. It opens on the night of the waning moon, when 9 stars stand in line. That is 11 days. I know. Then why did you let him? Because he will spend 11 days feeling clever, I said, and I would like him relaxed. The Baiduan Mountain's secret realm is folded space, and the folding is great emperor work, which means whoever built it could have put a mountain range in a teacup. The first thing inside is a garden. That undersells it. It is a valley of spirit herbs measured in miles, and about 400 cultivators came through the gate at once, and immediately began fighting each other over it, which is the funniest thing that has ever been done inside a valley. Dong Ming did not fight anybody. He walked in a straight line through the chaos, scattering people out of his path without looking at them, directly to a specific patch at the base of a specific cliff, because he had done this before, and he remembered where everything was. The heavenly petal orchid. 5 petals. It strengthens the soul, and there is a persistent rumor that in sufficient concentration, it is what lets a person come back with their memories intact. He reached for it. I took it out from under his hand. I want to be precise about the timing. Not before he reached, not after he had it, during. My fingers closed on the stem while his were 4 inches away and still closing, and I straightened up, holding it, and looked at him with an expression of mild surprise, as if we had both grabbed for the last dumpling. He did not move for 3 full seconds. That, he said, is mine. Is it? There was no name on it. Brother, Lan Xin had come up behind him. This is Master Li. He is the reason I am standing here. Do not fight him over a flower. Dong Ming closed his eyes and swallowed it. Recruit count is 1, by the way. Grudge count was now considerably higher. The Chi-Wei fruit was next, and that one mattered, because in his first life, the Chi-Wei fruit is what made him an emperor. It does not give power, it gives comprehension, which is worse because comprehension compounds. It was guarded by 5 vicious beasts at Dharma form 5th layer, and he spent a long time working out how to peel them apart one at a time without being surrounded. And it was a good plan, and he was halfway through executing it when I dropped in. Brother Lin, I called, delighted. I heard fighting. Let me help. Then I killed all 5 with 1 palm seal. He stood there in the wreckage of a very careful plan, and watched me walk past him into the hollow where the tree was. Ah, I said. What is this? Some kind of fruit? Do not. It seems important. Li Lin? I picked it and turned around and held it up so his sister could see it, with an expression of pure innocence that I had been practicing. It is customary, Dong Ming said, and his voice had gone very level. For the person who cleared the guardians, I cleared the guardians. For the person who located, I located it. I am standing in front of it. You were over there. I looked around at everyone watching. Heavenly treasures go to the capable. That is not my rule. That is everyone's rule. It is practically the first line of the book. Lan Xin said, he is not wrong, brother. Dong Ming left. He said several things on the way out, and I did not catch all of them, which is probably for the best. He got a spirit treasure next, deep in the western caves, and it cost him 7 vicious beasts at Dharma Form's 6th layer and a great deal of himself. I was standing next to it when he came through the last door. That was when he finally hit me. He drew a supreme artifact, a good one, and put everything he had behind it, and I caught the blade in my bare hand and crushed it into pieces. He was ready for that, to his credit. The second strike was already coming. Blood Fiend, Netherworld Slash. And it was a genuinely dangerous technique, and I did not bother to dodge it. It hit me in the chest. The ancient chaos body took it the way a wall takes a thrown egg. I saw him understand. Then he burned his own blood spirit burning soul, went straight up to Nirvana 4th layer, and ran. Not fought, ran. And that is the moment I stopped underestimating Dongming, because that is the single hardest thing a proud man can do, and he did it in under a second with no visible struggle. He had been an emperor. Emperors know when to leave. Reward, said the system. 60 years of pure cultivation. 60 years. I went from Nirvana 2nd layer to 3rd standing in a cave. I found their camp that night and sat down at the fire, uninvited, and ate the roast rabbit Lan Xin had made for her brother. Dongming looked at me for a while. Then he picked up a rock and hit himself in the side of the head with it and lay down. Is he all right? I asked. He does that now, Lan Xin said. The center of the realm is a palace, and getting into it is a 200-year-old obstacle course of pressure plates, sealed corridors, blade arrays, and rooms that reset. Dongming went through it from memory, which is fast. I went through it with the ancient double pupils, for which the entire palace was a diagram with the answers written on it, which is faster. There were 3 stone chambers at the end. In the first, there was a wall of switches and a plaque promising a secret technique called snow-blowing Buddha transformation. Dongming knew the combination. He was reaching for the 3rd switch when I finished pressing all of them, and the chamber pulled me in. Reward, said the system, while he was still standing there with his hand out. 10,000 miles of seclusion, an imperial-grade movement technique. I have used it approximately 400 times since, and every single time I have thought about his face. The second chamber held a weapon. The Black Dragon Sword, a supreme artifact built up to the edge of quasi-emperor grade, black from tip to pommel. Reward, 10 deadly immortal plants. The third chamber had a coffin in it. Black stone, no ornament, and 8 characters carved along the lid. Above heaven and below heaven, I alone am supreme. Dongming did not go near it. In his first life, apparently, nobody had opened it, and he had assumed that meant it could not be opened. The pupils told me otherwise. There was a sequence. Kick the corner where the Tao Tie is carved. Strike the lid once, flat palm. Both hands on the chongqi at the head. The lid came off. There was a body inside, and it had not decayed by so much as a hair in however many thousands of years it had been there, and lying on its chest was a book. Return to one mysterious skill. An imperial technique that gathers the strength of all things into one point. Reward, said the system, and it sounded for the first time slightly awed. Heavenly Dust Pill. Raises the user by 1 major realm with no side effects. I walked out of that palace carrying a movement art, a weapon, a technique, a pill, and a fruit, all of which had belonged to a great emperor's second attempt at life, and Dongming walked out carrying nothing at all. So, he did the sensible thing. He went and found the largest group of armed strangers in the realm and told them a story. Li Lin of the Wei vassal clans, he said. He has the Chi Wei fruit, an imperial secret technique, and the Black Dragon sword. He is alone. He is Nirvana 3rd layer. Then he left the province. They came for me in waves, dozens of Dharma form masters, including a 9th layer who was somebody's pride and joy. I met them on an open slope with the Black Dragon sword, which I had owned for about 6 hours and which turned out to like me. Then the Nirvana experts started arriving, which was more serious. Dong Wang came first. They call him the Gentleman's Sword because he kills people in 1 stroke and then apologizes to the body. Nirvana 3rd layer. He stood in front of me and explained politely that I would be handing over the artifact. I used 10,000 miles of seclusion. I was behind him. I took the sword arm before he finished the sentence, and then I took the rest, and I did not apologize. The last 5 came together, which was correct, and they were led by a man called Xiao Wu, Nirvana 4th layer, the Heavenly Blade, who had clearly organized the whole thing and given a speech about it. 5 against 1 is a real fight, and they knew what they were doing, and it lasted a while. Then it did not. Then a girl in green landed on the slope in front of me, Liu Xuan. 3rd sequence of the Shu family, which is an imperial clan, Gale Divine Body, ranked 22nd out of 3,000. Behind her stood an old man called Uncle Wong, Life and Death Realm, Thick Earth Divine Body, the sort of retainer a clan assigns to something it cannot afford to lose. Lei was also, as it happens, Dongming's fiancée. You are the one who has been robbing my future husband, she said. That is a matter of interpretation. Lei did not wait. Green God transformation took her to Nirvana, 5th layer in one breath, and she came in with the Azure Serpent Divine Strike. And I will give her this. It was fast, and it was well aimed, and she had clearly been trained by people who knew what they were doing. I broke her supreme artifact and took her head off her shoulders. Or, I would have. Uncle Wang got there. I have replayed that too, and I do not think I would have stopped, and I am not proud of that. And it does not change anything about what happened next. So, then I fought Uncle Wang, who was Life and Death Realm, 2 full realms above me. I used 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist and 10,000 Miles of Seclusion, which together mean that I hit him from wherever I liked and he hit nothing at all. It went on for a while. A crowd of several hundred treasure hunters had gathered on the ridge by then, and I could hear them. Even the famous Ling Feng could not stand against that old man. Not a chance. Ling Feng is Nirvana at best. This one is finished. Look at him, he's only Nirvana 2nd. I let it go on longer than I needed to, purely because I was enjoying it. Then I burned with the Blood God Spirit Burst technique and put Uncle Wang down. And then, because I was tired of the commentary, I opened the ancient double pupils across the whole valley. The sky filled with eyes. Hundreds of Dharma form cultivators on that ridge went down where they stood. There is a particular silence that arrives when several hundred people simultaneously understand a thing. Someone at the back said the name out loud, and after that, nobody said anything. Correct, I said. This is your grandfather Wei. The survivors got on their knees, all of them, immediately without discussion. I walked to a patch of clear sand and pushed an incense stick into it and lit it. Those two, I said, pointing at Liu Xuan and Dong Ming, kill them before this burns out and every one of you walks away. A man called Li Bo, Life and Death 2nd layer, moved before the smoke had straightened. He went for the girl because she was the one on the ground. Dong Ming lit himself up again and got her out. He got about 11 miles before I finished the incense stick, and I did not chase him because I had a better idea. I used 10,000 miles of seclusion once and stepped out of the secret realm entirely, and then I sat down at the exit and waited. They came out 4 hours later at a dead sprint, and Dong Ming very nearly ran into me. There you are, I said. You run slowly. That was when the Shu family supreme arrived. Shu Gang, 2nd layer, a real one. I hit him with the beginningless bell and the Yellow Springs water together and took his arm off, and he took the girl and left, which I want noted, because at least he took the girl. Dong Ming ran the other way and straight into the treasure hunters who had been chasing him for 4 hours. Reward, said the system. 60 years of pure cultivation. The Shu family came for me 8 days later. Liu Xuan, it turns out, is her grandfather's favorite, and Liu Xuan had gone home with a story. And in the story, I had ambushed her without provocation and robbed her of everything she owned. Not one word about Dong Ming, not one word about being the one who opened. Her grandfather is Liu Wei, Supreme 7th layer, master of the Shu family's wind vein, and he carries the sky-splitting claw, which is one of exactly 3 imperial weapons that family owns. He brought 5 supremes and 16 life and death experts. 5 of the men who had knelt to me in the sand quietly changed sides and joined him. I had broken through from Nirvana 3rd to 7th on the road, so I wound myself up the rest of the way. Ancient chaos body, ancient double pupils, blood god spirit. Burst the beginningless bell in one hand and the black dragon sword in the other, and the Huang Quan diagram open above me. Then I chased 2 supremes around the sky. I want to be honest that this was not a duel. Twin Sword Supreme and Giant Sword Supreme spent most of that fight trying to get behind something. Their robes came apart. At one point, both of them were hiding their faces from the divine light with their sleeves like men caught in a sandstorm. Gu Xuan Supreme handled all 16 life and death experts by himself and looked bored. And on a hill about a mile back, Zhang Li stood with his arms folded and did not move, because the Patriarch's standing order was that the Divine Son wanted tempering, and the Divine Son would get tempering. He came down exactly once, when Liu Wei himself stepped out with the sky-splitting claw. Zhang Li walked up to a Supreme 7th layer of an Imperial clan, and took the Supreme artifact out of his hand with his bare fingers, and then went back to his hill. That is when the Shu family's vice head arrived, Supreme 8th layer, and stopped his own people. He was very calm about it. He counted out loud. The Wei family has 3 known quasi-emperors. We have 2. He turned on his own branch. And you brought a war to them over Dong Ming, a boy who is not even a registered son-in-law of this family, a nobody. For that you have spent Shu family lives. Then he asked me for terms. 3, I said. Dong Ming dies today. Liu Shan leaves with me. And the Shu family apologizes for this, out loud, where people can hear it. Liu Wei gave up his granddaughter without a fight, and I have thought about the man since. Lei came with me. Lei was not dragged. Once she saw which way the ground was tilting, she made her own arrangement with it, and she told me so herself on the road, quite calmly, that she intended to be standing next to whoever ended up on top of this continent, and that she had picked. The first thing she did to prove it was renounce Dong Ming in front of his own captors. The sky went dark when I walked toward him. Real dark, the kind with a pressure behind it, and thunder started rolling with nothing in the air to make it. That is heaven. Old Han said quietly. It does not want you to do this one. I noticed. I crouched down next to Dongming, who could not stand, and I said the only thing I have ever said in this world that I was genuinely afraid to say out loud. I know everything, I told him. The Baiduan realm, the orchid, the coffin, all of it, including the part where you were a great emperor and you died reaching for the next step. He looked at me, and his eyes changed completely. Then I killed him, and the sky came down on me, and the ancient chaos body ate the tribulation and asked for more, reward. Thunder Emperor precious technique, one of the 10 ferocious arts. So the ledger for Dongming reads like this. He came back with a second life and a complete map of where every treasure in that realm was buried. By the end, I was carrying the orchid, the fruit, the movement art, the sword, the pill, the technique out of the coffin, and his own signature lightning. He was in the ground. His sister was told he simply never came out. I went to Nirvana 8th layer on the flight home. Liu Shan taught me her clan's face-changing art on the way, which is a Shu family secret and which she handed over without being asked. And between that and the Patriarch's amulet, I could now walk into a room wearing a stranger's face at Dharma form 5th layer, which was necessary because of where I was going next. The Blue Mountain Secret Realm opens once every 100 years. It is the palace of the Blue Mountain Great Emperor, and the entry conditions are strict. Cultivation between Spirit Sea and Nirvana. Age under 30. No exceptions and no elders, which means it is the only place on the continent where the entire next generation of every great power is locked in a box, together with nobody's grandfather to call. Tens of thousands came. Blue Mountain City was full for a month in advance. I sat in a tavern with a stranger's face on and listened to a young man in purple robes stand on a table and announce to the room that he had come for one specific person. Ling Feng, he said. That is all. I am here for Ling Feng. The whole tavern went quiet. Then it got loud in a different way. I had 2 cups of wine and left. Shu Ling was in that city too, under a mask at Dharma form 7th layer, and neither of us knew it. The great powers arrived over the following 3 days. Taichu Holy Land came in with 30, led by their holy son, Long, riding a tiger that eats sunlight, which is a real animal and which I would like on principle. The war god Zhou family came in with Zhou Wang at the front. Second sequence, War King Divine Body ranked 8th. A spectator in the crowd said something about his family, and Zhou Wang killed him in the street without breaking stride, and nobody did anything because that is who the Zhou family are. The Frost Holy Land came with their holy son, Li Jun, and behind him, Li Min, who I had turned down in front of her own elders. And then my own clan arrived, led by Li Yuan. He was second sequence now, because I had taken his slot, and he had gone from Dharma form 2nd to 7th in the month since, and he came into that city looking for me. I watched him from 30 feet away with a different face and a suppressed aura, and I saw the exact moment he decided I had not come, and I saw him relax. The Shu family came last, led by their divine child, Shu Wei, sword god body, 11th of 3,000. The entrance is a stair, 999 steps, on a timer of 1 incense stick, with the pressure increasing every step, and one rule enforced by the mountain itself. On the stair, you may not strike anyone below your realm. 10,000 people tried it. 1,000 made it to the top. I went up first, carrying Liu Xuan, using 10,000 miles of seclusion, and I was standing at the top before most of the field had cleared the second 100. The second person up was a masked figure I did not recognize, and I remember thinking that whoever that was had legs like a Dharma form 9th at least. Third was Zhou Wang, who looked at both of us with open hatred. Long of Taichu came up last of all the nobility, sweating, and got laughed at. Inside, the mountain gives everybody a private corridor scaled to their realm. Mine had white spiders in it, and then a black python at Nirvana 8th layer that spoke to me in a slow, cultured voice about the terms under which it might permit me to pass. I cut it in half with the black dragon sword and kept walking. The corridors all empty into one square, enormous, flat, bare, and in the exact center of it, a small golden house. Nobody moved for a while. Then the first few went for it, because there is always somebody. And when they crossed the halfway line, the flagstones opened and golden puppets came up out of the ground at Nirvana realm and killed them and dragged the bodies down, and the flagstones closed. After that, everyone stood at the edges of the square and had a long, very civilized discussion about who should be sent in next. I want you to picture this. 500 of the finest young cultivators of a continent, standing in a ring, negotiating about which of the unaffiliated ones should be volunteered into a meat grinder for the benefit of the imperial clans. So I ended the discussion. While Zhou Wang was mid-sentence, I flicked a knife across the square into the door of the golden house. The entire structure came apart. Every corridor behind us collapsed at once, and dumped everyone still in them out onto the flagstones. All 500 of us, in the open, in the middle. And the square stood up. 500 golden puppets, and at the front of them, 10 generals at Nirvana 4th layer, each carrying a supreme artifact, each with a sign on its breastplate: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, human, demon, monster. Every faction leader took a general, and then, for about 6 minutes, I got to watch a parade. Zhou Wang opened his War King Divine Body and then layered War King Transformation on top of it, which buys 5 minor ranks, and went from Nirvana 1st to Nirvana 6th in a breath. He killed his general before anyone else had landed a clean hit, and then he turned around and announced to the square that he was in command now. Shu Wei opened the Sword God Body, and the air over his half of the square filled with blades. The Frost Holy Land pair opened the Ice Extreme Divine Body, ranked 13th, and turned a quarter of that square into a White Kingdom, with frost climbing the walls. Li Yuan opened the 9 Dragon Divine Body, and I watched my own cousin fight for the first time since the day I ruined his life, and he was good. He was genuinely good. Long was last again. And then the masked figure who had come up the stair second opened a divine body, and the entire square stopped fighting. A dragon and a phoenix wound around each other, filling the sky over her head. "Dragon Phoenix," somebody said, in the voice of a man watching a building fall over. "That is ranked 2nd. That is above 9 dragons." I stood there at Nirvana 1st layer, in a stranger's face, with a puppet general in front of me that I was deliberately taking a very long time to kill, and I watched my fiancée announce herself to the continent. I finished my general last of anybody, and took his demonic sword, and made sure at least 4 people saw how much trouble I had with it. Of the 500 who came into that square, about half walked out. Inside the wreckage of the Golden House there was a sphere. It hung about chest height, turning slowly, and around it, orbiting, were 9 supreme artifacts. Not decorations, guards. Anything that came within 20 feet of that sphere was taken apart by all 9 at once, and then the sphere drank whatever was left, and every time it drank it got a shade redder. About 50 people worked that out the hard way in the first 2 minutes. Then Zhou Wang gave an order. "Everyone not from an imperial clan, forward. Now. The rest of us will follow once the artifacts have been drawn out." Nobody moved for a second because the thing about that order is that it works. It has always worked. That is how this continent is arranged. Then the masked girl with the dragon phoenix body stepped out of the line. "Why us?" Ling said. "What? You said everyone not from an imperial clan. Why us? Your clan has 4 imperial weapons, and you want the sex and the loose cultivators to walk into the grinder first, so you can pick up what falls out." Lei looked around the square. "How many of you are about to do it because he said so?" About 100 people came and stood behind her. It was not a small thing. Most of them were shaking. Zhou Wang walked over to her. "Apologize," he said, "and I will let you attend me. You are wasted out here." I was tired. "A grown man leaning on a girl in front of 500 people," I said, from 30 feet away, in a stranger's face, at Nirvana 1st layer. "And this is the great war god Zhou family." He hit me with everything. I caught it on my palm and did not move my feet. Then the whole square went up at once because everybody had been looking for an excuse, and in the middle of it I noticed that Shu Ling had specifically and deliberately gone and picked the Frost Holy Land Saintess out of the crowd as her opponent. I would like to state that I had no part in that and no opinion about it. Zhou Wang used War King Transformation twice in one fight, which nobody does, and came out of it at Nirvana 9th with the Lin Yue Demon's Spear, which is a Nirvana peak technique, and he put it through the space where I was standing. I opened the double pupils, not all the way. About a quarter. He fell into it. That is the only way I can describe what happens to a man who looks into the ancient double pupils without warning. He was still upright, and his mind was somewhere at the bottom of a well, and I took his arm off and put the black dragon sword through him, and finished it without saying anything at all, especially not my name, because the war god Zhou family is stronger than my family. They have 4 imperial weapons and 3 quasi-emperors and a grudge policy that runs for centuries, and the one thing I could not afford was for that square to learn who had done it. Every fight in that square stopped. Li Min walked her whole delegation across the floor and stood them behind me, and then she asked me for something. "Spare the people of Frost Holy Land," she said, "whatever the price is. Everyone except your holy son." Lei did not hesitate, which told me a great deal about their internal politics. Agreed, which left me alone against 3. Zhu Wei with the Sword God Body, Li Jun with the Ice Star Abyss, Long of Taichu. They all burned. Nirvana, 5th, 7th, 9th. Shu Wei went furthest, and Shu Wei went furthest, because he spent his own people to do it, and came out the other side at Life and Death 3rd layer. I stayed where I was, Nirvana 1st, in a face that was not mine, with my aura pinned down by an amulet, because the entire point was that nobody in this square ever found out. Then, I used the Thunder Emperor Precious technique. The purple came down on Li Xiaolong first, and there was nothing left of him. Long saw the pattern in the strikes, and, more importantly, caught a glimpse of what was in my eyes, and he went down on both knees in front of everybody and ordered Taichu Holy Land to surrender. Li Jun went under the Black Dragon's sword. Shu Wei turned 2 bolts. He did not turn the 3rd. And then the palace came apart around us, and the sphere opened, and the 9 artifacts stopped being artifacts. They were puppets. Life and death realm battle puppets, made by a great emperor, each carrying the weapon it had been orbiting with. Whip 9 at the 1st layer, on up through Jian Yi at the 7th, to Dao San at the 9th. A voice came out of the ruins and gave the rules, one at a time, within the burning of 1 incense stick. Nobody in several thousand years has ever finished. Shu Wei was still alive. He took 100 men and went at Whip 9, the weakest one, all of them together. They could not finish it inside the time. The mountain took them by the collar and put them outside. I went in when the square was empty. The trick is the head, not the body. The core sits in the skull, and the moment you crack it, the puppet stops fighting you and turns around and calls you master, which I found unsettling the first time and stopped finding unsettling by the 4th. Whip 9 took under a minute, Feng Yun, then Feng Bo. On Wujian, I finally opened the snow-blowing Buddha transformation, and a golden Buddha 600 feet tall stood up in the ruins of a great emperor's palace and hauled my realm to life and death 8th layer. Tai Hu and Bao Sha went under Black Lightning. Jian Yi and Chiang went under the Black Dragon. Dao San took the longest. Life and death 9th layer with defenses in the supreme range, and it fought like something that had been doing this for millennia, because it had. When Dao San went down, the sphere came to me. There was a boy in it. That is what the spirit looks like. A small boy, maybe 8, sitting cross-legged inside a red sphere, extremely bored, the god-slaying orb, imperial weapon. Suppression, control, and devouring, which means it eats an incoming attack and hands it back to you as arrows. And 9, life and death realm, war puppets, now mine, which is a private army that eats nothing and never sleeps. Behind the ruins there was a guardian at Supreme Realm, which the 6 Paths reincarnation fist removed. And behind the guardian there were 2 legacies. The first was the Blue Mountain Great Emperor, the Blue Mountain Mystic Art, and the God-piercing finger, handed over cleanly, the way an old man hands over a house. The second was in a different chamber, and the second one fought. The Black Demon Great Emperor, Shu Fan. Blue Mountain's enemy, and the reason there was only a fragment of Blue Mountain left. And the reason there was only a fragment of him left, since they had finished each other in the same hour 10,000 years ago, and neither had ever admitted it was a draw. He came at me with the Black Demon Hand, the Black Demon 1,000 Tentacles, and the Demon God Body, and for the first minute, I was purely trying not to die. Then I opened the return to one mysterious skill, which gathers the strength of all things, and started eating what he was throwing and handing it back. Then I opened the Ancient Chaos Body all the way, and the Black Demon Great Emperor stopped. Huh, he said. Huh? You are worth the inheritance. He sounded genuinely cheerful about it, which after 10,000 years of being dead is an achievement. Take it, all of it. He gave me the Black Demon Transformation Divine skill, which takes other people's malice toward you and converts it directly into your own power, and which is the single funniest ability I have ever been handed, given my job description. He gave me the Demon God Spear, Imperial Weapon, and then he poured what was left of his own soul into the spear and topped it off. Where are you going? I said. To find that miserable rat Shu Ren, said the Black Demon Great Emperor, and finish our argument. 4 Imperial weapons, 2 Great Emperor inheritances, 9 war puppets, Nirvana 9th layer, and half a step from life and death, and an exit with 4 Supremes standing in front of it. They had worked out the arithmetic while I was inside. Jin Li, called Jin Li Supreme, 6th layer, and he was Zhou Wang's grandfather, Hei Feng Supreme of Taichu, 6th, Liu Fu Supreme of the Shu family, 7th, and Bing Yue Venerable of the Frost Holy Land, 6th, a woman with a very still face. I came out with a stranger's face on, wound myself up with snow-blowing Buddha and Black Demon Transformation until I read as Supreme, and broke Jin Li's opening strike with the spear, which was a mistake, because Bing Yue Venerable saw the Huang Quan diagram. That is the Wei family's divine son, she said out loud to everyone. And then, before anyone could act on it, Frost Holy Land is neutral in this. Our saintess wishes to marry that young man. We have no quarrel with the Wei family. The other 3 decided to fight anyway. So, I took the face off. The Chaos Green Lotus opened over that mountain, and the sky filled with eyes, and 30,000 people who had been standing around the exit for 6 days found out at the same moment who had been walking among them. Somewhere in that crowd, a girl in a mask put both hands over her mouth. 3 Supremes, 1 of me. I ran the 4 Imperial weapons in rotation, which nobody has ever had the chance to do because nobody has ever had 4. Bell, Diagram, Orb, Spear, and 6 Paths, and Kunpeng and Thunder Emperor between them, and returned to 1 underneath the whole thing, recycling everything they spent on me. Hei Feng went out of the fight sideways. Liu Fu saw the god-slaying orb start drinking his technique and made the sensible decision to leave. Jin Li Supreme did not leave. He burned his own life essence, which took him to the 8th layer for a few breaths, and he came down with the heaven and earth slash, which was the strongest single thing anyone had aimed at me in my life. The god-slaying orb drank it, then it gave it back. A Supreme died in front of 30,000 witnesses, killed by somebody who had not yet reached life and death realm, and the sound the crowd made was not a cheer. It was the sound of a continent's worth of young cultivators simultaneously deciding which way to face. They came over in the thousands. A few of them stayed where they were and made jokes about it, and I killed those with a beam of light without turning my head. And after that, nobody made jokes. Then I walked through the middle of all of it, straight to a masked girl standing at the edge with 100 loose cultivators behind her, and I said, loudly so that the entire mountain could hear, "This is Shu Ling, Lei is my fiancé." The noise that went up. That is who he refused the Frost Saintess for. That is the girl from the third-rate sect. That girl has a dragon phoenix divine body. And then Liu Xuan took her own disguise off in front of the Shu family delegation, which caused a completely separate riot, and honestly at that point I stopped tracking it. Liu Fu came back, of course. He came back with Liubo Dragon, the Shu family's Grand Elder, Supreme 8th Layer, 9-Dragon Divine Body, carrying the Blood Emperor sword, and with Hei Feng patched up beside him. I held all three. I want to be accurate. I held them. I did not beat them. There is a difference, and it lasted about 11 minutes, and I felt every one of them. Then Bing Yue Venerable, who had declared neutrality 4 hours earlier, stepped off the rock she was sitting on and took Hei Feng Supreme off my hands. "Frost Holy Land," she said, to nobody in particular, places its bets early. Her Hyote's 3 fingers against his primordial divine fist. That fight was still going when Zhang Li arrived. He came down with Wei Ren, Supreme 6th Layer, and covered a withdrawal. I walked out of the Blue Mountain Secret Realm with prisoners. Shu Wei and several dozen life and death experts from 3 separate great powers. Everyone who had sworn to me. The whole Frost Holy Land delegation. And my fiancé. Behind us, the Shu family's Grand Elder fired an arrow straight up through the clouds, which is their general muster. Every Shu family cultivator on the continent saw it. They caught us twice on the road. The first time it was Liu Fu again, with Moon God Supreme, Yue Shen, 7th Layer, Great Moon Divine Body, and 2 Supremes of their star branch. Bing Yue Venerable and I took that one alone. I used the elemental spirit technique out of the Blue Mountain inheritance and pushed myself to half a step from Supreme, killed both of the Star Branch Supremes, put the Demon God Spear through the Moon Goddess's shoulder, and rang the beginningless bell against the back of Liu Fu's head. They both left to find a physician. There is a footnote here that I did not learn until much later, which is that Yue Shen had once been arranged to marry my grandfather, and it had fallen apart, and my grandfather has never once mentioned it. The second time, it was the whole Zhu family. 20 Supremes at the Lanzhou border. Their vice head Lin Ji at the 8th Layer, their progenitor behind him, and a demand, hand over Ling Feng, and 2 imperial weapons, and everyone else goes home. Then my grandfather came over the horizon. Then 11 Supremes of the Wei family came over the horizon behind him. Then Wei Li came over the horizon behind them, and stopped, and let them all feel him. Liu Feng came out of seclusion for it, quasi-emperor, overlord divine body, the head of an imperial clan, and he stood in the air and looked at 2 quasi-emperors of the Wei family, looking back, and he ordered a full withdrawal without saying another word. My clan laughed at them the entire way out of the province, loudly, for an hour. At home, I handed the family 20 supreme artifacts I had collected, and told them to arm our life and death experts with them, which cost me nothing and bought me more goodwill in one afternoon than a year of politics. Then I sat down with 2 great emperor inheritances and broke through. Life and Death Realm, 20 years old. The whole clan came out to watch the sky do what the sky does when I break through, which by then they had come to regard as a local weather event. 2,000 miles east, the war god Zhou family was reading a letter. Wang Dong, their patriarch, a quasi-emperor, listened to a Shu family messenger explain that Jin Li Supreme was dead, and the second sequence of the Zhou family was dead. And then he sat in silence while his own clan argued about whether the messenger was lying. The Western branch said it was impossible. The Eastern branch said the Shu family had no reason to invent it. In the end, they settled on sending someone to look. They sent the vice head, Qin Yu, Supreme 8th Layer, the fastest thing that family has produced in 300 years. And they sent their divine son along with her, the patriarch's own grandson, mostly so the continent would be reminded that the Zhou family still had one. And in my own clan, the patriarch called a full council. Everyone from life and death upward, all 5 branches, heaven, earth, human, demon, and monster, all 3 halls, offerings, law enforcement, and assassination. Several hundred of the oldest and most powerful people in my family in one room. Wei Li told them what had happened at Blue Mountain. One boy, alone. against 4 of the finest talents of the continent's great powers. The second sequence of the war. God Zhou family, dead. The Shu family's divine child, broken and captured. The Frost Holy Land's holy son, dead. A great emperor's inheritance taken whole, and an imperial weapon. A fourth one. The hall did not applaud. The hall started arguing about how to take it off me. For my own safety, of course. Purely for my own safety. My grandfather fought all of them at once, verbally, for about an hour. The man he fought hardest was Li Yuan of the demon vein. Supreme seventh layer, heavenly demon god body, and 2 years of quietly raising a granddaughter he claimed was already stronger than the clan's current second sequence. That will not do, my grandfather said, in the sweetest voice I have ever heard him use. If Li Yuan is so confident, let us all see this prodigy of the demon vein. Li Yuan, tell the hall what realm your granddaughter is at. Let her fight Li Yuan. The patriarch can put up a shield right here. He was not proposing a match. He was setting a trap with a man's own vanity for bait, and Li Yuan walked into it at speed. My granddaughter, Li Yuan announced, standing up, is already at Nirvana second layer. The hall reacted. That is a real number. The Zhou family's second sequence is Nirvana first. The Shu family's divine child had only just reached Nirvana first. And my grandson is Nirvana fourth, so there is no point matching her against Li Yuan at Dharma form eighth. Let her fight Ling Feng. He turned. Ling Tao, what realm is your grandson at? If he has not broken through to Nirvana, he should stop calling himself the divine son of this family. Wei Li drew a line in the air with one finger, and a shield came up around the floor of the hall. The hall objected immediately, because it was a 9th grade shield, and a 9th grade shield is what you put up for a fight between supremes. Patriarch, this is excessive. 2 children do not require a 9th grade barrier. 7th is generous. The buildings are not at risk from 2 juniors. Wei Li did not answer any of them. I stepped inside with my hands behind my back. Do not waste my time, I said. Both of you, together. The girl came in first, Wei Xin, Nirvana second, and she went straight into her demon form, a fox, claws out, genuinely fast. I was behind her before she finished the transformation and put a kick into her back that lifted her off the floor. No divine ability, no weapon, no technique. Just the raw pressure of the realm I was standing at. The hall made a noise I have never heard a room full of centenarians make. Your sister has just been beaten, I said, to the brother still standing outside the shield. Are you coming in to avenge her? Wei Xin did the arithmetic in public and did not move. Life and death realm, somebody said. He is life and death realm. He is 20. The patriarch has not reached life and death at that age. Nobody has. Not in 1,000 years. Li Yuan turned on my grandfather with the face of a man who has been robbed. You knew, Ling Tao, you knew. You did this on purpose. I did, said my grandfather, radiant. Human Vein spent the next several minutes shouting encouragement at Wei Sen to please come in and avenge his sister, which was cruel, and which I did nothing to stop. Then Wei Li brought the room back and dropped the actual news. He told them, Blue Mountain. He told them about Jin Li Supreme of the war, God Zhou family, dead. Liu Fu of the Shu family, broken. A Supreme of Tai Chu Holy Land, handled. Prisoners from all 3 brought home. The hall did not believe a word of it. Patriarch, that is not possible. Li Yuan was on his feet again. I concede the boy is a monster. I concede he could crush my demon vein prodigies. But life and death against Supreme, the gap between those realms is wider than the sky. Even with a chaos body and an imperial weapon, it would be an egg thrown at a rock. You can say Ling Feng has a bright future, another offering added. Nobody disputes his future. I stood up. My future, I said. Everybody in this hall keeps talking about my future. I am sorry to disappoint you. This divine son only takes the present. I looked at Li Yuan. Fight me. There is a specific quality of silence that a room produces when a 20-year-old challenges a 7th layer supreme, and I recommend causing it at least once. Has he gone mad? Does he know what he just said? Li Yuan started laughing. Ling Tao, you idiot! Why send your grandson to die? Come up yourself if you are so proud, you coward. A frog at the bottom of a well, my grandfather said, examining his nails. Never knows the ambitions of the swan. You claim you have traveled the whole continent, Li Yuan, and this is what came back. My grandson is fighting you, and you are the one panicking. Li Yuan walked into the shield. He would not strike first. He is a clan chief, and I am a junior, and there were 400 witnesses, and striking first would have embarrassed him. Boy, I could crush you with one finger. I would advise you to use everything you have, I said, from the beginning. Then I let the ancient chaos body out. The chaos green lotus opened over the Hall of Longevity, and most of the people in that room had never seen it. Then the golden giant of the ancient sacred body came up through the lotuses with a sword in its hands, and nobody in that room had ever seen that because it does not exist anywhere else. That is not a chaos body phenomenon, an elder said, somewhere behind me. The records do not describe a giant. Then it has mutated. Into what? Then I ran snow-blowing Buddha transformation and the black demon transformation together. And in front of every senior member of my family, my realm went up in steps that they could count out loud. Life and death, 5th, 8th, 9th, supreme, 1st. Li Yuan, I said, do not disappoint me. 10,000 miles of seclusion put me in his face. 6 paths, reincarnation, fist put 6 shattering imprints through him before he had finished changing his expression, each one carrying a different Tao. And the 9th grade barrier began to ring like a struck bell. He recovered fast to his credit. Demonic energy came off him in a column, and an ancient demon king stood up behind him with a head the size of a small moon. Heavenly demon god body. Then Thor transformation, and he stopped being a man and became a bolt of lightning bouncing around inside a shield, and then a tiger the size of a house. And the tiger tore my Kunpeng apart with its claws. Both quasi-emperors in the room had to get up and reinforce the barrier to stop it coming down on the audience. I answered with the double pupils and the Thunder Emperor precious technique. He answered with a quasi-emperor weapon, a tiger-headed saber, and the tiger-head triple slash, which is close to the ceiling of what a 7th layer supreme can do. You are something, boy, he said, breathing hard. There are not many who make me draw this. I brought out the god-slaying orb. The hall lost its mind, not because of the weapon, because of what the weapon meant, which is that whatever this boy carried, the Wei family carried. First slash. The orb went out to meet it like a small mountain, and the collision cracked a barrier rated for supremes. Second slash. Great black demon hand behind him. Kunpeng in front. Third slash came slowly. That is the trick of it. It looks like a man giving up, and then the void tears. I met it with a kunping that had been fed on the resentment of every person in that hall who wanted me to lose, because that is what the black demon transformation does. And there was a great deal of fuel available. Then the orb pinned him. 2 breaths, maybe 3. The spirit inside it screaming with effort to hold a 7th layer. Supreme still. 2 breaths is enough. The beginningless bell was already coming at his head. I moved it. In the last instant, in front of everyone, I dropped the aim from his skull to his stomach. He went into the 9th grade barrier hard enough to shatter it and rolled across the floor of the Hall of Longevity in front of his own branch, wheezing with his robes ruined. And he did not hate me for it. That is the thing about Li Yuan. He got up onto one elbow and he knew exactly what had happened and exactly how close the bell had come to his head. And he never mentioned it. And from that day, he was mine. The divine sun wins, said Wei Li, standing. Now, to business. He told them the rest. 3 great powers, Zhou, Shu, Tai Chu, forming an alliance, and the Wei family at the center of it. The Hall of Longevity went completely silent. Then it came apart. Because of Ling Feng, our family is facing destruction. That was the Demon Vein's 2nd elder, who had his own reasons. Shut your mouth. Li Yuan, off the floor, bleeding, roaring. The boy is a once-in-10,000 years genius. Of course he does earth-shattering things. He fought several Supremes alone and killed one. Beating me was the easy part of his month. Demon Vein stands with him. Human Vein stands with him unconditionally, said my grandfather. Heaven lineage does not. That was Wei Ren, who runs the largest branch in the family, and he said it flatly without heat, which was much worse. Ling Feng, you are so capable. Go and solve this yourself. My people spent generations getting where they are. We will not spend them on your temper. Demon lineage does not either, said Wei Tao. Your grandson's life is a life, Wei Ren said to my grandfather. Are ours not? You are not the patriarch Ling Tao. You have no authority to order anyone to die for your family. Both branches stood up to leave. Wei Li let his aura off the chain for 1 second, and every person in that hall sat back down, including the 2 clan chiefs, and the color went out of a number of faces. Hall of Offerings, he said. Law enforcement, assassination. Earthvein, speak. The Earthvein chief spoke first, and cleanly. Earthvein fights. If the divine sun dies, the family has no future. And if the enemy unites, they are coming regardless of what any of us wants. The Hall of Law Enforcement said it obeyed the patriarch, which is what it always says. Then the Hall of Assassination spoke, and the Hall of Assassination is a masked woman called Wei Lei at Supreme 6th Layer. I do not believe we can match 3 great powers, she said. I propose we apologize, formally. We develop quietly, and when we are genuinely ready, we settle accounts. How did you get the Hall of Assassination? I said, with instincts like that. Did somebody's uncle arrange it? Lei came at me across the hall without another word, and she was good. She was a genuine assassin and not a soldier. and there was a curved knife in her hand that I never saw her draw. I went into black mist, black demon transformation which fills a space and hides everything in it. Lei opened her eyes wide and something bright came on behind them, an Amaterasu divine eye, which is why she has her job, and she scanned that mist for me and found nothing because I was not in it. The demon god spear came out of the clear air outside the mist and took her in the shoulder. Lei hit the far wall. Lei also, notably, never said another word against me for the rest of that meeting, and when the others started calling for my punishment later, she stayed silent, because she had understood the same thing Li Yuan had. Lei was still alive on purpose. "You are all afraid of dying," I said, and I put everything on the table. "So, let me correct one thing. I did not bring back 2 imperial weapons." Huangquan diagram opened above my head. The god-slaying orb spun out in front of my face, the demon god spear in my left hand, and the beginningless bell in my right. 4. The void in the middle of the Hall of Longevity cracked in a ring around me from the pressure of them being awake at the same time. "The Frost Holy Land will stand with us," I said into the noise. "That is arranged. The Holy Son of Taichu, Holy Land, has already sworn to me personally and will be sent home to work on his elders. As for the Zhou family and the Shu family, I have now personally fought supremes of both, and I am still here. So instead of counting how many of us will die, try counting what happens if we win. I should not have shown them all 4, because the Hall of Offerings had been sitting there quietly the entire time, 9 supremes, 300 or 400 years old apiece, and I watched greed come up in 9 faces simultaneously like water, finding a level. Ling Feng, 3rd Warden, dark brown robes, a voice like a man reading a verdict. "You carry too much. Entrust the imperial weapons to the family for safekeeping. We will hold them for you. For me. You are young. Walking about with 4 imperial weapons is walking about as a treasure chest. Every power on this continent will come for you, and when they do, the Wei family will have to fight them, and that will be your doing." 4th and 5th Warden, twins, alternating lines like a rehearsed act. "We are asking for the family's sake. 1 to the Patriarch," 3rd Warden said. 3 to the Hall of Offerings. Then the 6th spoke, and the 6th was worse, because the 6th was mine. "Boy, I am the old ancestor of the human vein. Your grandfather calls me 3rd grandfather. Hand them over." I looked at the 9 of them for a while. "You have all lived 300 or 400 years, I said. Not one of you has reached the 8th layer of Supreme. Not one of you is close to quasi-emperor, which means you are all going to die soon, of nothing, in a stone room." The hall stopped breathing. "So answer the question honestly. Who is worth more to the Wei family right now? 9 old men who never broke through, or a 20-year-old at life and death realm with a chaos body and ancient double pupils?" I turned to the 6th. "And you? You are my grandfather's great-grandfather, and you are weaker than my grandfather. You call yourself the old ancestor of the human vein. The human vein is embarrassed by you. I have been in some tense rooms. That one was the tensest." "Family discipline!" The 6th was shaking. "Patriarch, I invoke family discipline." "The 6 elders are right," 3rd Warden said smoothly, "and this is why he was dangerous, because he did not shout. Without rules there is no clan. We have served for centuries. To be publicly insulted by a junior is not a slap at us. It is a slap at the Wei family. Demon lineage supported it. The Hall of Law Enforcement, which is congenitally incapable of not supporting a rules argument, supported it. My grandfather stood up. "Ling Feng is my grandson," he said, "and also the divine son of the Wei family and its future successor. As his grandfather, I have no standing to correct him. 3rd grandfather, if you feel he requires discipline, you have lived 300 years and possess profound strength. Please administer it yourself." The 6th elder looked around the hall for somebody to do it for him and found nobody and sat down. And then the great consecrator finally spoke. And the great consecrator is the brother of Wei Li's great-grandfather. And he did not talk to me at all. He talked to the patriarch. "I watched you grow up. I watched your father and your grandfather grow up. You became a quasi-emperor before 100, which this family had not seen in 1,000 years. He stroked his beard. "None of that means your decisions are correct, and the decision you have just made is a serious mistake. Publicly, to a quasi-emperor, in front of 400 people." Wei Li's face went cold, and he let the old man finish, and then he and I exchanged one look and understood each other completely. "Then let us make it a wager," Wei Li said. "Ling Feng fights, no imperial weapons, no realm-enhancing techniques, only his own body, his eyes, and his cultivation arts. And he still beats a supreme." The great consecrator actually leaned forward. "You are serious. 1 layer of supreme, no higher. More than that would be bullying." "Done." The old man's eyes were shining. "If he loses, he surrenders every imperial weapon, 2 to the Hall of Offerings and 2 to you. And if he wins," Wei Li said, "he keeps as many as he likes, and the entire Hall of Offerings mobilizes for the war, all 9 of you, in the field." That was the real bet. and the great consecrator did not notice he had taken it. "The ninth protector will fight," he said. "Outdoors?" I said. "The open arena? I would rather have room." 100,000 members of my family came to watch. The ninth protector is a thin old man with a long sword on his back and small, bright eyes, and he had been waiting for this for 4 days. "Come on then, boy. I will break you in front of 100,000 of your own people. Let us find out whether experience counts." "If a young man is not arrogant," I said. "Is he young? And when you get old, you are supposed to accept that you are old. Try it." He came in with an open gate fist, which he took off a corpse in a secret realm in his youth, and which reduces things to nothing. I answered with 6 paths reincarnation, fist, and my 6 paths comes out of an ancient chaos body, and his came out of a 100-year-old man with a grudge. The lotuses opened over the arena, and then the golden giant came up through them, and Wei Li turned to the crowd and did something I did not expect. "Every junior present, sit down, cross your legs, now. That is a chaos green lotus over your heads, and it will not come again in your lifetimes. Cultivate." Thousands of young cousins sat down on the stones in the middle of a duel and started meditating, and about 40 of them broke through that afternoon, and every one of them has been mine ever since. My grandfather did not think of that. Wei Li thought of that in about a second and a half while a fight was starting. The ninth protector took my fists on his chest for a while, and then opened his divine body, and the dragon bull came up over the arena, ranked 28th, a bull with a dragon's head and eyes like 2 suns, and it stamped and the ground moved. He was strong. He was genuinely very strong. I brought out the great black demon hand, which the black demon great emperor had handed me personally, and it came down out of a black cloud and closed around his fist, and crushed it. Everybody heard it. He screamed, and then he did the thing I had been waiting for, which was to burn a secret technique of his own, and go up to Supreme Second Layer with one working hand, and draw the Dragon Slayer, which is a supreme artifact, and open the 7 continuous dragon slashes. That is a quasi-emperor level art. The man who created it genuinely killed 7 dragons with it before an ancient dragon killed him, and the offerings up in the stands started smiling. Old 9 has it now. The boy cannot use an imperial weapon, and he cannot use a secret technique. What is left? Slay the dragon. I burned it out of the air with divine light from the double pupils. Slay the red dragon? Same. Then I stopped defending. Kunping out of a hand seal, and the Thunder Emperor precious technique behind it. Black lightning gathering in clouds that had not been there a minute earlier, and 100,000 people flinched at once. He cut Kunpeng. He cut the first bolt. So I used something I had never used. A hand seal and a mountain range came out of the sky. The 9-character divine technique of the Blue Mountain Great Emperor. The word is mountain. It is not a real mountain. It is a mountain the Blue Mountain Great Emperor made out of nothing at all, and it came down over that arena covered in trees with clouds around its shoulders. The 9th protector spent the rest of himself and went into his last 3 strikes, golden, black, and azure, and he broke my mountain apart with the Dragon Bull phenomenon and came through the wreckage at a full charge with 100,000 people screaming. Boy, even a genius has to survive first, otherwise he is just so much refuse. I do not think, I said, that you understand my abilities at all. The Thunder Emperor, precious technique had never been 1 bolt. It had been sitting in the cloud the whole fight. 3 more came down in a second and a half. 1, 2, 3, straight onto the Dragon Bull, and the phenomenon thinned and faded and came apart before it reached me. 10,000 miles of seclusion. I was in front of him. My fist was in his face before he understood the charge had failed. And then I put him down and did not let him up, and the last kick broke his ribs and dropped him into the arena floor like a cut kite. 100,000 people made one sound. The divine child is invincible. The 8 remaining offerings collected the 9th one and left without a word and without the slightest visible shame. "Are you satisfied?" I called after them. The great consecrator turned around, because of course he did. As long as the divine child is satisfied, we lost. And then, because he could not help himself. But a young man should keep his head down. Arrogance without absolute strength is unacceptable. We are your own family and would never kill you. Others will not be so tolerant. And when they come for you, boy, it is us you will need. You should speak to us politely. You lost the fight, I said, so shut your stinking mouths. And if any of you are still unconvinced, I will fight you again with the imperial weapons in my hands, and we will let fate decide who walks away. Would anyone like that? The great consecrator felt something cold on the back of his neck and turned and found Zhang Li looking at him. And Zhang Li is 2 generations his junior and a quasi-emperor. And the old man said, "Take care of yourself," and walked away quickly. Only 3rd warden stopped. "Ling Feng, if you will not respect the Hall of Offerings, then we shall see." "Do not disappoint me," I said. He walked off with his head down and his fists inside his sleeves where nobody could see them. My grandfather grabbed both my shoulders. "That was beautiful. Your grandfather has been sick of those old bags for 60 years. You beat the ninth protector and humiliated the other 8 in the same afternoon. Nobody has ever done that. Nobody. 2 provinces away, Qin Yu stood in the ruins of the Blue Mountain approach and closed her eyes. Lei has a rare perception. Lei does not need a body. Lei can read the residue of a death off the air weeks later, and she stood there for a long time and then opened her eyes. Jin Li is dead, she said. He died in despair. There is nothing left of him at all. That is not possible, said Wang Qi, who is the divine son of the war god Zhou family, and who had spent his entire life being told he was the finest talent in 1,000 years. Jin Li Supreme is 6th layer. Ling Feng is Nirvana at best. I could not beat Jin Li Supreme if I fought to the death. I know, she said. They went to Shu City. The Shu family had 4 Supremes standing on 4 gates and flying patrols overhead at Nirvana 9th. And Qin Yu looked at all of it and concluded that whatever the Shu family had told her clan, they had not exaggerated it. Liu Fu Supreme and the Moon God came out personally to receive her. Venerable Jin, they called her. Lei is 8th layer and famous on the whole continent, and she had come with 3 people. In the hall, she asked the only question she had come to ask. Your messenger told my family that the divine son of the Wei family killed Zhou men. Is it true? Lei said my name, and the killing intent in that hall came off the walls. The Shu family does not lie to the Zhou family. Liu Feng's voice was flat with rage. That little beast killed your 2nd sequence and your Jin Li Supreme. He took my own divine child alive. Your people who survived are prisoners in Wei province along with mine. And when I led Supremes to run him down, the Wei family put 2 quasi-emperors and a wall of Supremes in the field to protect one boy. Lei read him while he spoke. He was not lying. I have thought since about what it must be like to sit in that chair and be made to accept it. Then we are agreed, she said. I will send word to my patriarch tonight. If this is not answered, the war god Zhou family is not the war god Zhou family. Back home, in a small room in the Hall of Offerings, 3rd Warden was having a different conversation. He had brought the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th. You all know what is coming, he said. 3 great powers, and we lost the wager, so our whole hall is going into the field. Do you honestly believe these old bones will come out? Nobody answered. Why should we be firewood for that bastard's temper? He caused this, every part of it. And when it burns, it will burn us, and he will still be 20 years old. He leaned in. I am going to the Zhou family. As outer elders, they will take us gladly. We keep our lives, we keep our chance at a breakthrough, and we keep our years. Are you with me? All 3 of them were. The family is watched, the 4th said. Getting out will not be simple. I have a plan, said 3rd Warden. I will tell you when it is time. 3 days later, the war god Zhou family arrived in Shu City in force. 100 at Nirvana, 20 at Life and Death, 8 Supremes, and at the head of them, the Storm Ocean Venerable, 8th layer, who is old enough that he is looking for one last worthwhile fight to die in. Their East, West, and South line masters, 7th layer, apiece. Taichu Holy Land came in behind them with Jin Wang, whom the continent calls Bright Emperor Supreme, and 3 more at the 7th layer. They had a banquet. I would give quite a lot for a recording of that banquet. They call themselves the Immortal Wei family, the East line master said, well into the wine. Do you know why? Because they hide. That is the whole secret. They sit in their caves and cultivate and die of old age, and then their descendants tell everyone it was a longevity technique. That is what the Hall of Offerings is, a collection of very old men who were never good enough to be anything else. The whole table enjoyed that one. Lin Ji was the only one being careful. The Frost Holy Land has already sent Li Wei and Li Wen, both 8th layer. We do not know how many more, and we do not know if they will send a quasi-emperor. Should we not plan for it? Do not panic, said the wrathful Vajra of Taichu, red-faced and red-haired. This is a war of extermination. Every vassal family and every affiliated sect of all 3 powers takes the field, and any of them that does not will be exterminated along with us. Meanwhile, the Patriarch came to find me. They are in Shu City. 8th layer Supremes leading. No quasi-emperors on the board yet. Feng, where do we fight? The hall argued for an hour. Defensive formations, layered, wear them down. No, move the battle away from the compound and settle it in the open. No, ambushes, traps, bleed them on the approach. I let all of it run. Feng, Wei Li said at last. You have not said anything. I have something, I said. I am not sure the elders here will have the stomach for it. Li Yuan banged the table. Say it. There is a mistake in this room, I said, and every single one of you is making it. You have all assumed we are the weaker side. That is why every plan I have heard tonight is a plan about surviving. Formations, traps, holding the line, waiting for exhaustion. I stood up. I want us to behave like the side that is going to win. We hit them where they are soft with everything we have, and we do it inside 3 days, in Lanzhou, in their own house. The great consecrator was on his feet before I finished. You are sending this family to its death. Their spies will see us cross the border. 3 great powers are concentrated in one province, and you want to walk into the middle of it. Are you satisfied only when the Wei family is destroyed? That would be true, I said, if I intended to walk in. Sit down and listen. Then I told them the whole thing. Nobody interrupted once. When I finished, even the great consecrator did not argue, and his eyes had a light in them that had not been there in about 200 years. That, said Li Yuan into the silence, is a divine strategy. Wei Li came down off the dais and put a hand on my shoulder. From this moment, you have full authority over this operation. Every person, every branch, every hall. I will tell the entire clan that your word is mine. Anyone who disobeys you answers to family law. The Frost Holy Land arrived the next day. 7 of their 9 supremes, and their quasi-emperor, Frost, and Li Min, who came and stood next to me at the welcome banquet and asked very casually whether the Divine Son was confident about facing 3 great powers. There is a way, I said. I will explain it to everyone shortly. Lei had come anyway. After I turned her down in front of her own elders, and after her people had watched me kill their holy son in a secret realm, she had come anyway, because she had seen the end of the world once and had decided which side of it she was standing on. The day after that, Zhang Li walked a team openly into Lanzhou. He was seen inside the hour. That was the point. The 3 commanders of the Holy Alliance met about it and had a very satisfying conversation. Before we could even go to the Wei family, Qin Yu said, their dogs came and bit us first. Then this is our opening sacrifice, said Jin Wang. We kill them and we begin properly. The leader is a quasi-emperor, said Lin Jie carefully. We would need 2. Then 2, said Qin Yu. I will carry the message myself. And 2 quasi-emperors of the Holy Alliance, with several supremes, left their camps and went hunting. I was on a ridge 11 miles away, with the double pupils open, watching them go. Move, I said. Frost Holy Land takes the Taichu camp. Do not fight the rank and file. Kill the leadership. Go. Then I went the other way, at the war god Zhou family, and behind me came exactly 1 man, the patriarch of the Wei family. 2 of us went into the base of the war god Zhou family. I opened with the god-slaying orb and the beginningless bell together, and a supreme at the 5th layer was gone before the alarm finished being shouted. Enemy attack! Recall the quasi-emperor! Recall him now! Their oldest elder felt Wei Li's aura and went white, and Wei Li answered by unfolding the longevity spear, which starts as a thin line and becomes a pillar tall enough to hold up weather, and putting it through the sky at him. The old man turned into a green-haired tortoise. That is a real technique, Zhuanwu transformation, and it is genuinely excellent defense, and it looks exactly as undignified as it sounds. The war god Zhou family lives up to its name, said Wei Li, and took his arm off. Then Liu Feng arrived with the Overlord Blade, which is an imperial weapon, and the patriarch had to stop hunting and start fighting a quasi-emperor, which left me with the East, West, and South line masters of the Zhou family, 7th layer apiece, and every life and death expert in that camp. You are the little bastard who killed Jin Li, the West line master said. You are next. I ran everything. Orb and bell. Ghost soldiers out of the Huangquan diagram into their life and death ranks. Divine Light, Kunping, Thunder Emperor, the 9-character Divine Technique, the Great Black Demon Hand, all of it stacked at once. And underneath all of it, the Black Demon Transformation, quietly turning the hatred of 90 furious cultivators into fuel. That is the only reason I did not burn out in the first minute. All 3 line masters burned to the 8th layer at once and opened their War King bodies. The West line master went last and went the way his family goes. Life essence on fire, quasi-emperor weapon in both hands, coming in to take me with him. Your family all do this? I said. Jin Li Supreme looked exactly like this at the end. It never works. The only person who dies is you. The Black Demon Hand took him out of the air. Nishiyama! The East line master's voice cracked. Everyone out! Withdraw and wait for the quasi-emperor. They tried. I used the 9-character Divine Technique for speed, and the Demon God Spear in black mist. And the South line master could not move, because the mist binds as well as hides. And then I threw the god-slaying orb into the masked life and death formation and let it drink. It drank the whole formation and gave it back to them as arrows. The East line master got about 100 miles before I caught him. He opened a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. I put the spear through its chest and swept back and took a head. And the Divine Light took the rest. He drew the Berserker Blade after that, which is a replica of one of the 4 Zhou family imperial weapons, and told me that no matter how strange my methods were, no one had ever beaten the Berserker Strike. The god-slaying orb drank the Berserker Strike. He was staring at that when I arrived in front of him, and he was still staring when Qin Yu came out of nowhere at a speed I could barely track and blocked my spear with 2 swords shaped like the feathers of some ancient thing. Lei took the impact and went backward and landed next to him. "Thank you, Vice Family Head," the Eastline Master said, and he bowed while he said it, and his voice was not steady. "Thank you." Chinyu looked at me and did not say anything for a second. Lei is 8th layer. Lei is one step from quasi-emperor and the fastest thing on this continent, and she had just been forced to admit to herself that she had arrived at the very edge of being too late. "You dare slaughter my Zhou family," she said. "Today, I will open you up." Lei opened the white feather divine body, ranked 20th, which has exactly one property, and the property is speed. I did not fight her. My secret techniques were nearly out. If I had stood and traded with the fastest woman alive while the Eastline Master recovered, and if Shu family reinforcements had come, and if the 2 quasi-emperors chasing Zhang Li had turned around, I would have died in that province. "2 of your 7th layers," I called, already moving. "Several more at 6th and 5th. Dozens of your life and death experts. That is what this cost you in under an hour. Go home and count what is left to attack me with. Patriarch, we are done here." Wei Li threw a dozen longevity spears at once to buy space and came with me. They chased us for 2,000 miles. Qin Yu and Liu Feng stayed with us the whole way, both of them covering 1,000 miles a step, and the Patriarch opened his 9-dragon divine body and turned out to be faster than me, which he was quietly pleased about. "Feng, pull ahead. I will hold them." "No need. We are out of Lanzhou. If they keep following, they are following us into our own people." "Ling Feng!" Qin Yu, behind us, furious, because her speed was the one thing in her life that had never failed her, and it was failing now. "Where is your courage? Stand and fight!" "You are a crowd of old people who make their living stepping on the weak," I called back. "And you want to talk to me about courage?" I was very nearly out. When the techniques dropped, I would fall back to life, and death 1st layer with the after effects on top, and the speed would go first. I had about 3,000 miles left in me, and the place I needed was 2,900 away. Then we stopped and turned around and stood in the air over a desert, smiling. Qin Yu and Liu Feng came up short. "Why have they stopped?" "Because he is finished," Qin Yu said. "Look at him. That was a secret technique, and it is running out. In a few breaths, he will be life and death realm, and it will not matter what he is carrying." Lei let her wings out, and they went solid, and the shadow of them covered a great deal of sand. "We are taking you home alive, boy. We are going to make you sorry you were ever born." "I will say it one more time," I said. "You can capture me in your next life, and you will not manage it then either." That was when my secret techniques ran out. I dropped from Supreme all the way back down to the 1st layer of life and death in front of both of them, and my legs went, and Wei Li caught me under the arm and held me upright. "Ha ha ha! Supreme Realm has fallen into life and death." Qin Yu was delighted. "1 layer. I could crush you with 1 hand." "You too," I said, hanging off my Patriarch's shoulder. "Do enjoy chasing people, don't you?" I looked at the sand under their feet. "So chase." The Blood River Grand Formation came up out of the desert around them. 50 life and death experts of the Wave family sat cross-legged in the air at the perimeter, and behind them, Wei Ren of the Heaven lineage, and the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th offerings, all of them pouring everything they had into the oldest killing array my family owns. Red smoke closed over the top of it like a lid. Liu Feng recognized it, and his face came apart. "That is the Blood River," he said. "We fell for it. Lei, break out now, or it will not let us out at all." They both hit it with everything, including 2 imperial weapons, and it held because a formation fed by 50 people does not care how strong you are. It cares how long you can keep going. "They are handled," I said to Wei Li. "Patriarch, go and intercept the last 2 Zhou family seniors before they reach the border. Take them alive if you can. It is not enough to kill their people. I want their people working for us." He nodded and went. I got myself home, and Li Wen was waiting at my gate, and Li Wen was not calm. Divine Sun, Frost did not withdraw when she should have. Lei is still engaged with the Shu family supremes who reinforced the Tai Chu camp. He hesitated. And there is something else. During the fighting, the Earthvein Chief and the Great Consecrator both nominated Third Warden for a forward position. He accepted very quickly. Too quickly. Everything in my chest went cold. Something was wrong with one of those 3, or 2, or all of them. "Go and wait for me a moment," I said. "I need to change my clothes as well." I did not have a robe left with a sleeve on it. I sent Zhang Li out with the Supreme Team because I was still a wrung-out rag at the 1st layer of life and death, and then I sat down to recover. And while I was sitting down, the thing I had been afraid of happened at the Tai Chu camp. Frost had been winning. That is what makes it worse. Lei had Lin Ji and the Heavenly Dragon Supreme both on the back foot, 2 8th layers against 1 quasi-emperor with an imperial weapon, and it was not close. Then Bai Xuan arrived. The quasi-emperor of Taichu Holy Land came down out of the clouds like a thrown spear, and the flying cloud sword in his hand is an imperial weapon, and he was screaming. "How many of my Taichu Holy Land have you killed? I will slaughter every one of you." He put a dozen sword beams into the air in a single instant, each of them hundreds of feet long, and the void shattered wherever they passed. Frost put the ice mirror between herself and the first one and got the second on her guard. And in the middle of that, with everyone's attention exactly where it needed to be, Third Warden turned around and put a supreme artifact into Li Wei's back. Li Wei is the first of the 9 supremes of the Frost Holy Land, and he did not survive by being slow. An ice shield came up behind him, without him turning his head, and the blade skidded off it. He turned around with his mouth open. "What are you doing?" "Killing you, obviously," said Third Warden, and came in again fast. "I am here to help," Lin Jie shouted, delighted, and swung in beside him, and a traitor of the Wei family and a supreme of the Shu family started working together on a supreme of our ally in front of everyone we had in that field. The great consecrator saw it happen. "Third brother," his voice tore, "you are a man of the Wei family. You have Wei family blood in you, and you have turned your sword on your own people." "The Wei family is finished," Third Warden shouted back, fighting. "Are we supposed to sit in it and wait to die? These 3 powers together are twice what the Wei family and the Frost Holy Land can put in a field. Big brother, turn with me. We can take every senior fighter on our side and hand them over together." "Brute!" The great consecrator went straight at him, and so did the Earth Vein chief, and they had both been on my list of suspects 1 hour earlier. "Third Warden, you will die badly," the Earth Vein chief was roaring. "Maybe not today. Someone will find you. No matter where you go in this family, someone will find you and kill you." "Kill me? Dream on. The most dangerous place on this continent right now is standing next to the Wei family, and every one of you will learn it." And then Zhang Li's reinforcements arrived, and the argument became academic. He came in with Li Yuan and Ling To and the rest of my supremes, injured, dosed up on pills, and threw himself in beside Frost. Li Yuan went straight into the heavenly demon body and started laughing while he fought, which he does. The Shu family lost several supremes in about 4 minutes. Lin Jie and the heavenly dragon were both badly hurt again. Bai Xuan, caught between 2 quasi-emperors, made the correct decision. "Withdraw. Everyone, out!" Third Warden is fast, and Third Warden nearly made it. The great consecrator and the Earth Vein chief took him between them and put him on the ground. "I want to kill you here," the great consecrator said, breathing hard, hitting him across the face and then again. "I want to do it myself, but you are going home to answer to the whole family. How is it that a man of the Wei family turned out to be a coward who clings to life? You short-sighted old fool." Third Warden's face was swelling. "We had wiped out the Taichu camp. We had won that field. And it will not matter, because when all 3 powers come with everything, no one will stop them, and you will all die in a heap wondering why." In Shu City that night, 3 quasi-emperors sat in a hall and could not look at each other. Liu Feng was the worst of the 3, because he and Qin Yu had spent hours inside that desert formation and would have died in it if the Zhou family's 2nd quasi-emperor had not come and dug them out. "We are down by half," Jin Wang of Taichu said. "Half of everything we brought. Fury and Kun Feng are both badly hurt, and there are 4 of us left out of the whole delegation. I do not know how to explain this to my brother." Qin Yu's face was filthy, and she had not cleaned it. "Or to our old ancestor. He killed our supremes like a man cutting cabbage." The woman who had ridden into Lanzhou 2 weeks earlier as the fastest and most confident person on the continent was sitting in a borrowed chair with nothing in her voice at all. "Damn the Wei family," Jin Wang said. "They are the most disgusting family on this continent. All 3 of our powers have been made fools of by them. When this gets out, we will have no faces left." Lin Jie stood up because somebody had to. "Enough. Nobody expected them to move first. That is all that happened. If we stop trying to be clever and simply put everything we have in one place and walk it into Wei province, they cannot stop us." He looked around. The Shu family will state its commitment plainly. 2 quasi-emperors, 2 supremes at the 8th layer, 4 at the 7th. More than 100 life and death. 3 imperial weapons, 5 quasi-emperor weapons, a dozen supreme artifacts. And when it comes to the decisive battle, we will bring our old ancestor out of seclusion. That worked, mostly because the Shu family had lost the least, which everyone noticed and nobody said. "Then the Zhou family fights to the death," Qin Yu said. "I am fast. I will go home tonight and bring back what we have." "Taichu Holy Land has already sent Kun Feng back to report to our Holy Lord," said Jin Wang. "We do not give up." 3 days later, back home, we put 3 men on their knees in the middle of the Wei family's main hall. The Zhou family's clan elder, Wang Cheng, the Zhou family's East Line master, Wang Yong, and Third Warden, formerly of the Hall of Offerings. For a man at Supreme Realm, kneeling is not something that happens. There are perhaps 4 people alive who could make Wang Qing kneel. They were kneeling because I had broken their legs personally. That detail went around my clan quite fast, and I did it in the open on purpose, and I noticed how many of my own relatives could not quite look at me afterward. Wei Li and Frost sat at the head, both quasi-emperors, Zhang Li still in a healing chamber. Down the right ran the Wei family, the great consecrator first, then the Earth Vein chief, then Wei Ren, Ling Tao, Li Yuan, and the rest. Down the left sat the 9 supremes of the Frost Holy Land. I sat at the very end by the door, because everyone in that room outranked me, and I had a cup of immortal tea and a pleasant draught, and I have rarely been more comfortable in my life. Traitor. Wei Li's voice could have stripped paint. At the exact hour this family faces extinction. If you had simply been afraid and run away, I could have understood you. Instead, you turned a blade on your own. 7th layer of Supreme, and you wasted every year of it. Take him to the square, said Li Yuan, in front of everyone, publicly, so that nobody else gets ideas when the real fighting starts. Absolutely not, said the head of the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Wei family has a reputation for restraint, and that would make monsters of us in front of the whole continent, and it would frighten the clan at exactly the wrong moment. They went around on it for a while. Then Wei Li, who had been listening with his chin on his hand, turned all the way around in his chair and looked down the length of the hall at the boy sitting by the door. Feng, what do you think we should do? The room went silent so fast I heard my own cup. My grandfather slapped his own thigh so hard it echoed. Yes, of course. My grandson will think of the right execution. Third warden, kneeling on broken legs, looked at me, and I saw him become genuinely afraid for the first time. It does not have to be complicated, I said. You have all forgotten the actual question. What is the Wei family about to face? Nobody answered. The war god Zhou family, the Shu family, and Taichu Holy Land, all at once, at full strength. So, what does this family need most, right now, more than anything? Fighting strength, somebody said. Aura, said somebody else. No, I put the cup down. It needs nerve. It needs 100,000 people who believe they are going to win. And the question is whether the third warden can give us that. I stood up. He can. He betrayed the Wei family and joined our enemy, and by clan law, 9 lives would not be enough. So, let us spend the one he has properly. On the day the armies face each other, we take him out in front of 100,000 of our people, and we take his head, and we offer it to the black banner of the Wei family. Sacrifice to the flag. I watched it land. Every old man in that room straightened up, because it was correct, and because it was theirs, and because it was the one thing that would turn a frightened clan into an angry one. Do not kill me. Third warden was shouting now, and the shouting had a different quality than before. I was misled. I deserve to die, but let me atone. I can kill a 7th layer supreme for the family, I swear it. Great consecrator, second offering, save me. We are of one hall. We are brothers. You were of the hall of offerings, the great consecrator said. You are not anymore. You turned on your own family in the hour it needed you, and you have the gall to ask us to save you. The rest of them piled on him after that with real enthusiasm, and I sat back down and picked up my tea. Then it was the Eastline Master's turn. Let us go, Wang Yong said urgently. Both of us. We will return to the Zhou family and argue for peace. We will persuade them to stand down. I have influence. I can Eastline Master. I got up and walked over to him and pointed at his forehead. You are the head of a whole branch of the war god Zhou family, and you have been captured alive, and you think we are going to send you home so you can persuade people. The war god Zhou family is not impressive. Your fighting is mediocre, and your thinking is worse. I slapped him across the face. He went off the floor and into the far wall like a piece of falling masonry, and several of his teeth went in different directions. He goes on the flag as well, I said. 2 heads make a bigger sound than one. Then there was the old man. Wang Cheng did not beg, and he did not bargain. He was on his knees with 2 broken legs, 300 years old, and he looked bored. Go on then, boy. You are quite capable. I am not afraid of dying, so what exactly do you have? Kill me. Better yet, put me on your flag with the others. I was born of the Zhou family, and I will die of the Zhou family, and there is nothing else to discuss. The hall wanted to kill him for the tone alone. Patriarch, I said. Not this one. This one does not go on the flag. Feng, I have a way to make him surrender. That went over about as well as you would expect. Wei Ren actually laughed out loud. Feng, I have been watching that old man since we brought him in. He is the sort who is loyal in his bones. Even a 7th layer would not turn, and he is 8th. Are you certain? Wei Li asked. Perfectly, Patriarch. Then I grabbed Wang Cheng by the collar and dragged him out of the hall while he laughed at me, and the entire senior leadership of 2 great powers watched me go with their mouths open. Outside, I sat him against a wall. Wang Cheng, I said, your time is up, and I do not mean today. I mean that even if the Zhou family wins this war, you will not survive it. He stopped laughing. And why is that? Because if you were ever going to break through, you would have done it a century ago. You are not fighting this war for the Zhou family. You came here hoping a great battle would shake something loose in you at the last minute. You have lived 300 years, old man. There is no need to lie to yourself. He was quiet for a moment. I had gotten under it. Even if that is true, he said, how does a child help me break through? I have something that will do it. His eyes came up fast. That is the tell, every single time. Then say it plainly. If you can put me across into quasi-emperor, I will give you something you will be satisfied with. You will take a poison first, I said, so that I own your life, and when you become a quasi-emperor, you will still risk it for me whenever I ask. And he refused. I want to be clear that he refused instantly and completely, and that I had not expected it. No, kill me and be done with it. I will not swallow poison and become a dog that a boy can insult in public. I have lived a long time, and I have a clean name. How many of my family have you killed? How could I possibly be your animal? I looked at this 300-year-old man sitting in the dirt with 2 broken legs defending his reputation, and I started laughing. What, he snapped, is funny? You, I said. I am laughing because the longer you have lived, the stupider you have gotten. You think I am stupid for refusing to be your lackey? You are making a fool of yourself, boy. There will always be people in this world who will give up everything for their name. I was born a man of the Joe family, and I will die one. Old ghost, I said. Who told you that you would lose your name? He stopped. That is the whole of it, isn't it? You are not afraid of the poison. You are afraid of what people will say. So, why does anyone have to know? I crouched down in front of him. Break through. Go back. You are still a man of the Joe family in every way that anyone can see. You take the antidote each morning, and you go on being exactly who you were. And when I need you, you act in the dark, where nobody watches. You have lived 3 centuries. Are you telling me you never learned that a man can wear a face? Wang Cheng's expression froze solid. He sat there with his broken legs out in front of him, and he thought about it for a long time, and I did not rush him, because a man arguing himself into something does a much better job than I could. I could consider it, he said at last. But tell me how you intend to do it, and if you can hand out breakthroughs, why waste one on me? Give it to your own family. Because giving it to my family adds one more supreme to a clan that already has several, I said. Giving it to you adds a quasi-emperor to my side and takes one out of theirs, and nobody can see me do it. That is not the same trait at all. He nodded slowly. He is a practical man, which is the whole reason this worked. I might try it, but you keep your word. I will not act against my own family in the open. Good, I said. In a few days you will be a quasi-emperor. For now, come back inside and tell my clan what you have decided. The Hall of Longevity had been arguing about whether we could survive at all. It went completely silent when I came back in with a Zhou family elder walking beside me under his own power. From today, I said, Wang Cheng is one of ours. Treat him properly. You could have heard a pin drop from the roof. Ninth brother, Wei Li's voice was oddly careful. You were gone perhaps 10 minutes. My grandfather was already on his feet and pushing through people to get to me. Feng, is it real? It is real, grandfather. Someone at the back started laughing, and then most of the hall was talking at once. And my grandfather was going around explaining to individual supremes of the Frost Holy Land that the young man who had just turned an 8th layer supreme in 10 minutes was, specifically, his grandson. By that point, I had stopped correcting him. The continent found out about the raid within the week. The 2 sides had both tried to suppress it, which never works. And so, the story arrived everywhere at once and in pieces. I have heard about 9 versions. My favorite was in a tea house in the far southeast, where a young cultivator from Lanzhou held a room of 40 people hostage for an hour by refusing to get to the point. A few days ago, he announced, there was a conflict between the great imperial clans and a holy land. We know that. Get on with it. The cause of it was the divine son of the Wei family, Ling Fing. Everyone knows that too. He took a slow drink of tea. He was having the best day of his life. The Zhou family, the Shu family, and Taichu Holy Land formed the Holy Alliance to destroy the Wei family, 3 great powers, now. Which of you would like to guess who attacked first? The Alliance, obviously. The Wei family, said the young man, attacked first. The room told him he was a liar. The divine son of the Wei family, he went on over the noise, personally led men into Lanzhou, into the middle of the enemy's own gathering, and he and the patriarch of the Wei family, 2 men, killed dozens of the war god Zhou family's supremes and walked out again without a scratch. Somebody stood up. You are a paid mouth for the Wei family. Who even is this Ling Feng? Some rich boy with a good publicist? An old cultivator at Life and Death Realm was shaking his head. 3 powers. The war god Zhou family alone is one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans with 3 quasi-emperors. This cannot have happened. You people know nothing. The young man was on his feet now. He has the chaos body, first of the 3,000. He has ancient double pupils. He has taken more than 1 great emperor's inheritance. He reached Life and Death Realm before 20. And he carries 4 imperial weapons. And the room laughed at him, and kept laughing, right up until a man in the doorway said, to nobody in particular, Has anyone else heard about Taichu Holy Land? They say a great many of them died. Nobody has gone near their gates in days. People think it is unlucky. The tea house went quiet. Nobody in that room ever questioned a story about me again. And that scene, or something like it, happened in a few hundred cities that month, and that is how a name becomes a weapon. They started calling me the first prodigy of all time. Also, and I want to record this because my grandfather has never let me forget it, a genuinely alarming number of talented young women from all over the continent began arranging business that happened to bring them past Wei province. The war god Zhou family held a council, and it was a much emptier room than it should have been, because the masters of their east, west, and south lines were all missing. Lei? Wang Dong had read the report twice and was still holding it. We sent a quasi-emperor. They were standing on Shu family ground with Taichu Holy Land beside them. Explain to me how the Wei family won. Patriarch, if I had not been standing there, I would not believe it either. Lei had not slept. They used one quasi-emperor as bait and pulled two of ours off the board chasing him. And in that window, two men, Ling Feng and the Wei Patriarch, walked into our camp. Two. Elder Song could not hold the Patriarch. Ling Feng went through our supremes on his own. Lei stopped. Then Liu Feng and I chased them out of Lanzhu and into a blood river formation, and we were in it for hours. Elder Kang and the East Line Master were taken alive. That is the whole of it, and I will not rest until it is answered. An old ancestor of the Zhou family, who had not spoken in years, spoke. Is this little bastard genuinely unkillable? We are an immortal emperor clan out of the ancient legacy. Even the immortal Wei family has had to step back from us before. And now, a boy. Patriarch, Qin Yu said, I recommend you go yourself. The room stiffened. Vice family head, we have 3 quasi-emperors in total. Is one not enough? The enemy has 5 between the Wei family and the Frost Holy Land. Our side has 2 from the Shu family, 2 from Taichu, and 1 from us. That is also 5. With 3 great powers behind them, why should the Patriarch expose himself? Both the Central and Northern Line Masters were on their feet arguing it, because a quasi-emperor who takes a wound damages his own foundation, and it costs him the rest of his life. The 2 of us are enough, said Han Yang of the Central Line. I am 8th layer. I am the strongest thing this family has below the Patriarch. I could crush one Ling Feng. Ling Feng, Qin Yu said, is not that simple. Wang Dong made the decision himself. I am going. Our old ancestor holds the family. Haonan takes the seat while I am away. Central Line, Northern Line, you both come with me. He stood up. We are not going there to win a battle. We are going there to finish it. In Taichu Holy Land, the news set the whole place alight, mostly because they were still counting their dead from the last time. They came into our camp, the Holy Lord Linbo said, and his voice was very high. Ours, only Fury and Kun Feng survived, and both are wounded. Do we answer this or not? Exterminate the Qin family. That answer came from the whole hall at once, and it had an older grievance under it, because I had already killed a saintess of theirs in a secret realm some months earlier, and they had never been paid for that either. I cannot leave the Holy Land, said Linbo, so the 4 heavenly kings will go to Lanzhou. All 4. He looked at them. And understand what I am giving you. 4 of you, together, with quasi-emperor weapons, are said to be able to fight 2 quasi-emperors. This is also your chance to break through. Take it. Yes, said the 4 heavenly kings. Wang Dong came into Shu City with a dozen people behind him and made it feel like an army arriving. They call him the strongest attacker on the continent, and it is not a courtesy title. Liu Feng went out personally to receive him, which he has not done for anyone in 20 years. Brother Lin, with you here, the Holy Alliance cannot lose. Brother Yong, has Taichu Holy Land sent anyone? Not yet. Soon. A carriage came in from the west at that moment, and Wang Dong looked at it and then looked around and said, at a volume calculated to carry, Is that coward Linbo hiding again? They have lost more people than anyone, and he still will not come out of his own gate. The 3 heavenly kings at the front of the carriage went rigid. Family head Zhou. The martial king smiled at him with no warmth at all. The 4 of us will be quite sufficient. You are called the strongest attacker on the continent after all. Dealing with the Wei family should be effortless for a man like you. Lin Ji got between them fast because the alliance was about 90 seconds from ending in the street. The 4 heavenly kings of Taichu Holy Land have been famous for 200 years, he said loudly. 4 of them together can match 2 quasi-emperors. With the kings here, the Wei family is finished. Both sides let it go, out of respect for the Shu family's hospitality, which is what people say when they mean they will settle it later. They planned it properly this time. We stick together, said Bai Xuan, the quasi-emperor of Taichu. Whatever bait they put out, we do not take it. Our target is the Wei family and nothing else. And we do to them what they did to us, Qin Yu said. Ling Feng made a surprise attack work. So will we. A frontal assault and an infiltration at the same time. They cannot guess which is the real one, because both are real. So, the frontal force would be 3 quasi-emperors, Liu Feng, Wang Dong, and Wang Tao. And the infiltration team, which is the one that mattered, was Bai Xuan with the 4 heavenly kings, plus Qin Yu for speed, and the heavenly dragon supreme for weight. That was a very good plan. It was a genuinely good plan. I knew every part of it 2 days before they finished making it, because Gale Lion Supreme of the Shu family's wind vein had been sitting in those meetings the entire time. At home, we were getting ready in a different way. I had taken over the Hall of Assassination outright and borrowed the Demon Lineage chief to help me staff it, because Demon Lineage cultivators are natural killers, and most of the hall was already theirs. I did not want a bodyguard force. I wanted a scalpel that could remove specific people from the enemy's chain of command in the middle of a battle. And I gave Wang Cheng the Qi Wei fruit. He went into seclusion for 1 day, and the sky over Wei province turned black and started throwing lightning, and the wind came up hard enough to move roof tiles, and half my clan came out into the yards to look at it. Who is breaking through? That is a heavenly punishment. Something is coming through. He came out a quasi-emperor. I gave him the 9-turn soul-injuring pill the same evening. It is not subtle. You take the antidote every day, and if you miss 1 day, it starts on your soul, and at the end of that road, there is something walking around that used to be a person. He took it without arguing. He had already made his arrangement with the world. Feng, Wei Li was standing next to me watching the clouds break up. I did not believe you could do it. If we send him back into the Zhou family, they will suspect nothing at all. And when he puts a knife in them, it will cost them more than a battle. Patriarch, my people say the Holy Alliance has already moved and will be inside our territory tomorrow. Then we hold. They are coming heavy, and if we go out to meet them, we will bleed for nothing. Formations, traps, attrition, that is the correct play. There is a better one, I said, but it is dangerous. Zhang Li, healed and back on his feet, looked wary. Go on. I take the Hall of Assassination and the Demon Lineage, and I remove their command. Wang Cheng and Gale Lion are already inside. We do not fight their army. We take out the men who tell their army what to do. Assassination! Zhang Li frowned. They will be alert after the last one. You would be walking into a ring of supremes. They will also be running their own infiltration at us, I said, so the Patriarch should be ready, and when their infiltration team is inside our house, they will be exactly where I want them. Trapped in a jar. Both quasi-emperors thought about that, and both of them started to smile. Patriarch, I added, the raid coming into our house is stronger than you think. Bai Xuan is leading it, with the 4 heavenly kings, plus Qin Yu, who is the fastest creature alive, and the heavenly dragon supreme. Their faces changed. Then we put frost on it, Wei Li said immediately. With Li Wei, Li Wen, and Li Xian, and Zhang Li, that should be enough. It is not enough, not against the 4 heavenly kings. If we are going to catch them, we catch them with overwhelming force, because a fight that lasts long enough for reinforcements to arrive is a fight we lose. I let that sit. I will be on that team as well. Feng, you said you were going out to assassinate. The assassinations can wait. If we can take that group off the board, the war is decided. I looked at both of them. And besides, they hate me the most. So I deliberately left a hole in our defenses for them to come through. Both quasi-emperors started laughing, and I remember thinking that 6 months ago, neither of these men would have let me speak in a room. The next morning, we put 100,000 people on the square. There is a high platform in the middle of it, with 4 divine beasts carved at the corners, and Wei Li stood on it and told the entire clan the truth. People of the Wei family, what I have to say is heavy, and it will frighten you, and I am going to say it anyway. This family is at the edge of life and death. 100,000 faces came up. 3 great powers have formed an alliance. They have already entered our territory. Their intention is to erase this family, all 100,000 of us. They are the war god Zhou family, one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans. They are the Shu family of Lanzhou, and they are Tai Chu Holy Land. The noise that went across that square was not panic. It was worse. It was the sound of a crowd doing arithmetic. Then I walked out onto the platform with 2 prisoners. Do not be afraid, Wei Li called out over the top of it. Under the Divine Sun's command, this family and the Frost Holy Land have already killed a great many of their supremes. This man kneeling here is the East Line Master of the War, God Zhou family. They are 3, we are 2. That is enough. If this whole clan stands together, we can fight the gods in the sky. And then I spoke, because this part was mine. As for this one, I put my hand on Third Warden's shoulder. He is of the Wei family. He turned his blade on the Wei family and joined our enemy in the field. Today we go to war. So today he and the East Line Master of the Zhou family go to the flag. Master! Third Warden's voice cracked across the whole square. Spare me. Give me one chance to make it right. Third Warden, I said, are you still holding on to that fantasy? Do not. You will die a useful death, which is more than you deserve, and it will be the last good thing you ever do for this family. Qin Juj, you will die badly. Probably, I said, and used the spear. Then I walked to Wang Yong. If you want to blame someone, I said, blame the family that decided to come here and erase mine. The same. And then 100,000 people made a sound that I felt in my back teeth, and it was not fear anymore. A runner came up the platform steps while the roar was still going. The enemy was 1,000 miles out. They came to the gate with 3 quasi-emperors standing at the front of them, and Liu Feng's voice went across the whole compound. People of the Wei family, surrender now. You are surrounded. Surrender and you may live. Once this begins, blades have no eyes. 100,000 people heard him perfectly, which was the point. And somewhere in the middle of the crowd, one of my cousins shouted back, "Wipe us out then!" The Wei family does not surrender. And the whole square picked it up. Wei Li went out to the gate and handed the longevity spear to Zhang Li, which told me he intended to be caught and did not want an imperial weapon on him when it happened. Liu Feng, we did not finish with you in Lanzhou. Have you come all this way to be finished? There are 4 true imperial clans, one of my supremes called from the wall cheerfully. Not 6. The Shu family has been sore about that for 1,000 years, and everyone knows it, and the whole wall laughed. Wei Li, said Wang Dong, and unlike Liu Feng, he did not raise his voice at all, which is why he is more dangerous. Your family thinks it can stand against 3 great powers. Frankly, the war god Zhou family alone is enough. Then our old ancestor came out of the ground. Wei Dong has been in seclusion for 3 centuries, and he came up out of the earth like a man late for a party, round and short and delighted, with the Universe 1 chi bag in one hand. And then Wang Cheng came in from the east, alone, and let his quasi-emperor aura off, and every Zhou family cultivator in that formation shouted, "Elder, you are alive? Lei said you were captured." Wang Dong was genuinely staggered. "And you have broken through. You have broken through." "Fortune out of misfortune," said Wang Cheng, and he said it beautifully. "The heavens are with me after all. 4 quasi-emperors on their side now." The Zhou family had, in that moment, become the strongest single power on the continent, and Wang Dong let himself believe it for about 4 seconds. "They put our East Line master on their flag," Wang Cheng added quietly. Wang Dong's face closed. "Then we do not wait for the infiltration. Begin." He opened with 9 heavens, which is a near emperor-level art he took out of a secret realm 2 centuries ago, and a wind came off him that shattered the void for a mile and rolled across our outer array. The array held. It is a quasi-emperor grade formation, and there were several thousand Nirvana realm cultivators sitting cross-legged under our compound, feeding it, and it held. "All of you," Wang Dong said, "together. 4 quasi-emperors and every supreme they had went at our wall, and Wei Li and Wei Dong stood inside it and did not lift a finger, because the plan was that the wall was supposed to fall. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan had already put his infiltration team inside our compound through the gap I had left him. Our target is their leadership," he told the others. "Ignore the rank and file. It is a waste, and if anyone finds Ling Feng, call the others immediately. Nobody engages him alone." "I would love to find that son of a bitch," said Qin Yu. "Then we split into 3, said Bai Xuan. "Myself, the 4 heavenly kings, and you 2. They had been visible to me since the moment they crossed the boundary. They split," I said. "That is the whole thing. If we are fast enough, nothing they call for will arrive in time." Frost and Zhang Li and 3 Frost Supremes went with me, and we took the 4 heavenly kings first, because Qin Yu was too fast to catch in the open, and the kings were the ones that made their army worth anything. They felt us coming about a second before we arrived. "Enemies!" The Jinwu had his quasi-emperor weapon out instantly. Then he saw the shape of what was coming at him, and his whole face changed. "Call for help. Call for help now." 2 quasi-emperors, both carrying imperial weapons. 3 Frost Holy Land Supremes at the 8th layer, and me. "Everything you have," I said, and threw the orb and the bell at them at once. The Huo Li went up into the sky, and a phoenix made of fire came down behind him. He had the worst temper of the 4, and he came straight at me while the others were still forming up. I opened the ancient chaos body and ran snow-blowing Buddha and the black demon transformation together, forced myself to the 1st layer of Supreme, and put the Huangquan diagram's Yellow Springs water into the phoenix. Water beats fire. It is not sophisticated, but it is reliable. Then I stamped, and the ground cracked in rings, and I put the demon god spear straight into the phoenix's claw. The claw of a fire phoenix against an imperial weapon held by an ancient chaos body. The Huo Li went backward through the air with his eyes wide open. He threw 2 enormous fists of flame. I used the word for strength out of the 9 character divine technique, and my strength is already the worst thing about me, and the 6 paths reincarnation fist went through his fire and then through him and put him into the ground. He opened a fire spirit divine body on the way down, which was brave. I answered with Kunpeng and the great black demon hand together, and then opened the double pupils and pinned him with the light and took him alive. By then, Zhang Li and Frost had killed one of the other kings, and the remaining two were running, which is when Bai Xuan arrived, with Qin Yu and the Heavenly Dragon Supreme behind him. They came in fast and then they stopped dead, because of what they were looking at. 2 quasi-emperors with imperial weapons, 3 Frost Supremes, and a young man holding one of the famous 4 heavenly kings of Tai Chu, Holy Land by the collar like a chicken. You came into my family's house to cause trouble, I said, and here we are. One of the renowned 4 heavenly kings is dead, and another is in my hand. Remind me, how many quasi-emperors can the 4 heavenly kings fight now? Qin Yu recovered first, because she always does. Even if this failed, she said, we have your 2 quasi-emperors pinned here, which means your gate is being broken right now, so enjoy it. Make your move, I said. Lei went to Zhang Li with the Heavenly Dragon Supreme, which was the only sensible pairing available to her. Frost took Bai Xuan, the Frost Supremes took the Zhen Gang, and I took the Jin Wu. He was running by then, and running does not work on me. 10,000 miles of seclusion, the 9-character word for speed on top of it, and the demon god spear opening him up wherever there was a gap. 1 dead, I told him while I was doing it. But we can still take 3 alive. And he went down, and I took him. Then Zhang Li did something I did not expect. He had been chasing Qin Yu and could not close on her, so mid-stride he simply stopped chasing her and turned and put the longevity spear through the Heavenly Dragon Supreme instead. Qin Yu watched an 8th layer Supreme die 3 feet away from her, and something went out of her face. Withdraw, she said. Bai Xuan, withdraw. He had been fighting Frost for a long time and losing slowly, and he did not need to be told twice. They ran, and I chased them, and they were both faster than me, and they ran directly into the second formation, which by then had our entire frontal enemy inside it. The wall had come down exactly on schedule. 4 quasi-emperors and a wave of supremes had broken our outer array and poured through into the second one, and Liu Feng had recognized the red smoke immediately and had made a noise. It took 2 quasi-emperors hammering from inside and 2 more from outside to break that formation, and it cost them, and when it finally came apart, both halves of the Holy Alliance stumbled out into the open air and found us waiting, 100 meters and both sides looking at each other. On our side, Wei Dong at the front, Wei Li, Zhang Li, Frost and me. Behind us, the great consecrator and the Earth Fane chief, Li Wei and Li Wen, my grandfather, Wei Ren, Li Yuan. On theirs, 5 quasi-emperors in a line, Wang Dong, Wang Tao, Wang Cheng, Liu Feng, Bai Xuan. The blood river is broken, Wang Dong said. How exactly do you intend to fight us now? Then he turned to our ally, Frost. Are you truly going to die with the Wei family? Turn now, help us finish them, and the Frost Holy Land will be spared. An annual tribute and nothing more. The Frost Holy Land, Frost said, lives and dies with the Wei family. And you should ask yourself how many of your own people you lost in the last hour before you make offers. Then die with them. I dragged the 3 heavenly kings forward and dropped them in the dirt where the whole Holy Alliance could see. They looked like 3 beaten dogs because that is what they were. You will all end up like these, I said. Take a good look. If you have any honor, Bai Xuan shouted, let them go. A quasi-emperor is standing in a battlefield, asking me to release his prisoners of war, I said. Has something happened to you? You came here to erase my family. We are enemies. Do you think this is a game? And then I made him the offer, loudly, so that all 3 of his heavenly kings could hear every word of it. Here is what I will do. Tai Chu Holy Land turns, right now, in the open, and I hand all 3 of these back to you alive and unharmed. I will even let you leave. I put my hand on one king's throat, or he dies where he is. Your choice, quasi-emperor. Do not listen to him. Liu Feng was talking fast. He will take your surrender and kill them anyway. He is a liar. Bai Xuan, I said, do not let anyone think for you. I keep my word. Turn, and they walk. He hesitated. I want you to understand that he hesitated for perhaps 4 seconds, and that those 4 seconds were the most expensive of the entire war, because 5 quasi-emperors and every supreme still standing on that field watched the leader of Tai Chu Holy Land visibly weigh whether to abandon the alliance. Then he did the loyal thing. I will not betray the Holy Alliance. He was already moving. 3 kings, do not blame me. This is for the Holy Land. He charged, and his divine body opened into a star that filled the sky, and he came down at me with the 10-direction sword, and I turned my back on him and crouched down in front of the 3 men on the ground. You saw that, I said. Look at your own quasi-emperor. He does not care whether you live. Now, would you like to come and work for me instead? I surrender, said the Jin Wu immediately. So do I, said the Huo Li. The Zhen Gang said, I would rather die, and did not get to the end of the sentence. That, I said, standing up, is what stubbornness costs. Frost had caught Bai Xuan's charge on the ice mirror without any apparent difficulty at all. Recruit count, by the way, since I promised to keep it. Old Han, the scroll spirit. Then a girl from the Shu family, and a wind vane with an imperial weapon. Then a 300-year-old quasi-emperor. Now, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of a holy land converted in the field, in front of the man who abandoned them. I have never once had to go looking for staff. My enemies keep supplying them. Then, Wei Li looked around at the wreckage of 2 formations and said the sensible thing. Wang Dong, we cannot fight properly here. Find open ground with me, and we will settle it. You genuinely believe you are my match, said Wang Dong, and he was already climbing. Today, I will kill you personally. They went. And once one pair went, they all went. Wei Dong picked Liu Feng out of the line and took him somewhere with room. Frost took Bai Xuan, Zhang Li took Wang Tao. 8 quasi-emperors left that field inside 10 seconds, and the pressure over the square dropped like a lid coming off, which left 1. The Holy Alliance still had Wang Cheng. I walked over to the great consecrator, who had not forgiven me for anything, and spoke to him quietly. Go and challenge him, loudly. Then the 2 of you go somewhere out of sight and do absolutely nothing. Rest. Save everything you have and come back when it matters. I watched the old man understand it, and I watched him enjoy it, which I had not expected. You old dog of the Jiang family, he bellowed, at a volume that carried across the entire compound. Quasi-emperor or not, you are no match for me. Come and fight if you have the spine. Wang Cheng, who knew perfectly well he was being invited to go and sit down somewhere, went purple with theatrical rage. You will never reach quasi-emperor in your entire life, you fossil. Ha ha ha. And the 2 of them shot off over the wall together to go and have a quiet lie down. We only have to stall, Qin Yu was telling the remains of her side. Emperor Wang Cheng will be back at any moment. I looked at the field. Their 8th layers were down to her and the central line master. Ours were the Earth Vein Chief, Li Wei, Li Wen, and whatever I counted as. Now, I said to everybody behind me, it is our turn to do the killing. I went straight for Qin Yu because if anyone else took her, they would die, and because I wanted her. We hit each other more than a dozen times before either of us had crossed the square. You are strong, boy, she said, breaking away. But it is temporary. Everything you are doing right now is borrowed. I only have to keep you busy until it runs out. Busy? Yes. I said, and formed the hand seal. Thunder Emperor Precious Technique. The cloud came in over the square in about 2 seconds and turned the middle of the day dark. Then I ran the Black Demon transformation and poured myself into the mist. And the mist spread until it covered a quarter of the compound, and Qin Yu was inside it with no idea which part of it was me. Lei did the only thing available. Severed feathers, wings hardened, straight through the fog at full speed to burst out the other side. Black lightning came down on her from directly above and knocked her flat in the air, and while she was still recovering, a hand came out of the mist and closed around her. The great black demon hand corrodes what it holds. Lei could feel it going through her, so she burned her last card, which I had been waiting for. A secret technique that buys the power of a quasi-emperor for exactly 10 breaths, and she broke my hand open like it was made of paper. Second breath, she was on me. I did not move. I threw the god-slaying orb. It grew as it went and it caught her mid-flight, because suppression is what that thing does before it does anything else. And a woman with the strength of a quasi-emperor stopped in the air like a fly in resin. Lei got her quasi-emperor weapon up in time. The orb ate it. Fourth breath. Thunder from above, divine light from the pupils, and the 6 paths, reincarnation fist coming in underneath both. Lei hit me twice on the way through, and the ancient chaos body did not particularly notice. Fifth breath. Sixth. On her last breath, she opened her divine body, and an enormous ancient bird came up over the square with its wings out, and the sun went away. Jin. Lei threw everything she had left into it, and it came down on me with its claws out, and it was genuinely magnificent. I opened mine. Chaos blue lotuses went up to meet the bird and held it. And then the golden giant of the ancient sacred body came through the lotuses with its sword raised and cut the heavenly feather in half from head to tail. Every fight on that square stopped at the same moment to watch it fall. Qin Yu dropped out of the air with the strength of a nirvana cultivator and nothing else, and turned and ran. Still running? I was behind her. A loss is a loss, I said, holding her still. Try to be realistic about it. When my family's quasi-emperors come back, you are a dead man. Every one of you will be put in a cell and executed. Your Wei family is not fit to stand against mine. Then you had better hope they come soon, I said. Lei was already looking past me, because the thing she could not work out, the thing gnawing at her, was where Wang Cheng had got to. 1 quasi-emperor against 1 8th layer supreme. It should have taken minutes. That was when Gale Lion Supreme finally stopped pretending. He was standing in the Holy Alliance's own line with the sky-splitting claw in his hand, which is an imperial weapon, and he turned and killed Taichu Holy Land's Fury Supreme with it in a single motion. The entire wind vane of the Shu family changed sides on the spot. The square came apart. I had used 3 secret techniques inside one breath earlier, and I was paying for it, and I could not fly, so I whistled up one of my family's Pegasi and rode the rest of that battle like a man inspecting a farm. "Look at it," I told my prisoner. "Never mind waiting for the Zhou family. A branch of the Shu family just came over. It is a matter of time now." "Who else?" Her voice had changed. "You said the Shu family. Who else? You will find out shortly. Why the hurry?" Then the Hall of Law Enforcement came in behind them. 12 elders and a wall of life and death cultivators in matching black. The Hall of Assassination came in with them and started taking the Holy Alliance's rear ranks apart without ever quite being visible. "Anyone who does not surrender," I called out over all of it, "dies." They started surrendering. And then somebody killed one of the men who surrendered. Lei came out of nowhere, a woman in white with a long sword, and she put it through a Taichu Holy Land Supreme who had just laid his weapon down. "Anyone who surrenders dies." A 7th layer, fast, and a specialist in disguise, and she had been walking around that alliance as a man for the entire campaign. Taichu's insurance policy against exactly this moment. It worked for about 4 seconds. Then the firemaster of the Shu family, who had already decided he wanted to live, said, "Get out," and set her on fire, and Li Wei froze her in place, and about 9 people who had been on the edge of surrendering settled the question with their fists. "Nobody leaves this compound," I said. "Anyone who walks into the Wei family stays in the Wei family. Take them to the cells. I want them to see who is already down there. Our prison is a serious building. Most of it is for our own criminals. The deep part, at the bottom, is for other people's." I kicked the door open myself. "Good news," I announced, to a room of prisoners taken in 3 separate battles across 2 months. "I have brought you company, and you all know each other, old friends in a strange land." They drove the new prisoners in behind me, and the cells started screaming. "Liu Fu Supreme, how are you here?" Shu Wei was on his feet, with both hands on the bars. The Shu family's divine child, whose injuries had healed enough that he had begun, I am told, to plan escapes. The man being shoved into the next cell was his grandfather. "They find it hard to talk about," I said helpfully. "So I will. They were captured by me. There would be more of them, but a lot of them are dead. And some of them performed well and now work for me. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of Taichu Holy Land, for instance." The noise that produced was extraordinary. I left them to it and stood outside the door and listened, which was the entire point of the exercise. Liu Fu Supreme, who is old and injured and dotes on his awful grandson, told the whole story properly. The first raid, the lure, the formation in the desert, the second assault, all of it, in order, to a room of 100 prisoners from 3 different powers, and Shu Wei, who is genuinely clever, kept putting his finger on the sore spot. "Grandfather, wait. You said the Zhou family's elder broke through to quasi-emperor and joined the assault." "He did." "Then where is he?" "A quasi-emperor against a supreme 8th layer is not a fight. It is an errand. He went off with the Wei family's great consecrator, and he never came back?" Nobody had an answer. "It is that Zhou elder's fault," a voice said from the Taichu side. "If he had not been useless, we would not be in here. That was the moon god supreme, who was in a foul mood, and who had no idea she had just lit the fuse." "What did you say about my clan's elder?" "I said your clan's elder disappeared for an hour in the middle of a battle, and your family's Gale Lion walked over to the enemy carrying an imperial weapon. He killed our supreme with it. That is the Shu family for you, rotten to the root." "Is it?" And now the Zhou family's northern line master was shouting, "At least our people did not sell an imperial weapon to buy a seat." Li Wei, standing next to me in the corridor, was frowning. "Divine Son, are you deliberately making them fight?" "Not fight," I said. "Split. If they surrender later, and most of them will, I do not want them surrendering as a block. I want them arriving one faction at a time, hating the other 2. It makes them very easy to manage." "You planned this in advance?" I put them in the same room. The brawl started about 4 minutes later. Zhu Wei was the only one who saw it. He got up on the bars and shouted at all of them. "Stop! Stop! This is the trap. This is the whole trap. Can you not see it? We are the Holy Alliance, 3 great powers, and look at us." But Shu Wei is a boy, at the first layer of nirvana, in a room of life and death, and supreme cultivators from 3 furious factions, and nobody has ever listened to a boy in a cell. His own grandfather did not listen to him. "Unity my backside," Liu Fu Supreme said. "There is something wrong with that Zhou quasi-emperor. There has to be. Nobody vanishes for an hour. The Zhou family has cut a deal with the Wei family behind us, and they are going to carve up whatever is left of Taichu and the Shu family between them." And of course, once he had said it out loud, it was obvious to everyone, because it explained the one fact that nothing else explained. By the time it burned out, there were dead men in that cell block, and 3 factions who would never fight beside each other again. Divine Sun, Li Wen said, in the tone of a man who has decided to be enthusiastic about the winner. That is remarkable. I was worried about them recovering their strength and organizing an escape. You have solved it, and you did not do anything. Minor matter, I said, and went to bed. Out on the various battlefields, my elderly double agent was finally getting to work. Wang Cheng and the Great Consecrator had spent nearly an hour sitting on a rock being extremely bored. Emperor Zhou, the Great Consecrator said at last, I believe it is time. Finally, said Wang Cheng, let me go and show the world my divine abilities. He flew straight to the battlefield, where Frost had Bai Xuan pinned down, and Bai Xuan saw a quasi-emperor of the Holy Alliance arriving and nearly wept with relief. Emperor Zhou, here! Help me finish this one. She is impossible. Certainly, said Wang Cheng, and punched him in the chest. There is a specific expression a man makes when the world reorganizes itself around him. Bai Xuan made it beautifully. Wang Cheng, what are you doing? Your enemy is Frost. I am Luo Qinghe. I am your ally. The reason it worked, and the reason it was funny, is that Frost had not dodged. Lei had stood perfectly still with a quasi-emperor's fist coming at her, and had not moved a muscle, because she knew. Lei got the ice mirror onto him while he was still airborne, and froze him for 2 breaths, and 2 breaths was all Wang Cheng needed. Well struck, quasi-emperor of the Zhou family, Frost was laughing. No, forgive me, quasi-emperor of the Divine Sun. Take him in, Wang Cheng said. I have another appointment. His next appointment was Liu Feng, and for that one, he needed my old ancestor. Wei Dong had been fighting the head of the Shu family for an hour without either of them getting anywhere, which suited both of them, and when Wang Cheng arrived, they staged the ugliest piece of theater I have ever had described to me. I am here, Wang Cheng shouted. Old dog of the Wei family, hold still. He went for Wei Dong, and Wei Dong glanced at him once, and the two of them started throwing enormous, spectacular, entirely harmless attacks at each other, while insulting one another at the top of their lungs. You old fossil, Wei Dong roared happily. You are 1 foot in the grave, you stepped in something lucky, and now you have a quasi-emperor's cultivation. It does not help. A pile of dog mess with a title is still a pile of dog mess. And what nonsense is this from a Wei family relic? Killing you would cost me nothing, and I have allies. It is not too late for you to surrender. Liu Feng floated at a safe distance and watched with a slight smile. He did not join in, which was a problem because the entire performance existed to make him join in, and Wang Cheng was starting to run out of insults. Head of the land family, he called, exasperated. Are you going to watch all day? Come and help me finish this old dog. Liu Feng kept smiling. So, Wei Dong changed targets. Do not bother with him, he said loudly to Wang Cheng. You have called for help, and look what turned up. And as for Liu Feng, he looks like a fighter, and he is a coward. He has never once come at me face to face in his entire life. Liu Feng stopped smiling. You old dog of the Wei family, watch your mouth. Who exactly are you calling a coward? Nobody has spoken to me like that in 200 years. Today I will show you what a man looks like. He drew the overlord blade. Zhou family, together. He went at Wei Dong with everything, which is exactly what a proud man does when you spend 20 minutes calling him a coward. And while he was fully committed and looking the wrong way, Wang Cheng hit him in the back with a warmed-up quasi-emperor strike. Liu Feng coughed blood and stumbled forward, and forward is where the Universe 1 chi bag was hanging open. Receive, said Wei Dong with enormous satisfaction, and closed the bag on the head of an imperial clan. Feng's plan works, he said, dusting his hands. Thank you, Emperor Zhou. Old senior, please. I belong to the Divine Sun now, so I serve the Divine Sun, and I would be dead within the year without him. We are one household. They went to collect the 3rd one, and the 3rd one had already gone wrong, because the Shu family's old ancestor had come out of seclusion. Liu Bo is not Liu Feng. He is much older and much worse, and he and Wang Dong between them had taken Wei Li, and my patriarch was on the ground and not moving well. Wei Dong and Wang Cheng arrived and immediately started their routine again, charging each other with tremendous noise. Wang Dong watched them for about 2 seconds. Wei Li, he said wearily. Does your family think everyone else is an idiot? Is this necessary right now? Stop performing, said Liu Bo. Both of you. You ambushed Yang and you have him in that bag. Exchange immediately. Wei Li, flat on his back and barely conscious, said, Do not trade. Even if I die here, this family will finish the Shu family. Liu Bo hit him and he stopped talking. Wei Dong went the color of a thundercloud. You touched the head of my family. Old man, you were not my match 300 years ago, and you are not my match now. Then let us do it again some other day, said Liu Bo, and let us do the exchange first, because I am not interested in you at all today. So they traded. Wei Dong opened the bag enough to show Liu Feng sitting inside it, entirely disoriented and unaware of anything that had happened, and Liu Bo threw Wei Li across, and both sides withdrew. I was back on my feet by then, more or less, and I was in the middle of gloating at Bai Xuan when they arrived home. Frost had brought him in personally. Ling Feng. He had been given a pill that keeps a man weak for 3 days, and he still had the energy for this. You will not win. I do not know whether I will win, I said. I am confident you will not. And a captured man barking in my own house is a novelty. Would you like me to remove your tongue? Taichu Holy Land will never let this stand. You have no idea what our Holy Lord is. You think the gap between quasi-emperors is small? It is small for garbage like Frost. Next to our Holy Lord, she is nothing. How exciting, I said. I will look forward to it. Meanwhile, you are a prisoner. Try to be realistic. Then Wei Dong came over the wall carrying my patriarch, and I stopped enjoying myself. Feng, briefly, the Shu family's old ancestor is out of seclusion. He and Wang Dong took Li. We got him back because Wang Cheng and I had Liu Feng in a bag to trade. How bad? He will live. I looked around at what we had. One quasi-emperor of the Holy Alliance captured. Every single one of their supremes and life and death cultivators dead or in our cells, not one escaped. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings converted. A branch of the Shu family defected with an imperial weapon. Then we won, I said. Not the war, this part of it. And we hurt them in a way that does not heal quickly. I took the seniors down to see the prison because I wanted them to see it. They stopped fighting each other about an hour ago, the Earthvein chief reported at the door. There are dead, there are a great many injured, and there is no possibility of those 3 factions cooperating on anything ever again. He paused, and then said, with complete sincerity, Divine Son, you took an alliance apart with a seating arrangement. You are a heavenly god walking around in a boy. The 9 supremes of the Frost Holy Land all said something similar, and my grandfather stood at the back of that corridor with his arms folded, glowing. He announced to the entire group, unprompted, that from that day forward, anywhere he traveled on this continent, he would no longer be introducing himself by his own name or title. I am Ling Feng's grandfather, he said. That is the whole introduction. Who does not know it? Who would not respect it? Grandfather? It is more efficient. I only made a small suggestion, I told the corridor. The result belongs to everyone standing here, particularly the Frost Holy Land. Frost and the 9 Supremes decided both battles. They came 2,000 miles to fight somebody else's war, and they carried it. Which was mostly true and entirely useful. And I noticed I had gotten good at that and made a note to watch it. It is remarkably easy to start believing the things people say about you at that volume. Then we went inside, and I did the thing I had been saving. I walked into the middle of a prison block containing survivors of 3 great powers and gave them an accounting. Let us compare properly, I said, since you all seem confused about how you lost. The war god Zhou family, one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans. War King divine bodies, multiple great emperors in the bloodline, 4 imperial weapons, 3 quasi-emperors, 4 supremes at the 8th layer. I looked around. The immortal Wei family, 3 quasi-emperors, 2 at the 8th layer. Fewer imperial weapons in the vault, except that I personally carry 4. On paper, the 2 of us are level. Does anyone dispute that? Nobody did. Taichu Holy Land against the Frost Holy Land. 2 quasi-emperors each, 2 imperial weapons each. Taichu has the 4 heavenly kings at the 7th layer, and a longer legacy. Taichu wins that comparison. The Frost Holy Land loses it. I let that sit. And the Zhu family, who are also an imperial clan, with 2 quasi-emperors, 3 imperial weapons, and a supreme at the 8th layer. Add all of that up, and on paper, the Holy Alliance should have taken this compound in an afternoon. I looked around the block, and yet here you all are, so perhaps the numbers were never the thing. I was also at that moment quietly running the Blue Mountain mystic art. It is the one inheritance from the Blue Mountain Great Emperor that I had not been able to use, because it requires internal and external mental energy held in balance, and it is genuinely difficult, and I had finally got the door open a few days earlier while resting between battles. Its property is that it moves a listener's mind while you are speaking to them. The quasi-emperors and the 8th layers in the corridor felt something and braced. A few of the 7th layers held on by concentrating so hard it visibly cost them. Everyone else in that prison went down on their knees. Greetings to the mandate of heaven, they said together, in one voice with absolute reverence. Liu Fu Supreme, still standing, watched his own arrogant grandson kneel on a stone floor with shining eyes and could not process it. Ling Feng is a child of destiny, he said. There is something wrong here, said the Moon God Supreme. That boy does not do anything without a scheme underneath it. How does the Wei family produce something like that? Fing! Wei Dong was staring at me. What was that? Mental energy, I said. I pushed on them. It will hold for about 3 days and then it will fade. My cultivation is not deep enough for more. 3 days, Wei Dong said slowly. You can command every cultivator below the 7th layer of Supreme for 3 days, and you are apologizing for it. Then Zhang Li, who is quicker than people give him credit for, said the dangerous thing. They called you the child of destiny, which proves you are the child of destiny. We should let that travel. Let it go out with the rest of the story from this battle. The corridor lit up. The child of destiny is favored by heaven itself. His fortune cannot be stolen, and anyone who crosses him is cursed for life. That will deter more people than another victory would. No, I said, I am not a child of destiny. It was an illusion. That is all it was. A Feng, said Wei Dong gently, you are the child of destiny. And I gave up, because there is no arguing with a room that has decided. I want to note, for the record, that I am not a child of destiny. I am the opposite of a child of destiny. I am the thing the system installed in this world specifically to stand in their way. I have spent 2 years hunting them one at a time, and I have taken so much from them that my own prisoners now kneel and call me the one heaven chose. I suppose fate did put me here, as the villain. 200 miles away, in a cave in the mountains, 4 quasi-emperors were sitting in the dark. Wang Cheng, Wang Dong said, our own elder. Do you understand what that costs us? With him, we would have been 4. 4 quasi-emperors would have made the war god Zhou family the first power on this continent. And instead, he cost us Bai Xuan, said Wang Tao. Liu Bo said nothing for a while. He had come out of seclusion for this. Quasi-emperors near the end of their lives do not come out of seclusion. They stay in and spend everything on one last attempt at the throne of a great emperor. And every one of them knows that in an age of thin spiritual energy, nobody is going to make it. We are not enough, he said at last. Our 2 clans are not enough. We need people who already hate the Wei family. Who is left? Liu Feng asked. No imperial clan, said Wang Tao. But there is a holy land, Flame Holy Land. Their grand elder's father was an 8th layer supreme who would have become a quasi-emperor, and Wei Dong beat him, and he died of it. The son has been carrying that for a century. Liu Bo nodded slowly. He had been alive when it happened. I will go to Flame Holy Land myself, said Wang Dong. And do not think only about the enemies of the Wei family, Liu Feng said, and his eyes came up. Think about the enemies of the Frost Holy Land. Everyone in that cave sat forward. The Heavenly Blade sect to the north, said Wang Dong. The Great Formation sect to the east. Both in the top 10 sects, both with quasi-emperors, and both have spent 40 years squeezing the Frost Holy Land between them. That is why the Frost Holy Land climbed onto the Wei family's ship in the first place. They were being eaten. Then I take the Heavenly Blade sect, said Liu Feng, standing, and our old ancestor takes the Great Formation sect. That is 3 more quasi-emperors. 4, with flame. 7 of us, Wang Dong said. 8 if I wake our own old ancestor. And I will. Ling Feng. Liu Feng was smiling for the first time in days. All of this began with you. I am going to make certain you were there at the end of it. We had the same meeting on our side, about an hour later, and it went faster because I did not ask my own people what they thought. I asked the traitor. You are the 2nd oldest man in the Zhou family, I said. What is Wang Dong doing right now? Wang Cheng stroked his beard, and his eyes did something I had not seen before, which was to become genuinely intelligent. He looks like a berserker, and he is not one. Lin is careful. He will hunt for allies, and while he hunts, he will do the other thing, which nobody in this room has considered. He looked around. He will wake the Zhou family's old ancestor. Wei Dong's face changed. You are certain. He will not risk a 3rd defeat. He will bring everything and end it in one motion. Zhang Li did the arithmetic out loud. Then the Zhou family fields 3 quasi-emperors, the Shu family 2. Taichu will not know whether to stay in. Against that we have 3 plus 2 from the Frost Holy Land, plus Wang Cheng, 6. He looked up. If they recruit even 1 more power, we lose. Then let me tell you what we are going to do, I said, and told them. Then I went and had a conversation with Qin Yu. Lei was in a cell on her own, bound with a rope woven out of a supreme artifact, dosed with the same pill we had given Bai Xuan, and she was not remotely broken, which is why she was worth the effort. I have news, I said. Would you like it? Kill me and get it over with. Whatever you say, I know the Zhou family will pull this compound down. Your vice family head is not the fastest thing on this continent anymore, I said. Your vice family head is a woman in a cell whose entire family is losing a war, and I have not decided what you are for yet. Then decide. Bai Xuan of Taichu Holy Land was captured this morning. That is the news. I let her have it. Your brother is not dead, but your brother has run for help, which is a very different thing from winning, and I am going to ask you one question. Who will he go to? I do not know. You do. I said I do not know. I did not touch her. I want that on the record because there was a version of that conversation available to me that would have gone differently, and I have been that man on other days. I called Wang Cheng in instead. He walked through the door of her cell, upright, unbound, under his own power, with the aura of a quasi-emperor rolling off him. Qin Yu stopped breathing. Elder Kang. Her voice came out wrong. What are you doing here? What do you think, Lei? I do not know. Look at me. I am walking around inside the Wei family with nothing on my wrists. If I were a prisoner, could I do that? So work it out. You surrendered. Surrendered. Wang Cheng shook his head gently, like a disappointed uncle. I turned away from the dark. The Wei family is going to the top of this continent because that boy is a child of destiny. And every child of destiny in recorded history ends up ruling something. Standing in front of that is not loyalty. It is a way of dying with a clean conscience. You are the most senior elder in the Zhou family after the old ancestor. Lei was almost shouting. We were supposed to learn from you, and if my brother knew, if Uncle Sean knew, if the old ancestor knew, they would kill you where you stood. Do you understand that without you, we would have had 4 quasi-emperors? 4. We would have been the first power in the world. That is what the whole family has wanted for 1,000 years, and you sold it. Wang Cheng did not move at all. He had swallowed a poison whose antidote sits in my storage ring, and he had made his peace with it in about 90 seconds on a piece of dirt outside a hall, and nothing she said could reach a man who had already made that trade. Lei, he said, surrender to the divine sun and live. You are 8th layer and you are the fastest cultivator alive and you are not yet 60. Is it not a waste? I would rather die. So, I drew the demon god's spear. The imperial pressure came off it and filled that small stone room, and I put the point at her face, and I pushed it forward slowly, deliberately slowly. I wanted her to have the whole journey. I watched a woman who had been utterly certain for her entire life discover the exact distance at which certainty stops. I surrender, she said, at about 4 inches, and shut her eyes. I let the spear go past her cheek and put it into the wall behind her head. The stone cracked all the way to the ceiling. Then take this, I said, and held out the pill. 1 a day from me. Miss a day, and it starts on your soul, and it does not stop. Lei did not open her mouth. Lei was going to pretend, obviously. Lei had already worked out that a false surrender got her out of the cell and closer to a door. Ah, I said. You would rather die after all. Lei took the pill. Work honestly and you will be treated honestly, I said, cutting the rope. Now, your brother, where does he go for help? Lei was quiet for a moment, and I watched her decide that the information was already worthless. Somewhere that already hates you, she said. That is all he ever does. He finds people with an old score and he offers them company. Good, I said. That is the correct answer, and you should know that I already knew it. I had not taken her for her speed alone, although her speed is extraordinary. I took her because a woman who can move like that and who has spent 30 years running her clan's intelligence is the beginning of a very specific kind of organization, and I had a hall of assassination sitting half empty. Then, while both quasi-emperors of the Shu family were away recruiting, I took a small team into Lanzhou, Zhang Li, Wang Cheng, Qin Yu at 70% and being watched, and Gale Lion Supreme carrying the sky-splitting claw, who had his own reasons and had named them plainly. His branch would become the 6th vein of the Wei family. Heaven, earth, human, demon, wind, and monster. The Shu family bloodline would continue under him, inside my clan, with his people alive and the other 7 veins gone. He had been waiting for this for a very long time, and he had chosen his moment with real patience. The Shu family compound was relaxed when we arrived. They had every reason to be. Their people were away winning a war with 2 allies. When do you think they will get back? Somebody in the square was saying. I want to see the divine child. There is nobody left to ask about sword work. Then the first strike hit their protective array. 2 quasi-emperors, 3 imperial weapons, and a sky-splitting claw, all at once. That array is rated to hold a quasi-emperor for days. It came apart like a window. Wind Tiger. Linji, left in charge, saw who was standing in the sky over his home. Why? Because the Shu family offended people it could not afford to offend, and it is going to die for it, Gale Lion said. And because I intend for the bloodline to survive, Wind Vein, to me, now, every one of you. And then he told them the truth, at a volume that carried, which was the cruelest part. The Holy Alliance has lost every supreme and every life and death cultivator it fielded. It has lost a quasi-emperor. The Shu family has 2 quasi-emperors left, and no army, and neither of them is here. That is a lie, somebody shouted. But Wind Vein came anyway. In their hundreds, then their thousands, they came and stood behind him, and the other 7 veins watched them cross the square. Linji called for the battle formation, and I did not let it finish forming. I opened the Huangquan diagram, and 10,000 Yellow Springs ghost soldiers came out of it and went through the square, and then the god-slaying orb went out and started drinking, and then their guardian came up out of the mountain behind the compound. It leapt about 1,000 feet and blocked out the sun. Black with fur down to the ground, the body of a bear and the head of a tiger, arms far too long, and it had been sleeping under that mountain for longer than the Shu family had held the province. You dare strike the land family, Die before this emperor. Quasi-emperor strength. Genuinely. Zhang Li and Wang Cheng did not go near it. They stayed at range and worked it, the longevity spear going out and coming back, and Wang Cheng dropping the Fantian seal on it from above, like a man dropping a mountain on a shed. It took an eye. Then it took the second eye. Then, blind and enraged and swinging, it took the seal on the top of the skull and went down. Qin Yu and Gale Lion put Lin Ji on the ground between them. Leave him alive, I said. And then I gave the order that I am going to carry. The Shu family had 60,000 people in that compound. When it was over, the only ones still standing were Windvane. I could tell you that I did it because a clan that survives comes back, and because the Shu family would have spent the next 2 centuries trying to kill everyone I loved, and because it worked, and because after that day no power on this continent joined an alliance against me without doing an unusual amount of arithmetic first. All of that is true, and none of it is the reason. The reason is that I decided the price was acceptable, and then I paid it with other people. I am not going to pretend that was a hard afternoon for me. It was not. That is the part worth knowing. Lin Jie, alive in a crater, would not stop talking. Do you think this ends here? You will be surrounded. Every imperial clan, every holy land, all 10 of the great sects. You are too loud, Ling Feng, and when they come for you, it will be your own doing. Possibly, I said, and hit him until he stopped. You still do not understand your position, so let me explain it. I am not going to kill you. I crouched down. You are going to stand in my line, at my shoulder, and watch me take the Holy Alliance apart from the inside, and then you are going to go on living. Then I stood up and gave my last order in that province. Send word to the entire Tianshuan continent. The Shu family has been erased by the Wei family. Use those words. The words arrived in Tianshuan City about 4 days later, and Tianshuan City is where words go to become facts. It sits in the middle of the continent and belongs to nobody. Not to a dynasty, not to an imperial clan, not to a holy land. It has produced several great emperors, and it currently has 4 quasi-emperors sitting on it, and everyone calls them the 4 emperors of Tianshuan. And that is why a city has stood independent for thousands of years, while empires went past it in both directions. In an inn there, a man in a straw hat, who read as Supreme 8th Layer, was selling the story by the cup. I have the whole thing, he said. Details nobody else has. 1 cup of profound heaven divine wine, and I will tell it to you alone. The room objected loudly. Profound heaven divine wine is made from the spring water of Tianshuan Mountain and the leaves of the heavenly mystic tree, and it measurably improves your chances of a breakthrough. People have offered supreme artifacts for 1 cup and been turned down. Even if you say nothing, somebody shouted, we will hear it eventually. You will hear something. You will not hear this. A young master walked out of the crowd, produced a sealed cup of it out of thin air, and set it on the table. Red lips, white teeth, very fine skin, a pleasant voice, and an old man standing 1 step behind, who put up a sound barrier with a gesture so casual that the straw hat started sweating. Quasi-emperor, traveling as somebody's servant, which meant the young master at that table was not from a first-rate power. First-rate powers cannot spare a quasi-emperor to carry luggage. Speak, said the young master. He spoke for an hour. He did not touch the wine. He drank tea the entire time and finished with his throat aching. It is the most interesting war in 1,000 years, the young master said at the end of it, and took a while to digest it. This divine son of the Wei family, what realm is he actually at? The 1st or 2nd layer of life and death, they say. But he has techniques that force the realm upward, and with the chaos body, the ancient double pupils, and 4 imperial weapons, he beats an 8th layer supreme. Whether he can take a quasi-emperor, nobody knows. Very good, you are done. The young master got up and headed for the door. Where are we going? Said the old man. Wei province, said the young master, and looked out at the road with an expression I would come to know quite well. I was in seclusion at the time, and came out at the 4th layer of life and death. And the Holy Alliance was rebuilding itself, faster than I had projected. Wang Dong sat outside the flame. Holy Land's gate for 3 days without being received, because the Flame Holy Lord could not decide. Their Grand Elder wanted it badly, because his father had died 100 years ago, failing to become a quasi-emperor after Wei Dong broke him, and he had been holding that ever since. Their 2 protectors, the elders of Zhuanhuo, wanted no part of it. Grand Elder, be honest, you want this for yourself, not for the Holy Land. That was the right protector, and he said it in front of everybody. Look at the actual record. The Holy Alliance has 3 great powers, and it has been beaten twice. And now the Zhu family, which is not weaker than us, has 60,000 dead and a guardian beast in the dirt. If we wade into this, we will be the Shu family. The Grand Elder could not really argue, because he had not once thought about the Holy Land, and everyone in the room knew it. So they woke their old ancestor. Huo Shan had been asleep for a long time, and he came up in a bad temper, and the Grand Elder told him the story with a careful selection of facts in it, and the one fact he left out was the number 60,000. Then we join, said Huo Shan, cracking his knuckles at the ceiling. The mainland is going to be carved up in the next 50 years, and I have no intention of sitting out the carving. Fortune favors the bold. Old ancestor, the left protector said desperately, you have not been told about the Shu family, 60,000 people. Their guardian beast is dead. Their territory is a hole in the ground. What do you know? The Wei family is putting on a face. They are one push from collapse. The Heavenly Blade sect said yes. The Great Formation sect said yes. Both of them because the Frost Holy Land had been their meal for 40 years, and this was a chance to finish it, which put 10 quasi-emperors in the field against 6. So I built something new. I assembled the 9 strongest people I had below quasi-emperor, and I want to list them, because the list is the whole point. The great consecrator of the Hall of Offerings, who had spent a year trying to take my weapons off me. The Earth Vein Chief, who backed me first. Li Wei, Li Wen, and Li Qian of the Frost Holy Land. Qin Yu, vice head of the war god Zhou family. The Jin Wu and the Huo Li of Taichu Holy Land. And Lin Jie, formerly acting head of the Shu family, 9 at the 8th layer of Supreme. 4 of them had been trying to kill me within the last 3 months. Some of you are still injured, I told them. I am paying for your recovery personally. Understand the job. When the fighting starts, our quasi-emperors will each be locked to one of theirs. You 10, with me, are going to hold the ones left over until ours come free. That is the entire war. Lin Ji tried it on. My injuries are severe. It will take a long time. Then you will not fight. And if you are not fighting, you are of no use, so I will put you in the smelting stream instead. If you would like to die, say so plainly, and I will arrange it. I can always bring a few Shu family 7th layers up from the cells to stand where you are standing. He was quiet for a second. I need heaven and earth treasure, he said. Of course you do. What kind and how much? Anyone else who needs anything, name it now. You have 3 days to be at peak, and when you face a quasi-emperor, I will hand out quasi-emperor weapons, and some of you already have one. Then I went to see Bai Xuan. Have you come to kill me? I have come to make an arrangement. We are enemies. You are a prisoner, I said, which is a kind of colleague, and I will be blunt with you. If Taichu Holy Land insists on following the Zhou family into this, I will erase it. The Shu family had 60,000 people. It has none. How many does Taichu have? He was silent for a while. If I turn, he said, and I persuade Taichu Holy Land to withdraw from the alliance, what then? Then you owe no one anything. You do not join my clan, you do not swear to me, you are free. You fight when I call, and otherwise you go where you like. Done, he said immediately, which is when a servant came to tell me there was a young master at the gate, traveling with an old man who read as a quasi-emperor, and that the demon lineage chief had specifically wanted me to know about the old man. I received her alone. I say her because I knew within 4 seconds. The disguise was good, and it was not that good. Divine son of the Wei family, she said, seeing is believing. And what brings you to my house? You. Am I that famous? You are extremely famous, she said, and it has made me curious, and being curious is a condition I treat by traveling. That is a wonderfully relaxed way to live. You were the decisive factor in the last battle, she said, and dropped the small talk. So I have a question. What do you intend to do next? I bought news on my way here. The Holy Alliance has new members, Flame Holy Land, the Heavenly Blade sect, the Great Formation sect. Between those 3 there are 4 more quasi-emperors. That is 10 against your 6. Lay open to fan. Your alliance cannot hold that, can it? When soldiers come, we block them, I said. When water comes, we dam it. The Holy Alliance can come as many times as it likes, and it will fail every time, and this time I intend to end it. I poured tea. If you would like to stay and watch, the Wei family welcomes you. Then I accept, she said, delighted. And I understood I had just been outmaneuvered in some way I could not yet identify. 3 days later, the new Holy Alliance elected Wang Dong as its leader, and 10 quasi-emperors stood in one place. He gave them a briefing, and it was a good briefing, and it was completely wasted. We must be careful this time, not because they are strong, because they are cunning, and specifically because of Ling Feng. Understand me. He is young, and his realm is only life and death, and he is more dangerous to us than an ordinary quasi-emperor. The supreme cultivators who have died at his hands are past counting. Both battles were his design, the raid and the defense. He is the brain of the entire Wei Alliance. He looked around the circle, and if any of you gets an opening to kill Ling Feng, be extremely careful, because it is almost certainly a trap he has built for you. Wang Tao nodded. Liu Feng nodded. Liu Bo nodded. The Holy Lord of Taichu nodded. The 4 new ones did not nod. He is life and death realm, the heavenly blade quasi-emperor said afterward, to nobody in particular. Chaos body, double pupils, imperial weapons. So what? Any of us could kill him whenever we chose. The morning it happened, the sky over Wei province was black and low, and it smelled like rain. Good weather for it, I told the room. Nobody has ever died on a nice day. I had every quasi-emperor of our side in that room, and all 9 of my 8th layers. They are not bringing an army this time. They are bringing 10 quasi-emperors and nothing else, because they intend to break us with weight alone, which means the whole continent will be watching, and it means we do not merely have to win. We have to win in a way that frightens the audience. I lowered my voice. So, here is what we are going to do, and I need every one of you exactly where I put you. The young master came to see me an hour before it started. Still resting? Lei sat down uninvited. Do you know that your enemies will probably be here by noon? If you sleep through this, your family will be wiped out, and it will be entirely deserved. And since you know that, I said, why are you still inside my walls? You have a quasi-emperor with you, but a battlefield does not check credentials. Your rank is far too high for this. Go somewhere else. You know everything, she said, so protect me properly. That is not an answer. Ling Feng, let me be clear. If anything happens to me here, it will not only be you, it will be your entire family. Then I accept the responsibility, I said, since you insist on handing it to me. Lei smiled at that, and it was the first genuine one. Do not be sour about it. Protecting me is not going to hurt you. What does it do for me? If you are in real trouble, I send help. Lei shrugged. Honestly, if you are on good terms with me, I might be able to save your family today all by myself. I have thought about that sentence a great deal since. I have one request, she added. When it starts, do not stop me watching, up close. And I want your people told, because I do not like being handled, and anyone who tries to stop me will regret it. I looked at this girl in a boy's clothes, politely explaining that she would be standing at the edge of a battle between 10 quasi-emperors for entertainment. I will pass the word, I said. Nobody will interfere with you anywhere on this compound. Thank you. Lei stood, and then a cup appeared in her hand, out of nothing at all. Here, good wine. Drink it before the fighting. I opened it, and it smelled like standing on a mountain in the morning. My head cleared just from the vapor, and my perception sharpened noticeably before I had swallowed anything. I drank it in one go. It went through me like warm water, and then something opened in my chest, and I was at the 6th layer of life and death, standing in my own room, holding an empty cup. 2 layers from a drink. How was it? That is not wine, I said carefully. What is that? Oh, it does not matter what it is. It matters whether it worked. Lei was already leaving. Also, I have 2 quasi-emperor weapons here. Take them, give them to whoever needs them. The big fight is close, and it would be nice if you broke through a few more times first. Lei put 2 quasi-emperor weapons on my table, like a woman leaving a tip. It is a small thing, she said, and left. I stood there for a while. Then I distributed the 2 weapons among my 9 and gave the sky-splitting claw to Qin Yu because in her hands it was worth twice what it was worth in anyone else's, and made sure every one of the 9 had something at quasi-emperor grade in their hands. All 4 of our imperial weapons and every borrowed one were out. That is the actual secret of that battle, incidentally, not my chaos body. Equipment. Then the pressure hit the compound like a wave and I went out to the gate. 17 of us. 7 quasi-emperors and my 9, and me. 100,000 of my family behind us, shouting one thing. The clouds pulled apart and 10 figures came through. Qin Juge. Liu Feng saw me and lost every part of his composure at once. 60,000. 60,000 of my clan. Was that you? You already know, I said, so why ask? Wang Cheng, Qin Yu. Wang Dong's voice was very level. You are both of my blood and you were standing over there. Today my family cleans its own house. Neither of them so much as looked up. The Holy Lord of Taichu saw Bai Xuan in our line, and something went out of his face. Bai Xuan, you, of all of them, you. Turn back now, and I may forgive it, he shouted when there was no answer. Otherwise, nothing saves you. Traitors never end well. And Liu Feng found Lin Jie. We left you in charge of the family. The family is gone, and you are standing in their line. I will avenge 60,000 people, and I will start with you. Enough talking, I said, and went first. Secret techniques, and I came up to the 6th layer of Supreme. Ancient chaos body, ancient double pupils, and behind me, 9 8th layers opened 9 divine bodies at once, which for one moment made us look like 10 supremes standing in a row. Our 7 quasi-emperors each took the opponent I had assigned them days earlier, which left 3 for me and my 9. Wang Tao, the heavenly blade quasi-emperor, and the great formation quasi-emperor. They are supremes, the heavenly blade quasi-emperor said to his colleagues in the tone of a man being asked to do the washing up. The three of us will clear them and then go and help with the real work. He came in first, sword light in a wall. I met him with the god-slaying orb, the Huangquan diagram above my head, and the beginningless bell in my hand. Qin Yu went at the great formation quasi-emperor with the sky-splitting claw and her wings out, and she is fast enough that a quasi-emperor without an imperial weapon simply cannot keep her in front of him. Lin Ji and the Jin Wu went in beside her. The great consecrator and the Earth Vein chief took Wang Tao with the three Frost Supremes, 5 against 1, and holding him was an achievement because Wang Tao had an imperial weapon. And I went to work on the Heavenly Blade quasi-emperor with the Blue Mountain mystic art. Not the fists, the mind. I put him inside an illusion of being chained to an iron pillar while I took him apart at leisure, and he stood in the middle of the sky with his sword down and an expression of profound grief on his face. And while he was in there, the Jin Wu put an arrow through him. The pain broke the illusion. That is what pain is for. And he came out of it into a god-slaying orb the size of a hill. He opened a sword god body, the same as Shu Wei's, and got free, and raised a black greatsword over his head and pulled the wind in around it. The sword falls on 9 heavens. That one I felt. Thunder Emperor Precious Technique, Kunpeng Supreme Art, Great Heavenly Demon Hand, 6 Paths, Reincarnation. Fist, all 4 at once, and behind them, all 3 of my imperial weapons stacked into the path of the blade, and it still nearly reached me. This one is genuinely dangerous, he said, breathing hard, looking around. If I keep trading with him, I will die here today. And then he made a decision that finished the war, though nobody in that sky understood it yet. He decided to stop trying. He shifted deliberately, so that my next exchange landed on the Holy Alliance's own leader instead, and stepped back. You dare split your attention? I said. You underestimate me. But I let him go because I had seen exactly what he had done, and I wanted him alive. Instead, I turned to Wang Dong, who was already fighting the Earth Vein chief and the Great Consecrator and several Frost Supremes and was not enjoying it, and I raised my voice so that the entire sky could hear me. Jiang Hao Han, so the quasi-emperors of the war god Zhou family are this and no more. I let the laugh carry. Can you genuinely not see it? The Heavenly Blade sect, the Great Formation sect, the Flame Holy Land, the Shu family. Every one of them is using you. They made you the leader of the Holy Alliance and you were flattered. Do you know why they made you the leader? He did not answer, which was the answer. Because the nail that stands up is the one that gets hammered. Every other man in this sky can walk away today and be forgiven. You cannot. You are the leader. When the Wei family settles accounts, it settles them with you first, and every one of your allies knows it, and that is precisely why they gave you the seat. Wang Cheng picked it up beside me, without needing to be told. Lin, he is offering you a door. If the Zhou family had taken one 3 months ago, we would not be where we are. Do you want to be the man who is remembered as the one who ended it? Even Qin Yu joined in, and hers had teeth in it, because she had once believed all of this. Brother, Bai Xuan is a quasi-emperor, and he is standing over here. I am not even a quasi-emperor, and I am standing over here. We are not cowards. We just counted. I watched Wang Dong's face change, and I watched him start to think, and I nearly had him. Do not forget, Liu Feng said, from 10 feet away, in a voice like a door closing. The 60,000 of my family in the ground, and the state of your own. Are you going to let this boy talk his way past all of it? Please, said Huo Shan of the Flame Holy Land, contemptuously. This is a schoolyard trick, and you are a quasi-emperor. Today it is their alliance or ours. One of them ends. Do you honestly think a few clever sentences change that arithmetic? Seniority did what seniority does. Wang Dong straightened up. Wang Cheng, Qin Yu, this is the moment to come back. Return now, and as Holy Lord I will forgive everything. Qin Yu wavered. I saw it. Then she remembered what was in her blood and what the antidote was, and she looked away. Since you would all rather die, I said, then today this divine son will oblige you. And I went for Huo Shan. The moment we touched, I understood what an old quasi-emperor actually is. He had 400 years of doing this, and the ancient chaos body was not comfortable. You have some ability, boy. He was grinning. The whole continent says you are the man of destiny. I have lived 400 years. I have seen what a real man of destiny looks like, and you are a counterfeit. And you, I said, should have stayed in your cave in the Flame Holy Land instead of coming to help other people lose a war. 400 years of legacy, and it produced you. While we were doing that, out on the edge of it, 2 quasi-emperors were having a quiet conversation. You are holding back, the Great Formation quasi-emperor said. So are you, said the Heavenly Blade quasi-emperor, and I would like to know why you think you should not be. Say it? Very well. Suppose the Holy Alliance wins today. The Zhou family and the Shu family divide the Wei family, because they are the injured parties and they have the standing. The Taichu Holy Land and the Flame. Holy Land divide the Frost. Holy Land for the same reason. What is left for the Heavenly Blade sect and the Great Formation sect? He let it sit. Scraps. And to earn our scraps, we are being asked to spend the one quasi-emperor each of our sects possesses. Does that sound like a good trade? Great Formation thought about it for 2 seconds and took a step backward out of the fight, which meant that on paper, the Holy Alliance still had 10 quasi-emperors, and in practice it had 8. And it had one fewer than that every few minutes. At the edge of the battlefield, a young master in a boy's clothes sat on the rail of a very expensive flying carriage with an old man standing behind her and started, very quietly, to laugh. Elder Joe, look at that. The Holy Alliance is losing. So it is. I used a supreme artifact to work out the odds before I came. The Holy Alliance was far stronger. It was not close. Lei was watching the 2 sect quasi-emperors drift toward the edges. And he fought the Heavenly Blade quasi-emperor to a standstill, and then won without fighting at all. He talked 2 quasi-emperors out of a war with a few sentences. He has some ability, said Elder Joe. He was smiling as he said it, and then he stopped smiling because he had just noticed his young lady's face, and Elder Joe had one job in this world, and it was about to become extremely complicated. Once you are 2 quasi-emperors short, everything downstream goes wrong at once. Our 7 were suddenly not outnumbered. My 9, all of them carrying quasi-emperor grade weapons, were suddenly able to pin the leftovers instead of merely surviving them. And a Holy Alliance quasi-emperor, who had been holding comfortably, found 4 of ours converging on him at the same moment. And inside a minute they had him sealed and threw him bodily down into my compound, like a sack going into a cellar. Holy Lord! Bai Xuan had stopped fighting and was talking urgently to the man who had once commanded him. Withdraw. Now, while it is still a withdrawal, if Taichu Holy Land stays in this, it goes into the ground with the Shu family. Gale Lion Supreme was making the same argument to Liu Feng and making it kindly, which was worse. You had a road to heaven, and you would not take it. Hell had no door, and you kicked it in. If men like you do not die, who does? I do not need a traitor to lecture me. Liu Feng's teeth were bared. Today, either the Wei Alliance dies, or the Holy Alliance dies. There is no third outcome. Then it is yours, I said. And I bought the war. I did it out loud, in the middle of the sky, so that every person in it heard every word. Heavenly Blade, Great Formation. You have both come a long way, and neither of you has been paid. So, let me make you an offer that the men beside you cannot match. I let it hang. Everything the Flame Holy Land owns, territory, vaults, techniques, all of it, split between your 2 sects. Today, you could feel the temperature of that sky change. The world runs on profit. Nobody flies 2,000 miles to be a philanthropist, and nobody in that sky was pretending otherwise anymore. The 2 of them looked at each other, and I could see the one thing holding them, which was that they did not trust me. So I put a binding contract in the air with a flick of my hand. They read it. They looked at each other again. Well, said the Heavenly Blade quasi-emperor, the affairs of the world are unfolding. And then, to the men he had arrived with, my apologies. Zhou family, Zhu family, Flame Holy Land. 2 quasi-emperors turned around in the middle of a battle and attacked Huo Shan from both sides. What are you doing? The old man was genuinely baffled for 1 second, and then he was furious. Can you not see this as provocation? This is the oldest trick there is, and you swallowed it whole. He kept saying it, and it kept not working, because they had already committed, and men who have already betrayed once cannot afford to hesitate. A second turn would leave them with nowhere on this continent to stand. Old ancestor of the Flame Holy Land, said the Great Formation quasi-emperor, driving in, unless you would like to hand over the entire Flame Holy Land right now, stop talking. And on the other side of that sky, Wang Qing finished his last job. He came in on Wang Dong from a blind angle with a quasi-emperor sword, which is a killing weapon from the first stroke when it is used against a quasi-emperor, and the leader of the Holy Alliance went down out of the air and did not get up. That was the moment the whole thing stopped being a battle. The Holy Lord of Taichu. Holy Land closed his eyes and let his aura go out. Holy Lord. Bai Xuan's voice was steady. If you do not repent now, it will be too late. First the imperial clans, then it will be the Holy Lands. As a quasi-emperor of Taichu, this is the last thing I can do for the Holy Land. The Holy Lord did not answer him. He may have been ready to die, but the legacy of Taichu Holy Land was a different question. And a Holy Land can survive owing the Wei family a favor, and a Holy Land cannot survive being the Zhang family or the Shu family. He turned and left the sky, and that was his answer, and Bai Xuan had paid for his freedom exactly as agreed. Out beyond the battlefield, the Flame Holy Land's own elders had come to watch and were now watching something they had not planned for. Something is wrong. The old ancestor and the Holy Lord are in trouble. The Holy Alliance is finished, said their third elder, and the Flame Holy Land is going down with it. We are going to be the next Zhang family. Grand Elder, what do we do? The Grand Elder of the Flame. Holy Land, who had pushed his entire Holy Land into this war for a 100-year-old grudge about his father, looked at the sky for a moment. Then he stepped down off the rock and quietly left. The other elders stood there with their mouths open. The only option, said the second elder at last, with a bitter laugh, is to submit to the Wei family and keep something. Otherwise, there is nothing. And that is where I ended it, and this is the part that decided the next 10 years of this continent. Because I did not accept their surrender, I said something else. Gentlemen, I looked at the heavenly blade quasi-emperor, and the great formation quasi-emperor, and the holy lord of the flame Holy Land, and every supreme standing behind them. What are you all waiting for? This is your opportunity to demonstrate your sincerity to my Wei family. And then every single person on my side stepped back. All 7 quasi-emperors, all 9 of my supremes, the entire Frost Holy Land contingent. We simply withdrew from that fight and left it, and what was left in the middle of the sky was Huo Shan and the men who had arrived beside him that morning. Turning away from the dark, as they keep saying, is not something you do with words. Without paying, how is anyone supposed to believe you? Perhaps the Holy Lord of the Flame Holy Land is reluctant, said Zhang Li pleasantly. And the Flame Holy Land's own Holy Lord, Huo Xing, stepped out of the group and stood facing his own old ancestor. I am sorry, old ancestor. He said it clearly. The Flame Holy Land submits to the Wei family. We will not contend with the Frost Holy Land. From today, anyone on this continent who moves against the Wei family or the Frost Holy Land will find us in the way. Huo Shan stared at him. There is nothing in this world worse than that. An enemy in front of you is simple. Old ancestor. Huo Xing's voice cracked once and then held. The whole of the Flame Holy Land cannot be spent on one man's obsession. This is not only my view, it is nearly every elder we have. I do not believe you, Huo Shan was shouting now, at the empty air around him. Does the whole Flame Holy Land answer to you? Where is everyone else? And they came out of the clouds, the second elder, the third elder, every supreme of the flame, Holy Land, and behind them the personal disciples of the younger generation, still at life and death realm, still children by the standards of that sky. They came and stood behind Huo Xing. Nobody said anything. They did not have to. The Flame Holy Land, Huo Shan said, and his voice had gone very quiet, which I have carried on my back until today. It is going to throw me away? Old ancestor, said Huo Xing, for the whole of the Flame Holy Land, I am asking you to die. And the second elder said it after him, and the third, and then all of them together, a chant going up out of a holy land aimed at its own founder. Old ancestor, please die. Old ancestor, please die. I stood off to the side and watched, and I did not lift a finger, and that was the entire point. Huo Shan lasted a while. He was very good. At the end of it, he stopped fighting and looked around the sky at all of them. So, the world has changed after all, he said. In my generation, would juniors have been permitted to behave like this? Then, at me, and only at me, damn you, Ling Feng, I will go down to the Yellow Springs first. I will wait for you there. And he chose to detonate rather than be finished by his own people, which I respected, and which several quasi-emperors had already prepared for, because there had been a great deal of time to prepare. The sky went quiet, 2 sects with their swords still out, and no one left to point them at. A holy lord who had just killed his own old ancestor. The holy lord of Taichu on the horizon, going home. And on the ground below, the leader of the Holy Alliance, unable to stand. I walked out into the middle of it. Since you have all honored my family with a visit, I said, and since I am the host, it would be rude of me not to greet my guests properly. I trust you will all show the Wei family the appropriate courtesy. The Heavenly Blade Quasi-Emperor bowed first, and he did it well. That is exactly my wish, and it is only right. It is a fortune for both our sects to stand with the Wei family today, the Great Formation Quasi-Emperor said, quickly so as not to be second. We hope the Divine Sun will rest easy on that. Very good, I said. And then I looked at the rest of them, and one by one, every remaining power in that sky agreed. They stayed with us for a few days afterward, and we made arrangements, and I let every one of them go home exactly as I had promised, because I keep my word, and because a reputation for keeping your word is the cheapest weapon on the market. The Holy Alliance was gone, and the thing that replaced it was the Wei family, the Frost Holy Land, the Heavenly Blade Sect, the Great Formation Sect, Taichu Holy Land, and the Flame Holy Land. 6 powers. 2 of them had been trying to erase me 9 days earlier. Once you were on my ship, getting off is a separate negotiation. In Tianchuan City, they were still talking about it a week later. Consider what it actually means. To be an enemy of the Wei family is now to be an enemy of the Heavenly Blade sect, and the Great Formation sect, and the Flame Holy Land, and Tai Chu Holy Land, and the Frost Holy Land. There is no power on this continent that can carry that bill. Only the two great dynasties and Tianshuan City itself can stand level with them now. And the one who did it is 20 years old and has not reached Supreme Realm. Somewhere under Tianshuan Mountain, at exactly that time, a blood-red sword came up out of the rock and split the night sky in half. A young man walked out of a cave with a face like a white fox and a lazy expression, and the women waiting outside went down on one knee to congratulate him on his breakthrough. Young master, Supreme Realm, quasi-emperor is a matter of time. Jin, said the fox-faced young man, amused, tell me again, who exactly in this world compares to me? And the sharp-tongued one, who had been boasting about him all morning, said the only honest thing available, the first prodigy of the Wei family young master, Ling Feng. For 10 days there has been nobody else on the continent, the Frost Holy Land and the Flame. Holy Land are both at his feet. Is that so? His eyes lit up and there was no hostility in it at all, which is a much worse sign. Then I had better go and look at him. And in the city lord's mansion on the other side of that mountain, an old steward put a 3-sided prism into the hand of a very tired young man called Li Ming. He would be delivering it personally to Wei province, as a gift because Tianshuan City and the Wei family have always enjoyed such a warm relationship. I understand, said Li Ming, in the voice of a man who understands. Back home, I had 2 prisoners left to settle. Gale Lion took the first one himself, and I let him because he had earned it. Liu Feng, decide, my patience is finished. You think a cage makes me work for you? Liu Feng's voice came out of the dark. Kill me today or do not, but I will never bend. Then we refine your body into a puppet, said Gale Lion, without heat. A quasi-emperor puppet does not have your talent, but it also does not have your opinions. 3 days. The second one went the other way. Wang Dong had been in that dungeon for several days by then, and Wang Cheng and Qin Yu went down to ask him one final time, and he did not argue for very long. He signed. And then he walked out through the dungeon door into a sunrise and had to put a hand up against the light. Defeated, he said, to nobody. Defeated in the end. But I am alive, and from today, I follow the Wei family. He said it bitterly, and there was more resignation in it than bitterness, and Wang Cheng and Qin Yu both exhaled, because if he had refused, the 2 of them would have been the ones who failed to deliver him. They agreed, I said when they told me. I was not gloating. It is simply a fact, and it is worth knowing. Very few people can stand in front of their own death for long. Zhang Li was at my shoulder, where he always is now. Young lord, what next? Do we keep pressure on the Flame Holy Land? No, they have signed. Leave them. I thought about it. This ends here. If we push any further, we will pull in Tianshuan City, or the Loose Cultivator Alliance, or one of the 2 great dynasties, and the Wei family as it stands today could not survive any of them looking directly at us. He nodded and put it away. He has never once needed to be told a thing twice. Then the young master came to say goodbye. I gave her back the 2 quasi-emperor weapons I had borrowed. While I was handing them over, I was thinking about something else. In 9 days I had put the resources of the Wei family, the Frost Holy Land, and the Flame Holy Land onto one question, which was who this person actually was. I had learned nothing at all. Not her name, not her sect, not her province, nothing. A quasi-emperor carries her luggage. Lei hands out quasi-emperor weapons the way other people hand out fruit. Lei poured me 2 realms out of a cup, and then apologized for the size of the gift, which meant that keeping her would have been the single most profitable act of my life, and I stood there and seriously considered it for about 4 seconds. The greater the profit, I said out loud, mostly to myself, the greater the risk. There are a great many wonderful methods in this world. Even if I made a contract, who is to say there is not some equally wonderful way to break it? Are you talking to me? I am talking myself out of something. I handed over the last weapon. And besides, the Wei family has not produced an emperor. We are already standing further forward than we can defend. If I reach any further, Tianshuan City starts looking at me directly, and I do not want to be looked at yet. Lei stopped, with the weapon halfway into her sleeve. Great Emperor Realm, she said. Is the divine son of the Wei family intending to break through to Great Emperor Realm? I want to be clear about how absurd that question was. I was at the 6th layer of life and death. There has not been a great emperor on this continent in 10,000 years. The spiritual energy for it does not exist anymore. Quasi-emperors go into caves at the end of their lives specifically to fail at this. Lei asked it anyway, and she asked it seriously, and I have met perhaps 3 people in my life who would have. How so? I said. Does the young master believe that Ling Feng will never in his life reach Great Emperor Realm? Lei smiled at that and did not answer. Then she left, and a few days later, I was told she had gone from the compound without a word to anyone. Divine child. Wang Cheng, who is now mine in his bones and thinks about my interests the way other men think about their own money. Shall I send people after her? No need, I said. Whoever is supposed to appear will appear. That one is interesting. The more urgent business was that I had stopped growing. My combat strength had reached about the ceiling of an ordinary quasi-emperor, and my actual realm had not moved. And there is a limit to how long you can paper over a gap like that with borrowed height. So I went and asked the great consecrator, who spent a year trying to take my imperial weapons off me and who now does not sit down until I do. He thought about it for a long time. Divine child, the way family's treasuries are deep, but there is very little in them that will move you at this point. You did not get here on resources, you got here on inheritances. He looked up. So it will have to be another opportunity. You cultivate the Kunpeng supreme art. There is a rumor of a creature in the South Sea called the Cloud Sea Kunpeng. Where it passes, the fog closes over the water and covers the sun until it looks like an island. The archipelago it lives in is called the Cloud Sea Secret Realm. If you took the Kunpeng supreme art into that place and pushed it deep, it might be worth a great deal to you. Thank you, great consecrator. I emptied a section of the family treasury into a storage ring and picked the people who would come with me. Zhang Li, obviously, and Qin Yu. Wang Qing found out about the second name before she did and arrived in her courtyard at a speed unbecoming in a 300-year-old man. Wonderful, wonderful. Lei, this is a genuinely excellent development. You have proximity, you have the road, and if the two of you should become a match, think what it does for the future of the Zhou family. Qin Yu went red to the ears and told him it was a disgusting way to think, and that the Zhou family would not climb by that road. Wang Cheng was baffled. He honestly did not follow. Our families are allied now, but the Frost Holy Land and the Flame Holy Land are both circling. The Divine Sun asked for you by name out of everybody. That is not nothing. There are women on this continent who would give a limb for the position, and you are telling me you feel nothing at all? Lei did not answer that, which he took as shyness and I took as the more dangerous thing, which is a woman who is thinking about it properly. So it is settled, he said, leaving. Bring the Divine Son of the Wave family back with you and bring honor to the Zhou family. And she stood there in an empty courtyard asking herself, over and over, whether she was really going to do this. The same conversation happened in every faction on the winning side that month, which I found out about later, and which I want on the record, because I did not arrange a single one of them. In the Frost Holy Land, they did not send their saintess. They sent the Holy Lord's own daughter, because when there are benefits available, a family keeps them in the family. Find the young lady, the Glacial Master Sage told his protector elder. If she misses this, she will not get another one. I will not disappoint you, and I believe the young lady will agree this time. Naturally, my daughter is arrogant and looks down on everyone alive, and she should be interested in this one. And if Ling Feng is not good enough for her, then my daughter is going to be alone for the rest of her life. So Li Yong went and found her, and she was not where a Holy Lord's daughter is supposed to be. Lei was in Misty City, standing in front of a pharmacy in a gray cloth dress with no ornament on her at all, handing a packet of herbs to a laborer. Every 3 days after you get home, do not forget the timing, do not take extra, and do not decide on your own to take less. Too little does nothing except make you feel better for an afternoon. Thank you, young healer sage. I will follow the instructions exactly. There was a queue down the street, large men in it, the kind who normally look at cultivators the way you look at weather. The young healer sage is the best thing in this city. That plague 4 years ago, half of us would be in the ground. Keep the line orderly. Do not make trouble for her. Lei had been born the daughter of a holy lord in a world where a cultivator's usual effect on ordinary people is fear, and she had decided to spend her life on the opposite of that. When she looked up and saw who was next in the queue, the patience went out of her face instantly. What are you doing here? The queue moved in, assuming revenge, which was very brave and completely irrelevant, because the man in front of her could have taken that entire city apart alone if he had wanted his name attached to it. What does the young lady intend to do? Said Li Yong blandly. Lei knew exactly what he was, so she let it go. I will say this once, I am not going back. Not even for this, your father has finally arranged something appropriate. It is Ling Feng, the divine son of the Wei family. Him? Lei was genuinely surprised for a moment, and then she shook her head. No matter how outstanding he is, what does it have to do with me? My life is not about becoming powerful. My life is the one word, medicine. I want to be of use to living people. Nothing else is under consideration. And Li Yong sighed and delivered the rest of the message, which was the real message. Your father also instructed me to tell you that if you do not return this time, you never need to return at all. From today, you would no longer be a person of the Frost Holy Land. Everyone who has been quietly protecting you for the last 6 years is to be withdrawn. Whatever happens to you on this continent afterward is entirely your own affair. Then he clasped his hands and stopped smiling, and his face without the smile was much worse. You have one day. Then I need an answer to take home. And he left before she could say anything at all. So, 2 years ago, I woke up in a rich boy's bed with a servant shouting through the door that it was time to go and humiliate a crippled girl in front of a crowd. And I understood, lying there, that I was the disposable villain of somebody else's story and that I had about 300 chapters left. 9 days ago, 10 quasi-emperors came to my house to erase my family, and they left as my vassals, and one of them killed his own founder in the sky to prove he meant it. I did not do that with a chaos body. I did it by noticing every single time what the other person actually wanted, and the ledger, since I promised to keep it. One scroll spirit I blackmailed with an outhouse. One granddaughter of an imperial clan. One supreme with an imperial weapon and a plan of his own. One 300-year-old quasi-emperor on a poison leash. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of a holy land converted in the field, in front of the man who left them to die. The vice head of the war god Zhou family, the acting head of the Shu family, a quasi-emperor of Tai Chu, and then, at the end, 6 great powers in one afternoon. I have never once had to go looking for staff. My enemies keep delivering them to the door. My grandfather has stopped using his own name entirely. He introduces himself to holy lords now, as Ling Feng's grandfather, and waits for them to react, and they always do. And I have given up trying to stop him. And 100,000 people in my clan have decided I am the child of destiny. I am not. That is the joke, and nobody in this world is ever going to be in on it. There are 9 children of destiny walking around this continent right now, and I know what I am with respect to all 9 of them, and the number of them still walking is smaller than it was. Here is the part that keeps me up. A girl came into my house in a boy's clothes with a quasi-emperor carrying her bags. Lei would not give me a name. Lei sat at the edge of a battle between 10 quasi-emperors because she found it entertaining. Lei handed me 2 quasi-emperor weapons the way you hand someone a coat, and she gave me a cup of wine that moved me 2 full realms, and I drank it without asking what was in it, because I could not think of a single power on this continent that would waste that on me. Then she asked whether I intended to reach Great Emperor Realm. Not whether I could, whether I intended to. Nobody asks that. Nobody has asked that in 10,000 years, because in this age the answer is no, and everyone knows it, which means she comes from somewhere that does not think the answer is no. I have spent 2 years being the most dangerous thing in every room I walked into, and I have just been handed a gift by somebody who did not consider it a gift, and I have no idea what I now owe or to whom. Somewhere under a mountain in the middle of the continent, a boy with a face like a white fox just came out of seclusion, asked who could possibly compare to him, and was given my name. So, ask me again in a year whether I am still the villain of this story. I am starting to suspect I have been promoted.